Hi, this is a new series about Schopenhauer. I will be reading his short work on the sufferings of the world and offering some of my commentary. This comes from a book titled Studies in Pessimism, some of Schopenhauer's late writings translated by T. Bailey Saunders in the 1890s. Let me tell you a little bit about Mr. Saunders. Thomas Bailey Saunders was a British barrister. He did little original work, but he was known and well respected for his translations of Schopenhauer and Harnack into English. These were thought to be quite readable and quite popular. Saunders, I'll be reading, by the way, from this book of essays of Schopenhauer. Saunders offers a translator's note to the beginning of this volume, Studies on Pessimism, explaining a little bit about this work and its origin. So here's what Saunders writes. The first essay is, in the main, a rendering of the philosopher's remarks under the heading Nachträge zur Lehre vom Leiden der Welt, together with certain parts of another section entitled Nachträge zur Lehre vom der Bejahung und Verneinung des Willens zum Leben. So what Saunders has done is to take two parts of Schopenhauer's Peroga, a work of short writings from about 1850, and combined them and edited them together himself in translating them. Those two titles are roughly Additional Remarks on the Doctrine of the Suffering of the World and Additional Remarks on the Doctrine of the Affirmation and Denial of the Will to Live. Saunders also says, such omissions as I have made are directed chiefly by the desire to avoid repeating arguments already familiar to readers of the other volumes in this series. So the text we're going to get here under the title On the Sufferings of the World is Saunders' title with Saunders combining two sets of aphoristic additional remarks by Schopenhauer in his translation. So with that caveat that we're getting kind of Schopenhauer filtered by T. Bailey Saunders, let's start the text. This, by the way, is 18 pages long in this version. I'll be taking it in a couple of parts. On the sufferings of the world. Unless suffering is the direct and immediate object of life, our existence must entirely fail of its aim. It is absurd to look upon the enormous amount of pain that abounds everywhere in the world, and originates in needs and necessities inseparable from life itself, as serving no purpose at all, and the result of mere chance. Each separate misfortune as it comes seems no doubt to be something exceptional, but misfortune in general is the rule. I know of no greater absurdity than that propounded by most systems of philosophy in declaring evil to be negative in its character. Evil is just what is positive. It makes its own existence felt. Leibniz is particularly concerned to defend this absurdity, and he seeks to strengthen his position by using a palpable and paltry sophism. It is the good which is negative. In other words, happiness and satisfaction always imply some desire fulfilled and some state of pain brought to an end. So that's the first page, first two paragraphs of this text. And we have here, I think, another iteration of the main axis of Schopenhauer's practical philosophy. Pain and suffering are real. They are the positive element in life that truly exists. And happiness and pleasure are a negative fact defined in relation to that positive existence. They are the cessation of pain. And to forget that, or to live a sort of a fantastical, optimistic philosophy like Leibniz's, is to go fundamentally wrong in orienting yourself to the actual world in which you live. So Schopenhauer here is going to recommend many things under the heading of his general pessimism, saying at the beginning, of course, that unless we make suffering the direct and immediate aim of our object of our life, unless we sort of put that front and center as what we are going to be going through, we will find life to be absurd. So let's go on. Next page. This explains the fact that we generally find pleasure to be not nearly so pleasant as we expected, and pain very much more painful. The pleasure in this world, it has been said, outweighs the pain. Or at any rate, there is an even balance between the two. If the reader wishes to see shortly whether this statement is true, let him compare the respective feelings of two animals, one of which is engaged in eating the other. Schopenhauer has turned here to talk about our subjective experience of pleasure and pain. We have we generally find that the pleasures of life are good, but they're not as good as we had kind of hoped, and the pains of life are much more painful than we had wished that they might be. Why is that? That's because of this fundamental mistake that many of us are making in being optimistic rather than pessimistic. And then this kind of brutal observation, right? It is generally thought that there's more pleasure than pain in the world, or at least we break even. The truth is quite the opposite, that there is vastly more pain and suffering in this world than pleasure. And the image then, two animals, one of which is eating the other. Well, one is getting some pleasure out of consuming a meal. The other is suffering, but the magnitude of the suffering is vastly more than the magnitude of the pleasure on the part of the eater. So that's Schopenhauer, I think, has a kind of talent for clear expression and for really punchy images like that one. Going back to the text now. The best consolation in misfortune or affliction of any kind will be the thought of other people who are in a still worse plight than yourself. And this is a form of consolation open to everyone. But what an awful fate this means for mankind as a whole. We are like lambs in a field, disporting themselves under the eye of the butcher, who chooses out first one and then another for his prey. So it is that in our good days we are all unconscious of the evil fate may have presently in store for us: sickness, poverty, mutilation, loss of sight or reason. No little part of the torment of existence lies in this, that time is continually pressing upon us, never letting us take breath, but always coming after us like a taskmaster with a whip. If at any moment time stays his hand, it is only when we are delivered over to the misery of boredom. Okay. I'll pause here again on this second page. Schopenhauer here giving us another insight that although the experience of suffering may, for the individual, be ignorable, right? While I'm not currently in pain, I can pretend as though the coming pain is not something I really need to concern myself with. I can enjoy my moments of pleasure, or at least of respite from pain. The collective situation of humanity is rather terrible. So the situation of mankind is collectively awful, but individually endurable. That maybe is a good way of thinking about Schopenhauer's thought as a whole. And there's also this idea then that the pauses in our work when time ceases to drive us forward are then we leave one kind of suffering for another. We lapse into the state of boredom, where we're no longer able to find anything to distract ourselves. So a sort of inversion of some of what Pascal has to say about boredom, perhaps. Going on. But misfortune has its uses. For, as our bodily frame would burst asunder if the pressure of the atmosphere was removed, so, if the lives of men were relieved of all need, hardship, and adversity, if everything they took in hand were successful, they would be so swollen with arrogance that, though they might not burst, they would present the spectacle of unbridled folly. Nay, they would go mad. And I may say further that a certain amount of care or pain or trouble is necessary for every man at all times. A ship without ballast is unstable and will not go straight. Certain it is that work, worry, labor, and trouble form the lot of almost all men their whole life long. But if all wishes were fulfilled as soon as they arose, how would men occupy their lives? What would they do with their time? If the world were a paradise of luxury and ease, a land flowing with milk and honey, where every Jack obtained his Jill at once, and without any difficulty, men would either die of boredom or hang themselves. Or there would be wars, massacres, and murders, so that in the end, mankind would inflict more suffering on itself than it has now to accept at the hands of nature. So, another kind of bold statement here that misfortune is like the pressure of the atmosphere that holds us in, or like the ballast of a ship that keeps us steady. If all of our desires were satisfied, we would go mad. Or, even worse, if the whole human race experienced this sort of sudden prosperity, comfort, and total ease, a paradise of luxury and ease, men would go mad. They would start killing each other. They would hang themselves. They would commit violence, massacre, and murders. That in the end, they would inflict far more suffering on themselves than would have been inflicted by nature in the ordinary course of things. This is maybe something to contemplate in the age of prosperity and also profound unhappiness. So perhaps Schopenhauer has something here going on. In early youth, as we contemplate our coming life, we are like children in a theater before the curtain is raised, sitting there in high spirits and eagerly waiting for the play to begin. It is a blessing that we do not know what is really going to happen. Could we foresee it? There are times when children might seem like innocent prisoners, condemned not to death, but to life. And as yet, all unconscious of what their sentence means. Nevertheless, every man desires to reach old age, in other words, a state of life in which it may be said, "It is bad today, and it will be worse tomorrow," and so on, till the worst of all. Also, here again, Schopenhauer sounding rather bitter, but giving us a portrait, right? Children sitting, waiting for the curtain to rise. What is my life going to be like? And he's saying as an old man now, with a kind of old man's wisdom. They're excited and happy and optimistic because they don't know what's coming. They don't know what life has in store for them. But despite all of that, nobody wishes to end his life. Everybody wishes to go on enduring as well as he can endure. There again is another sort of portrait of life. It is suffering. If we acknowledge that and face it squarely, we have the strength to go on, as you might say, as pessimists. So, continuing. If you try to imagine, as nearly as you can, what an amount of misery, pain, and suffering of every kind the sun shines upon in its course, you will admit that it would be much better if, on the earth as little as on the moon, the sun were able to call forth the phenomena of life, and if, here as there, the surface were still in a crystalline state. Okay. It's a version of Schopenhauer's well-known statement that it would be better if there had been no life, if we had never been born. Again, you may look upon life as an unprofitable episode, disturbing the blessed calm of non-existence. And in any case, even though things have gone with you tolerably well, the longer you live, the more clearly you will feel that, on the whole, life is a disappointment, nay, a cheat. I'll pause again here for comment. Wow, a bit very hard sayings, some of these. The amount of misery, pain, and suffering on the earth should make us think that it would be better if the earth were as lifeless as the moon and as free of suffering as the moon. And that I wonder if any of us feel this or feel the opposite of it. You get on as tolerably as well as you can, but the older you get, the more you feel that life is something of a disappointment and a cheat, that you were promised more, you sort of hoped and expected more than you in fact got. Okay. I'm not sure here if Schopenhauer is thinking here of the disappointment of the optimistic philosopher or simply a universal experience that we all have. It seems to be the latter. He's going to illustrate this next with two hypothetical cases, and here they are. If two men who were old friends in their youth meet again when they are old, after being separated for a lifetime, The chief feeling they will have at the sight of each other will be one of complete disappointment at life as a whole, because their thoughts will be carried back to that earlier time when life seemed so fair as it lay spread out before them in the rosy light of dawn. It promised so much, and then performed so little. This feeling will so completely predominate over every other that they will not even consider it necessary to give it words. But on either side it will be silently assumed, and form the groundwork of all they have to talk about. He who lives to see 2 or 3 generations is like a man who sits sometime in the conjurer's booth at a fair, and witnesses the performance twice or thrice in succession. The tricks were meant to be seen only once, and when they are no longer a novelty and cease to deceive, their effect is gone. So here are these 2 hypothetical cases Schopenhauer uses to illustrate this idea that our existence is really kind of a ripple in what would otherwise better be an unbroken plane of non-existence. 2 old friends meet after a lifetime, and so what is so prominent in both their emotional lives is that life has been a disappointment. Thinking back to what they hoped for together as young men and what they've now achieved as older men, the whole thing seems to be such a profound disappointment that neither one of them has to give it voice, but it lies in the background of everything that they do as they reminisce and catch up. I don't know if Schopenhauer, writing this as an old man, is thinking of his own experiences or if he is speculating, but this certainly seems to fit with and give um, a, a fitting illustration of his overall philosophy of pessimism. The other one, I do like this image. This stays with me. These images of the theater. This is watching your children and grandchildren, watching young people as an adult and then as a middle-aged and an older person come up, see them rise up with hopes for the world and hopes for their life, is like watching a magic show for the second or for the third time. You know what the tricks are. Other people don't, and so they're still impressed. They're still really attentive and interested. And as you watch it, you may begin to think back, well, I guess that pulling the rabbit out of the hat was kind of fun the first time I saw it when I didn't know what it was all about. But now that I'm seeing it for the third time, it's underwhelming. It's even boring. So again, the suggestion that all of life is like that, really. So here's more Schopenhauer. Life is a task to be done. It is a fine thing to say defunctus est. It means that the man has done his task. If children were brought into the world by an act of pure reason alone, would the human race continue to exist? Would not a man rather have so much sympathy with the coming generation as to spare it the burden of existence? Or, at any rate, not to take it upon himself to impose that burden upon it in cold blood? That's the last I'm going to read here for today, but wow. Again, life is a task to be done, so when one reaches the end of his life, we say, well, he has finished his task. He's finished, his suffering has come to an end, not as a release, but as an accomplishment. Okay? He's now defunct or finished or out of business, and it's over for him. Good thing. It's a fine thing to be able to say this about someone. And this last, kind of, for me, very haunting statement as someone with children and now grandchildren, if children were brought into the world by pure reason, wouldn't sympathy with the recognition of the suffering that people will endure incline people not to have any children, to spare this generation the burden of existing? This is one thing for Schopenhauer to write in the 1850s, before the hormonal birth control revolution of the mid and late 20th century. But we might take a look at falling birth rates in our own time and place and reflect back upon Schopenhauer's insight. If people gain more and more deliberate rational control over bringing other human beings into existence, would their overall recognition of the suffering of the world cause them to bring about fewer of them? And this is seems to me rather grim for all of us sort of evaluating our own lives and for the human race in general, especially for societies with rapidly declining birth rates that are creating threats of social dislocation and economic problems in the near future. So, just an observation of mine. I'd like to say a little bit more about Schopenhauer's antinatalism. A commenter just a little bit ago suggested that I should say more about this. This is the topic with which Schopenhauer ended the previous section that I did the first video on, suggesting that if human reproduction, if bringing children into the world were entirely a matter of will, if it were entirely within our voluntary control, people would have far fewer children. Schopenhauer suggests this supports his view that we all deep down know that there is vastly more suffering in the world than pleasure, that life on the whole is a kind of a mistake or a cheat, and that we would hesitate then to inflict existence upon other beings like ourselves if we were able to abstain from doing so. So that's certainly a very strong antinatalist line, which may be, as my commenter suggested, a central pillar of Schopenhauer's thought. My own view on this, complete opposite. A hard pass from me on the antinatalism. I'm strongly pro-natalist myself. I have 4 children. I have grandchildren now. I move in social circles with people who have more children than me, many of them. So I am, on the whole, pro-children, pro-babies, both in my own life and I think as a matter of social policy. I think children are a great source of joy and meaning, and I would recommend, other things being equal, I'd recommend that people have children rather than not. So I don't share this particular aversion or misanthropy of Schopenhauer, and that may make me a poor Schopenhauerian. I'm happy to read his text and to analyze it, but among the things I find value in his practical philosophy, the antinatalism is not one of them. I do think that if Schopenhauer had had children, had gotten married, and had children himself, he might have been of a different mind, but then he wouldn't be the Arthur Schopenhauer that we know and admire. So that's my brief comment on natalism, just to put all my cards on the table. That's one place where I certainly part ways with Schopenhauer, both in my personal belief and in my general attitude towards life. So we may get to the metaphysical basis of that at some later time. Those are the first couple of pages of Schopenhauer's work, titled by Bailey Saunders on the sufferings of the world. I hope you've enjoyed it. Let's take a look at the next section of this essay. In this part of the essay, Schopenhauer is going to compare the pleasures and pains of human beings to the pleasures and pains of animals, of beasts, with a certain kind of advantage held in some ways by the beasts. He's going to talk first about the difference that reason makes in our own experience of pleasure and pain. He's going to say a little bit about the role of time and self-consciousness in the life of a beast and the life of a human being. And he's going to conclude this passage with some thoughts about pets and domestic animals, and especially our affection for them as human beings, dealing with lower animals in our daily lives. Here's what he writes. I shall be told, I suppose, that my philosophy is comfortless, because I speak the truth. And people prefer to be assured that everything the Lord has made is good. Go to the priests, then, and leave philosophers in peace. At any rate, do not ask us to accommodate our doctrines to the lessons you have been taught. That is what those rascals of sham philosophers will do for you. Ask them for any doctrine you please, and you will get it. Your university professors are bound to preach optimism, and it is an easy and agreeable task to upset their theories. I'll just say parenthetically here, he certainly has Hegel in mind and certain Hegelians who will provide a German idealist interpretation of the core doctrines of North German Protestantism. He may even have Kant in mind, although Schopenhauer does admire Kant immensely in other writings. So, going on. I have reminded the reader that every state of welfare, every feeling of satisfaction is negative in its character. That is to say, it consists in freedom from pain, which is the positive element of existence. It follows, therefore, that the happiness of any given life is to be measured not by its joys and pleasures, but by the extent to which it has been free from suffering, from positive evil. If this is the true standpoint, the lower animals appear to enjoy a happier destiny than man. Let us examine the matter a little more closely. However varied the forms that human happiness and misery may take, leading a man to seek the one and shun the other, the material basis of it all is bodily pleasure or bodily pain. This basis is very restricted. It is simply health, food, protection from wet and cold, the satisfaction of the sexual instinct, or else the absence of these things. Consequently, as far as real physical pleasure is concerned, the man is not better off than the brute, except insofar as the higher possibilities of his nervous system make him more sensitive to every kind of pleasure, but also, it must be remembered, to every kind of pain. But then, compared with the brute, how much stronger are the passions aroused in him? What an immeasurable difference there is in the depth and vehemence of his emotions. And yet, in the one case as in the other, all to produce the same result in the end, namely, health, food, clothing, and so on. The chief source of all this passion is that thought for what is absent and future, which, with man, exercises such a powerful influence upon all he does. It is this that is the real origin of his cares, his hopes, his fears, emotions which affect him much more deeply than could ever be the case with those present joys and sufferings to which the brute is confined. In his powers of reflection, memory, and foresight, man possesses, as it were, a machine for condensing and storing up his pleasures and his sorrows. But the brute has nothing of the kind. Whenever it is in pain, it is as though it were suffering for the first time, even though the same thing should have previously happened to it times out of number. It has no power of summing up its feelings. Hence its careless and placid temper, how much it is to be envied. But in man, reflection comes in, with all the emotions to which it gives rise, and taking up the same elements of pleasure and pain which are common to him and the brute, it develops his susceptibility to happiness and misery to such a degree that at one moment the man is brought in an instant to a state of delight that may even prove fatal, at another to depths of despair and suicide. Okay, so I'll pause for just a moment to review what we've talked about. We've heard here that the physical basis of human happiness and misery is identical with the beast. It is the satisfaction of physical desires and comforts. It's the removal of physical pain, which is the key element in life. But with human beings, this is complicated by our powers of reflection and intelligence, which give us this sort of curse of memory and anticipation. His description of this is very apt. It's like a machine for condensing and processing and holding on to our pleasures and sorrows. And we might note simply there, if the pleasures in the world are vastly outnumbered by the sorrows and miseries of the world, having concentrated versions of both is actually worse overall. So human beings capable of greater pleasures and of greater miseries, but on the whole, that means a more miserable life altogether. There's also something he's going to develop in the next pages, this suggestion that the consciousness of animals is limited to the immediate present moment, where with human beings, we are spread out over a wider period of time. And this is, again, to our detriment in the matter of actually acquiring happiness and release from misery and pain. So we'll go on with Schopenhauer now. If we carry our analysis a step farther, we shall find that, in order to increase his pleasures, man has intentionally added to the number and pressure of his needs, which in their original state were not much more difficult to satisfy than those of the brute. Hence, luxury in all its forms, delicate food, and the use of tobacco and opium, spirituous liquors, fine clothes, and the 1,001 things that he considers necessary to his existence. And above and beyond all this, there is a separate and peculiar source of pleasure, and consequently of pain, which man has established for himself, also as the result of using his powers of reflection, and this occupies him out of all proportion to its value, nay, almost more than all his other interests put together. I mean, ambition and the feeling of honor and shame. In plain words, what he thinks about the opinion other people have of him. Taking 1,000 forms, often very strange ones, this becomes the goal of almost all the efforts he makes that are not rooted in physical pleasure or pain. It is true that besides the sources of pleasure which he has in common with the brute, man has the pleasures of the mind as well. These admit of many gradations, from the most innocent, trifling, or the merest talk, up to the highest intellectual achievements. But there is the accompanying boredom to be set against them on the side of suffering. Boredom is a form of suffering unknown to brutes, at any rate in their natural state. It is only the very cleverest of them who show faint traces of it when they are domesticated. Whereas in the case of man, it has become a downright scourge. The crowd of miserable wretches, whose one aim in life is to fill their purses but never put anything into their heads, offers a singular instance of this torment of boredom. Their wealth becomes a punishment by delivering them up to misery of having nothing to do. For, to escape it, they will rush about in all directions, traveling here, there, and everywhere. No sooner do they arrive in a place than they are anxious to know what amusements it affords, just as though they were beggars asking where they could receive a dole. Of a truth, need and boredom are the two poles of human life. Finally, I may mention that as regards the sexual relation, a man is committed to a peculiar arrangement which drives him obstinately to choose one person. This feeling grows now and then into a more or less passionate love, which is the source of little pleasure and much suffering. Footnote. I have treated this subject at length in a special chapter of the second volume of my chief work. I'll pause there and note that's chapter 44 of part 2, volume 2 of The World as Will and Representation. I have looked into that earlier today, and I have to tell you there's a lot of fascinating stuff in there. It's titled On the Metaphysics of Sexual Love. We might take a look at that in a later video. It's some very provocative thoughts and suggestions from Schopenhauer in that chapter. But to take a look back at these past 2 pages, we find that human beings have not only to suffer the sort of curse of intelligence and self-consciousness, which magnifies their pains and magnifies their pleasures, meaning more pain overall, but they've also invented new needs, new things to be pained at the lack of. He mentions tobacco and alcohol and other things that we consider now to be necessary. So these are things the animals wouldn't even contemplate seeking, much less lamenting their lack of, but here it is. We have invented more suffering for ourselves by inventing these luxury goods. And then his discussion of the opinion that other people have of us. Sounds very Rousseauian in its own way, that because we care about other people's opinion of us, now here's another source of misery for us, another source of striving and struggle and anxiously seeking to sort of scratch an itch that we've given to ourselves now in the form of this social reality that we present ourselves at. And then this final discussion of boredom again, that need and boredom are the two poles of human life. The suggestion that people now become wealthy and their wealth becomes a curse because they travel in order to find something to do, and then they seek like beggars for amusement, for what Pascal might call diversion, the minute that they arrive. Rather than being wealthy, they are most poor, we might say. They behave like people who are needy and scrabbling for scraps. So let's continue with Schopenhauer now. It is, however, a wonderful thing that the mere addition of thought should serve to raise such a vast and lofty structure of human happiness and misery, resting too on the same narrow basis of joy and sorrow as man holds in common with the brute, and exposing him to such violent emotions, to so many storms of passion, so much convulsion of feeling, that what he has suffered stands written and may be read in the lines of his face. And yet, when all is told, he has been struggling ultimately for the very same things as the brute has attained, and with an incomparably smaller expenditure of passion and pain. But all this contributes to increase the measures of suffering in human life out of all proportion to its pleasures, and the pains of life are made much worse for man by the fact that death is something very real to him. The brute flies from death instinctively without really knowing what it is, and therefore without ever contemplating it in the way natural to man, who has this prospect always before his eyes. So that even if only a few brutes die a natural death, and most of them live only just long enough to transmit their species, and then, if not earlier, become the prey of some other animal, whilst man on the other hand manages to make so-called natural death the rule, to which, however, there are a good many exceptions, the advantage is on the side of the brute, for the reasons stated above. But the fact that man attains the natural term of years just as seldom as the brute, but the fact is that man attains the natural term of years just as seldom as the brute, because the unnatural way in which he lives and the strain of work and emotion lead to a degeneration of the race, and so his goal is not often reached. The brute is much more content with mere existence than man. The plant is wholly so, and man finds satisfaction in it just in proportion as he is dull and obtuse. Accordingly, the life of the brute carries less of sorrow with it, but also less of joy, when compared with the life of man. And while this may be traced on the one side to freedom from the torment of care and anxiety, it is also due to the fact that hope, in any real sense, is unknown to the brute. It is thus deprived of any share in that which gives us the most and best of our joys and pleasures, the mental anticipation of a happy future, and the inspiring play of fantasy, both of which we owe to our power of imagination. If the brute is free from care, it is also in this sense without hope. In either case, because its consciousness is limited to the present moment, to what it can actually see before it. The brute is an embodiment of present impulses, and hence what elements of fear and hope exist in its nature, and they do not go very far, arise only in relation to objects that lie before it and within reach of those impulses. Whereas a man's range of vision embraces the whole of his life and extends far into the past and future. Following upon this, there is one respect in which brutes show real wisdom when compared with us. I mean their quiet, placid enjoyment of the present moment. The tranquility of mind which this seems to give them often puts us to shame for the many times we allow our thoughts and our cares to make us restless and discontented. And in fact, those pleasures of hope and anticipation which I have been mentioning are not to be had for nothing. The delight which a man has in hoping for and looking forward to some special satisfaction is a part of the real pleasure attaching to it enjoyed in advance. This is afterwards deducted, for the more we look forward to anything, the less satisfaction we find when it comes. But the brute's enjoyment is not anticipated, and therefore suffers no deduction, so that the actual pleasure of the moment comes to it whole and unimpaired. In the same way, too, evil presses upon the brute only with its own intrinsic weight, whereas with us the fear of its coming often makes its burden 10 times more grievous. So here is a bit more about the difference between humans and animals in regards to pleasure and pain, the difference that self-consciousness and consciousness of the past and the future, consciousness of one's own death makes. This makes us capable of far more miseries, also of hope, which is a source of pleasure. What we might also say of dashed hope, which is a source of misery. It seems to me that one way to think about this may be that just as animals lack a theory of mind for us, right? My dog doesn't really have a sense of me as a mind like its own looking back. Just as animals don't have a theory of mind for humans, animals don't really have a theory of mind for themselves. They don't really have a sense of themselves as enduring across time, as having experiences. I'm not going to try to explain just what I mean by that. If it resonates with you, then run with it. Um, so this awareness of death is another source of uniquely human source of misery. I do think that while Schopenhauer is correct about animals as the kind of distillation, the sort of the embodiment of the present tense, so that the things immediately in front of them are their only source, and sort of maybe in the immediate past and immediate future, are their only source of attention and therefore of pleasure and misery, often to their great benefit relative to us. I do think he's mistaken about this idea that anticipation and the pleasure of anticipation deducts from the actual enjoyment of the thing once it is achieved. I don't think I've found that to be the case in my own life, that the more I anticipate something, the less I enjoy it once I achieve it. I think Schopenhauer maybe has either made just a straight up mistake in describing human psychology, or he's maybe been lured by the desire to make a certain point, something like a point he made in Counsels and Maxims about the way in which we sort of take an advance upon certain goods that are coming to us in the future. So, from my own perspective, I would say I think he's probably wrong about that. So let's go back onto the text and finish this section. It is just this characteristic way in which the brute gives itself up entirely to the present moment that contributes so much to the delight we take in our domestic pets. They are the present moment personified, and in some respects they make us feel the value of every hour that is free from trouble and annoyance, which we, with our thoughts and preoccupations, mostly disregard. But man, that selfish and heartless creature, misuses this quality of the brute, to be more content than we are with mere existence, and often works it to such an extent that he allows the brute absolutely nothing more than mere bare life. The bird which was made so that it might rove over half the world, he shuts up into the space of a cubic foot, there to die a slow death in longing and crying for freedom, for in a cage it does not sing for the pleasure of it. And when I see how man misuses the dog, his best friend, how he ties up this intelligent animal with a chain, I feel the deepest sympathy with the brute and burning indignation against its master. We shall see later that by taking a very high standpoint, it is possible to justify the sufferings of mankind. But this justification cannot apply to animals, whose sufferings, while in a great measure brought about by men, are often considerable even apart from their agency. And so we are forced to ask, why and for what purpose does all this torment and agony exist? There is nothing here to give the will pause. It is not free to deny itself and so obtain redemption. There is only one consideration that may serve to explain the sufferings of animals. It is this, that the will to live, which underlies the whole world of phenomena, must in their case satisfy its cravings by feeding upon itself. This it does by forming a gradation of phenomena, every one of which exists at the expense of another. I have shown, however, that the capacity for suffering is less in animals than in man. Any further explanation that may be given of their fate will be in the nature of hypothesis, if not actually mythical in its character, and I may leave the reader to speculate upon the matter for himself. That's all I'm going to read from On the Sufferings of the World for today, but some thoughts about the attitude that we take, the pleasures and pains we take, the joys and delights that we take in the lives of our domestic animals, of our pets. It is precisely because they lack our particular anxiety, our hopes and memories that we find them so attractive and comforting to live with. It also indicates that there's a way in which their pleasures are kind of pure pleasures that we wish we could enjoy in the way that they do. And their pains, especially when they're inflicted by human beings, seem to be far more terrible and less justifiable. So there is this discussion here, getting a little bit into Schopenhauer's metaphysics, that the will at the animal level, at the brute level, is just self-consuming because it doesn't have the capability of rising up to any sort of greater act of redemption or self-understanding. So the animals doesn't have the psychological complexity to seek a kind of philosophical self-denial and self-annihilation. And so it has to simply go on being what it is, suffering in the way that it suffers, which is limited, thankfully, until its natural end. So those are the middle pages of Schopenhauer's essay on the sufferings of the world. I hope you've enjoyed my commentary on them. Hi. In these final pages of Schopenhauer's essay on the sufferings of the world from Studies in Pessimism, he begins by discussing Buddhist and Zoroastrian cosmology, a theory of the universe, and the place of human suffering in it. He argues strongly against the existence of any kind of benevolent creator god, like in the Jewish and Christian traditions. And then he articulates something which I think of as being an interesting world which contains sin, but no deity who is sinned against. There's no lawgiver whose rules we have broken that constitutes our sin. We'll take a look at what Schopenhauer says about that. And then, rather surprisingly to me, he identifies his own philosophy with true Christianity. He indicates that what is really ultimately true in the Christian view of the world is presented in a more complete form in his, Schopenhauer's, pessimistic philosophy. That's one place where students of Nietzsche might find an interesting convergence, where Nietzsche would reject both Schopenhauer and Christianity, perhaps in part because of this perceived continuity between them. And then he concludes this essay with a rather beautiful defense of the life philosophy of pessimism, especially in terms of its moral benefits to the person who becomes a pessimist. So we'll finish with that. But here's what Schopenhauer writes. Brahma is said to have produced the world by a kind of fall or mistake. And in order to atone for his folly, he is bound to remain in it himself until he works out his redemption. As an account of the origin of things, that is admirable. According to the doctrines of Buddhism, the world came into being as the result of some inexplicable disturbance in the heavenly calm of nirvana, that blessed state obtained by expiation, which had endured so long a time, the change taking place by a kind of fatality. This explanation must be understood as having at bottom some moral bearing, although it is illustrated by an exactly parallel theory in the domain of physical science, which places the origin of the sun in a primitive streak of mist formed one knows not how. Subsequently, by a series of moral errors, the world became gradually worse and worse, true of the physical orders as well, until it assumed the dismal aspect it wears today. Excellent. I'll pause here to note that Schopenhauer is giving us a portrait of Buddhism, according to which the world, in a sense, kind of falls into existence. Right? I think there's a sort of decline from the blessed state of peace and tranquility in nirvana into the world of struggle and strife and physical existence that we know today. Schopenhauer approves of this and notes that it is both physical and moral in its character. The world becomes worse and worse. The world becomes more and more, we might say, chaotic in a physical sense, greater and greater entropy. We are in a bad state progressing towards a worse state, and that's the very nature of this existence. So he goes on. The Greeks looked upon the world and the gods as the work of an inscrutable necessity. A passable explanation, we may be content with it until we can get a better. Again, Ormuzd and Ahriman are rival powers, continually at war. That is not bad. But that a god like Jehovah should have created this world of misery and woe out of pure caprice and because he enjoyed doing it, and should then have clapped his hands in praise of his own work and declared that everything to be declared everything to be very good, that will not do at all. In its explanation of the origin of the world, Judaism is inferior to any other form of religious doctrine professed by a civilized nation. And it is quite in keeping with this that it is the only one which presents no trace whatever of any belief in the immortality of the soul. Even though Leibniz's contention that this is the best of all possible worlds were correct, that would not justify God in having created it. For he is the creator not of the world only, but of possibility itself. And therefore, he ought to have so ordered possibility as that it would admit of something better. And I'll just note this is a standard atheist critique of theism, that if God is infinitely powerful, he could have created the world with a different possibility structure such that it wouldn't be as miserable as it is now. I'm not going to break open that question to try to examine and respond to it, but just note that Schopenhauer is writing in a well-trod lane at this point. Continuing. There are two things which make it impossible to believe that this world is the successful work of an all-wise, all-good, and at the same time all-powerful being. Firstly, the misery which abounds in it everywhere. And secondly, the obvious imperfection of its highest product, man, who is a burlesque of what he should be. These things cannot be reconciled with any such belief. On the contrary, they are just the facts which support what I have been saying. They are our authority for viewing the world as the outcome of our own misdeeds, and therefore as something that had better not have been. Whilst under the former hypothesis they amount to a bitter accusation against the Creator and supply material for sarcasm, under the latter they form an indictment against our own nature, our own will, and teach us a lesson of humility. They lead us to see that, like the children of a libertine, we come into the world with the burden of sin upon us, and that it is only through having continually to atone for this sin that our existence is so miserable, and that its end is death. Continuing here his critique of theism, of Christianity and Judaism, their belief in an omnipotent, benevolent creator God, Schopenhauer points out, as he said, two types of evidence. One, the misery of the world. Second, the imperfection of the highest being in the world, man. He calls him a burlesque of what he should be. My philosopher's ears prick up, and I wonder, what is the nature of that should? Where's the normative force of it come from? In what sense should man be better than the absurd being that he is? Perhaps Schopenhauer means he aspires to better, or we really have a deep sense that we ought to be better than we are, that our own existence by our very living out of it is falling short, as even being a kind of absurd parody of what a spiritual being would like to be. So that's interesting for me, and I think worth further thinking about. He says the sufferings of this world and the imperfection of man, on the assumption that God exists, these are an indictment of the Creator for making things this way. On Schopenhauer's assumption, this sort of more Buddhist assumption that this world is a mistake, the idea is that the mistake was ours. There's a sort of, this world and its suffering result from our own error, sin, and activity and striving, and that's the sense in which it makes sense to say that this world should not have been. It would be better if it were not. It would be better if we had not sinned, if we had not erred, if we had not fallen into this state of being. Continuing with Schopenhauer now. There is nothing more certain than the general truth that it is the grievous sin of the world which has produced the grievous suffering of the world. I am not referring here to the physical connection between these two things lying in the realm of experience. My meaning is metaphysical. Accordingly, the sole thing that reconciles me to the Old Testament is the story of the fall. In my eyes, it is the only metaphysical truth in that book, even though it appears in the form of an allegory. There seems to me no better explanation of our existence than that it is the result of some false step, some sin of which we are paying the penalty. I cannot refrain from recommending the thoughtful reader a popular, but at the same time profound treatise on this subject by Claudius, which exhibits the essentially pessimistic spirit of Christianity. It is entitled, "Cursed is the ground for thy sake." Translator's footnote. Matthias Claudius, 1740 to 1815, a popular poet and friend of Klopstock, Herder, and Lessing. He edited the Wandsbeker Bote, in the fourth part of which appeared the treatise mentioned above. He generally wrote under the pseudonym of Asmus, and Schopenhauer often refers to him by this name. I think that's quite interesting. Cursed is the ground for thy sake by Matthias Claudius. Perhaps I'll look that up and we'll take a look at it later on. Between the ethics of the Greeks and the ethics of the Hindus, there is a glaring contrast. In the one case, with the exception, it must be confessed, of Plato, the object of ethics is to enable a man to lead a happy life. In the other, it is to free and redeem him from life altogether, as is directly stated in the very first words of the Sankhya Karika. Allied with this is the contrast between the Greek and the Christian idea of death. It is strikingly presented in a visible form on a fine antique sarcophagus in the gallery of Florence, which exhibits in relief the whole series of ceremonies attending a wedding in ancient times, from the formal offer to the evening when Hymen's torch lights the happy couple home. Compare with that the Christian coffin, draped in mournful black and surmounted with a crucifix. How much significance there is in these two ways of finding comfort in death. They are opposed to each other, but each is right. The one points to the affirmation of the will to live, which remains sure of life for all time, however rapidly its forms may change. The other, in the symbol of suffering and death, points to the denial of the will to live, to redemption from this world, the domain of death and devil. And in the question between the affirmation and the denial of the will to live, Christianity is, in the last resort, right. Here, I think we see maybe the most fundamental fissure between Schopenhauer's philosophy and Nietzsche's, where Nietzsche would celebrate the will to live. We would expect, hearing this description, knowing Nietzsche, to see him praise the fact that the sarcophagus, which is an artifact of death, is decorated with these elements to remind us of the glory of life, of a wedding, of the beginning of a wedding, of the end of a wedding, of all the things that are the joys of life, affirming the will to live, even on the artifact and the institution of death, the sarcophagus, which contains the corpse. And then the Christian coffin, it's somber, it's dark, it contains only a simple crucifix on it with its corpus, its symbol of the tortured and dead Jesus. And Schopenhauer here, maybe quite opposite to Nietzsche, what we expect of Nietzsche, says, actually, the Christians have this one right. The denial of this will to live, of the will to live in this world, is, in fact, valuable, maybe the most valuable thing about the Christian view of life. So if we wanted to put Nietzsche side by side with Schopenhauer, I think this would be a text that would absolutely allow us to do so. So going on with what Schopenhauer writes. The contrast which the New Testament presents when compared with the Old, according to the ecclesiastical view of the matter, is just that existing between my ethical system and the moral philosophy of Europe. The Old Testament represents man as under the dominion of the law, in which, however, there is no redemption. The New Testament declares law to have failed, frees man from its dominion, and in its stead preaches the kingdom of grace, to be won by faith, love of neighbor, and entire sacrifice of self. This is the path of redemption from the evil of the world. The spirit of the New Testament is undoubtedly asceticism, however your Protestants and rationalists may twist it to suit their purpose. Asceticism is the denial of the will to live, and the transition from the Old Testament to the New, from the dominion of law to that of faith, from justification by works to redemption through the mediator, from the domain of sin and death to eternal life in Christ means, when taken in its real sense, the transition from the merely moral virtues to the denial of the will to live. My philosophy shows the metaphysical foundation of justice and the love of mankind, and points to the goal to which those virtues necessarily lead, if they are practiced in perfection. At the same time, it is candid in confessing that a man must turn his back upon the world, and that the denial of the will to live is the way of redemption. It is therefore really at one with the spirit of the New Testament, whilst all other systems are couched in the spirit of the Old. That is to say, theoretically as well as practically, their result is Judaism, mere despotic theism. In this sense, then, my doctrine might be called the only true Christian philosophy. However paradoxical a statement this may seem to people who take superficial views instead of penetrating to the heart of the matter. I'll pause here again for a brief comment. Really, Schopenhauer has laid it out very directly here, right? The contrast between the New and the Old Testament, think of it as the contrast between Schopenhauer's philosophy, that's the New Testament, denial of the will to live, the triumph of asceticism, and the Old Testament, man under the dominion of the law, or his great expression here, mere despotic theism, which identifies with Judaism, I think maybe in a similar way to Nietzsche and most 19th century Germans, I expect. And here also Schopenhauer defends the idea that our ultimate path of redemption from the suffering of this world will be something like what Christianity recommends, a sacrifice of self, a living for others, a denial of the will to live, or perhaps as I put it just a bit ago, a denial of the will to live in this world. But the true metaphysical basis of this is not a transition to some heavenly state as a sort of reward, we might think, from a crude perspective, but rather a transition towards non-existence, something much more Buddhist in its sort of fundamental metaphysics. So, taken in its very real sense, Christianity is about the transition from the moral virtues, obedience to the law, with which we might also identify Kant among modern philosophers, transition from that to the more radical denial of the will to live and the living out this will against life. We can already see Nietzsche, this is something that if we know Nietzsche will reject vigorously in favor of the will to power, which he calls the will to life, the will to live most fully and to exercise your power to strive and win in this world. Schopenhauer is saying, no, that's the path to misery, to frustration. The path away from it is the path towards peace and tranquility, inside as well as in action. So, going on. If you want a safe compass to guide you through life and to banish all doubt as to the right way of looking at it, you cannot do better than accustom yourself to regard this world as a penitentiary, a sort of penal colony, or ergasterion, as the earliest philosopher called it. The footnote here is to Clement of Alexandria, by the way. Amongst the Christian fathers, Origen, with praiseworthy courage, took this view, which is further justified by certain objective theories of life. I refer not to my own philosophy alone, but to the wisdom of the ages, as expressed in Brahmanism and Buddhism, and in the sayings of Greek philosophers like Empedocles and Pythagoras, as also by Cicero in his remark that the wise men of old used to teach that we come into this world to pay the penalty of a crime committed in another state of existence, a doctrine which formed part of the initiation into the mysteries. And Vanini, whom his contemporaries burned, finding that an easier task than to confute him, puts the same thing in a very forcible way. Man, he says, is so full of every kind of misery that, were it not repugnant to the Christian religion, I should venture to affirm that if evil spirits exist at all, they have passed into human form and are now atoning for their crimes. And true Christianity, using the word in its right sense, also regards our existence as the consequence of sin and error. If you accustom yourself to this view of life, you will regulate your expectations accordingly, and cease to look upon all its disagreeable incidents, great and small, its sufferings, its worries, its misery, as anything unusual or irregular. Nay, you will find that everything is as it should be, in a world where each of us pays the penalty of existence in his own peculiar way. Amongst the evils of a penal colony is the society of those who form it. And if the reader is worthy of better company, he will need no words from me to remind him of what he has to put up with at present. If he has a soul above the common, or if he is a man of genius, he will occasionally feel like some noble prisoner of state, condemned to work in the galleys with common criminals, and he will follow his example and try to isolate himself. Another repetition here of a standard theme we find in Schopenhauer's practical philosophy, that the man of genius or superior spirit will necessarily be isolated from his fellows. The metaphor here, quite a memorable one. He will feel like a noble prisoner, like, say, a prince or a dispossessed king who has been thrown into the galleys, into the mines, to do manual labor with people of a very different class from himself. And like such a character in fiction, he will find that the only way really to maintain himself is to isolate himself and withdraw from the society of his fellow people. Or the great line, right? One of the evils of a penal colony is the society of the people in it. You're forced to live among criminals and fellow criminals. I also just want to repeat what I think is a great line in this paragraph. Each of us pays the penalty of existence in his own peculiar way. I like that very much. Going on now to the end of this chapter. In general, however, it should be said that this view of life will enable us to contemplate the so-called imperfections of the great majority of men, their moral and intellectual deficiencies, and the resulting base type of countenance, without any surprise, to say nothing of indignation, for we shall never cease to reflect where we are, and that the men about us are beings conceived and born in sin, and living to atone for it. That is what Christianity means in speaking of the sinful nature of man. Pardons the word to all. That's a quote from Shakespeare's Cymbeline. Whatever folly men commit, be their shortcomings or their vices what they may, let us exercise forbearance, remembering that when these faults appear in others, it is our follies and vices that we behold. They are the shortcomings of humanity, to which we belong, whose faults, one and all, we share. Yes, even those very faults at which we now wax so indignant, merely because they have not yet appeared in ourselves. They are faults that do not lie on the surface, but they exist down there in the depths of our nature, and should anything call them forth, they will come and show themselves just as we now see them in others. One man, it is true, may have faults that are absent in his fellow, and it is undeniable that the sum total of bad qualities is in some cases very large, for the difference of individuality between man and man passes all measure. In fact, the conviction that the world and man is something that had better not have been is of a kind to fill us with indulgence towards one another. Nay, from this point of view, we might well consider the proper form of address to be not Monsieur, Sir, mein Herr, but my fellow sufferer, soci malorum, compagnon de misère. This may perhaps sound strange, but it is in keeping with the facts. It puts others in a right light, and it reminds us of that which is, after all, the most necessary thing in life: the tolerance, patience, regard, and love of neighbor, of which everyone stands in need, and which, therefore, every man owes to his fellow. That's the conclusion of the essay on the sufferings of the world. And as I said at the beginning, I think it's a very beautiful and even eloquent defense of pessimism as a life philosophy. When we are pessimistic, we will cease to be surprised and very much cease to be indignant or angry at the failings of other people. We will recognize their failings as the common failings of the human race, as sins that we have not committed only because we haven't had the opportunity or the disposition yet. But by identifying with the errors and sins and the sort of horror of mankind, we acquire a certain kind of indulgence and respect. And he says, even love of neighbor, not what you might expect from a cynic, from a pessimist who you might expect to become a cynic and a misanthrope. This is what, in a previous video, I think I called Schopenhauer's almost philanthropic misanthropy. That doesn't make any sense, of course, it's a paradox, but there's this way in which a recognition of the truly awful state of our affairs frees us from any hope of making it better, and it also makes us much more sympathetic and kind towards the people we live among, even as we are kind of withdrawing from them, perhaps inwardly. So that is the conclusion of this essay. I hope you found this video helpful and rewarding. I'll try to get into some other essays from Studies in Pessimism in future videos. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. The second essay in Studies in Pessimism is titled On the Vanity of Existence. Schopenhauer begins by talking about the nature of time and how it is that time shows us the futility, the vanity of all of our struggles. He speaks a little bit about the value of human life and how it is that in a world of constant flux and motion and becoming, there can be no final happiness for beings such as us. He talks a bit about why it is that will, this fundamental force in his metaphysics, is always going to be frustrated in this life. We're never going to find the actual satisfaction of our desire. It will simply be endless desire, again, in line with the title, in vain, the vanity of our existence. And towards the end of the essay, he speaks a bit about boredom, and his analysis of boredom, he claims, shows us, if we had any doubt, that our life has no intrinsic value. So watch for those things as we go. With that prologue, here is Schopenhauer on the vanity of existence. The vanity of existence. This vanity finds expression in the whole way in which things exist, in the infinite nature of time and space, as opposed to the finite nature of the individual in both, in the ever-passing present moment as the only mode of actual existence, in the interdependence and relativity of all things, in continual becoming without ever being, in constant wishing and never being satisfied, in the long battle which forms the history of life, where every effort is checked by difficulties and stopped until they are overcome. Time is that in which all things pass away. It is merely the form under which the will to live, the thing in itself and therefore imperishable, has revealed to it that its efforts are in vain. It is that agent by which at every moment all things in our hands become as nothing, and lose any real value they possess. That which has been exists no more. It exists as little as that which has never been. But of everything that exists, you must say, in the next moment, that it has been. Hence, something of great importance, now past, is inferior to something of little importance, now present, in that the latter is a reality and related to the former as something to nothing. A man finds himself, to his great astonishment, suddenly existing, after thousands and thousands of years of non-existence. He lives for a little while, And then again comes an equally long period when he must exist no more. The heart rebels against this and feels that it cannot be true. The crudest intellect cannot speculate on such a subject without having a presentiment that time is something ideal in its nature. This ideality of time and space is the key to every true system of metaphysics, because it provides for quite another order of things than is to be met with in the domain of nature. This is why Kant is so great. We'll pause there for a moment. Schopenhauer is connecting first off the vanity of existence with his deep metaphysics of the will, this idea that the fundamental life force that is the true reality of the universe is will, this struggle or desire that sort of wells up and takes shape in each of us as an individual in terms of our desires, and in animals in terms of their life, their striving to live. This desire is ultimately frustrated in that each of us dies. We don't achieve what we desire. And so understanding this seems to be the key moral lesson that Schopenhauer's philosophy is trying to teach us. So to try to explain a little bit of this without pausing for too long, Schopenhauer dwells on the fact that of things that exist, only the present things do in fact exist. Things which are past are just as non-existent as if they never were. And so the most important thing, a few minutes after it has ceases to exist, is less important than the most insignificant, mite of dust that does in fact exist. So to be is to be in the present, to be real, and things are constantly passing out of reality. Even consider our own lifetimes. We have the years that we have, preceded by and succeeded by vast lengths of time of non-existence. And this is the thing that we sort of cry out against internally, that we are imprisoned in, thrown into time. We cannot escape from time. And I think that's part of what he means here by talking about the heart has, even the crudest intellect has a presentiment that we're dealing here with something ideal. And this is a difficult concept to explain in metaphysics for the beginner. He does praise Kant in this regard, right? The ideality of time and space, that these are ideal things, not realities beyond us. The best way I can try to explain this is to say first that time and space are elements of our own consciousness. So when I think about time and when I think about space, I'm talking not about some reality outside of me, which I discover. So, oh, there's time, there's space. I'm talking instead about structures of my consciousness that are part of every experience that I have of the world. My life, my consciousness is a temporal consciousness. It is a spatial consciousness. I encounter things. I bring these categories with me to all the objects of my experience. Maybe a better way to put it that stays away from the technical language is that time is just inescapable for us. We are not able to exist in any other way than in time, and in this sort of constant, almost outrageous and lamentable passing from existence into non-existence as we go from being in the present to being in the past. Each of the things that we love and that we anticipate and that we enjoy only for that brief moment of reality that time allows us to have them. And he says at the end of this passage that the reason Kant is so great is because the recognition that time and space are ideal opens up to us a recognition that there is perhaps a world of things in themselves outside of space and time, not accessible to us through experience, where there may be a greater, better kind of reality, something beyond the natural. So that's where metaphysics should lead us, according to this school of thought. Schopenhauer goes on. Of every event in our life, we can say only for one moment that it is, forever after that it was. Every evening we are poorer by a day. It might perhaps make us mad to see how rapidly our short span of time ebbs away. If it were not that in the furthest depths of our being we are secretly conscious of our share in the inexhaustible spring of eternity, so that we can always hope to find life in it again. Consideration of this kind, touched on above, might indeed lead us to embrace the belief that the greatest wisdom is to make the enjoyment of the present the supreme object of life, because that is the only reality, all else being merely the play of thought. On the other hand, such a course might just as well be called the greatest folly, for that which in the next moment exists no more, and vanishes utterly like a dream, can never be worth a serious effort. I think in one paragraph here, Schopenhauer has raised both the appeal of hedonism, enjoy the present moment because it's the only reality, and the vanity or futility of hedonism. What's going to pass away instantaneously is not worth a serious effort by a serious being. Again, he's pointing, I think, towards this other world that we should direct our attention to in some fashion. The whole foundation on which our existence rests is the present, the ever-fleeting present. It lies, then, in the very nature of our existence to take the form of constant motion, and to offer no possibility of our ever attaining the rest for which we are always striving. We are like a man running downhill who cannot keep on his legs unless he runs on, and will invariably fall if he stops. Or, again, like a pole balanced on the tip of a finger. Or like a planet which would fall into the sun the moment it ceased to hurry forward on its way. Unrest is the mark of existence. In a world where all is unstable and naught can endure, but is swept onwards at once in the hurrying whirlpool of change, where a man, if he is to keep erect at all, must always be advancing and moving like an acrobat on a rope, in such a world, happiness is inconceivable. How can it dwell where, as Plato says, continual becoming and never being is the sole form of existence? In the first place, a man never is happy, but spends his whole life in striving after something which he thinks will make him so. He seldom attains his goal, and when he does, it is only to be disappointed. He is mostly shipwrecked in the end, and comes into harbor with masts and rigging gone. And then it is all one whether he has been happy or miserable, for his life was never anything more than a present moment always vanishing, and now it is over. Some powerful writing, I think, in this paragraph, connecting with Plato, the idea that this world is the world of becoming and there is a higher world of being. This world, however, has no stability and constant flux. I like the image of a man running downhill, only able to keep his balance by constantly moving forward. And our life, one not of happiness, but of constant striving. We're constantly reaching towards the next thing that we think will make us happy. But when we come to our death, another great image here, a ship coming into harbor with its masts broken and its rigging gone. It's only just barely survived the storm. At that point, does it matter much what the present moments that are now gone in the past and don't exist, what they were spent on? And this, again, the essay is about the vanity of existence. Going on. At the same time, it is a wonderful thing that in the world of human beings, as in that of animals in general, this manifold, restless motion is produced and kept up by the agency of two simple impulses, hunger and the sexual instinct, aided a little perhaps by the influence of boredom, but nothing else. And that, in the theater of life, these suffice to form the primum mobile of how complicated the machinery, setting in motion how strange and varied a scene. On looking a little closer, we find that inorganic matter presents a constant conflict between chemical forces, which eventually works dissolution. And on the other hand, that organic life is impossible without continual change of matter, and cannot exist if it does not receive perpetual help from without. This is the realm of finality, and its opposite would be an infinite existence, exposed to no attack from without, and needing nothing to support it. Greek. Here he quotes some Greek. I'm not going to try to pronounce it. The realm of eternal peace. More Greek. Some timeless, changeless state, one and undiversified, the negative knowledge of which forms the dominant note of the Platonic philosophy. It is to some such state as this that the denial of the will to live opens up the way. Pause to comment again for just a moment that the life of humans and animals, our constant striving, leading eventually to our death, unsatisfied as ever, is produced simply by two things: our desire for food and our desire for sex. Aided a little bit perhaps by boredom, that occasionally the boredom presses upon us. He'll say more about boredom in the pages ahead. And that in this world we are looking at, he says, finality. I'm going to take that here to mean that our things are coming to an end, because the opposite of this would be to live an infinite existence. We might think, we may or may not think that desirable, but we ought to consider how completely opposite to our current way of living an infinite existence would be. This is what he's pointing to then as part of this Platonic realm of the forms, this timeless, changeless state, the negative knowledge of which, knowing that we are not in it and knowing what it is not, like it's not changeable, it's not in time, is what Platonic philosophy is about. If we deny our will to live, if we practice this kind of self-denial and this moving towards giving up on desire, we are perhaps opening up, becoming open to such a future state. So that this being something like the nirvana, the non-existence that Schopenhauer would offer to us as the objective reality that is the other world beyond the world of change. Schopenhauer continues, "The scenes of our life are like pictures done in rough mosaic. Looked at close, they produce no effect. There is nothing beautiful to be found in them unless you stand some distance off. So, to gain anything we have longed for is only to discover how vain and empty it is. And even though we are always living in expectation of better things, at the same time we often repent and long to have the past back again. We look upon the present as something to be put up with while it lasts, and serving only as the way towards our goal. Hence, most people, if they glance back when they have come to the end of life, will find that all along they had been living ad interim. They will be surprised to find that the very thing they disregarded and let slip by unenjoyed was just the life in the expectation of which they passed all their time. Of how many a man may it not be said that hope made a fool of him until he danced into the arms of death?" There's something rather tragic, I think, rather sad about some of these musings, that as a young man, I'm always thinking of myself moving towards the next thing, the next achievement, the next degree, the next job, the next conquest, as though it would make me happy. But of course, at the end of life, I look back, I may think, I wish I had those moments back again to spend differently, that they don't exist now. I mean, that would be the case regardless of how I had invested them. Okay, another great passage from previously in the essay. Every day we are poorer by one day. Okay, and the recognition that, yeah, my whole life has passed. I've been living constantly in the expectation that I'm going to be getting somewhere, and I find, because all desire is ultimately unfulfilled and futile, I find that I have been a fool. Right? Hope has made a fool of me until I dance into the arms of death. I'm always expecting something better and something better, and then not only do I not get it, I arrive at the end, and I'm never going to get it. So, going on now. Then again, how insatiable a creature is man! Every satisfaction he attains lays the seeds of some new desire, so that there is no end to the wishes of each individual will. And why is this? The real reason is simply that, taken in itself, will, capital W, is the Lord of all worlds. Everything belongs to it, and therefore no one single thing can ever give it satisfaction, but only the whole, which is endless. For all that, it must rouse our sympathy to think how very little the will, this Lord of the world, really gets when it takes the form of an individual, usually only just enough to keep the body together. This is why man is so very miserable. I'll pause again for a comment here, although it's just one paragraph. We are insatiable, we have constant desires. Why? Because will, this fundamental life force of struggle, of striving that takes shape in each individual, is by its very nature can never be satisfied by any single thing or any collection of things in the world. It wants the whole of the world. It is, in its very nature, infinite in its desire for its object. And I can't have the whole world, the whole of things, existing as I do in time and having only the tiny sliver of the present in which to experience whatever my desire or object of my desire turns out to be. So, as a being who is will taken shape in a single individual with my own sort of individual struggles for my own individual pleasures, my own hungers and sexual drives, I'm I'm doomed never to achieve the satisfaction that will by its very nature is oriented towards the possession of the whole. So what do I have? Well, I have just enough will and struggle to keep me alive, to keep my body together and going. I would observe this as well in the lower animals, right? They have just enough will and sort of life force to keep them going, perpetuating their species, eating enough to keep going, scamper off to escape from predators, etc. That's what life is. Schopenhauer goes on. Life presents itself chiefly as a task. The task, I mean, of subsisting at all, gagner sa vie. If this is accomplished, life is a burden, and then there comes the second task of doing something with that which has been won, of warding off boredom, which, like a bird of prey, hovers over us, ready to fall wherever it sees a life secure from need. The first task is to win something, the second to banish the feeling that it has been won. Otherwise, it is a burden. Human life must be some kind of mistake. The truth of this will be sufficiently obvious if we only remember that man is a compound of needs and necessities hard to satisfy, and that even when they are satisfied, all he obtains is a state of painlessness, where nothing remains to him but abandonment to boredom. This is direct proof that existence has no real value in itself. For what is boredom but the feeling of the emptiness of life? If life, the craving for which is the very essence of our being, were possessed of any positive intrinsic value, there would be no such thing as boredom at all. Mere existence would satisfy us in itself, and we should want for nothing. But as it is, we take no delight in existence except when we are struggling for something. And then, distance and difficulties to be overcome make our goal look as though it would satisfy us, an illusion which vanishes when we reach it. Or else, when we are occupied with some purely intellectual interest, when in reality we have stepped forth from life to look upon it from the outside, much after the manner of spectators at a play. And even sensual pleasure itself means nothing but a struggle and aspiration, ceasing the moment its aim is attained. Whenever we are not occupied in one of these ways, but cast upon existence itself, its vain and worthless nature is brought home to us, And this is what we mean by boredom. The hankering after what is strange and uncommon, an innate and ineradicable tendency of human nature, shows how glad we are of any interruption of that natural course of affairs, which is so very tedious. I'll pause for one more comment here. Human life is a mistake. Life is a task. First, life is a task, right? We want to remain alive. And then now, having remained alive, I have got all these present moments to spend one at a time in succession to ward off boredom. This is this great turn of phrase. Having won my life by remaining alive, now I have to banish the feeling from my mind that it, in fact, is something that has been won. I have to occupy it in a way that causes me to forget that I have it. To forget it itself, to be aware of my existence as existence, to be aware of the present moment as the present. That's what boredom is. It's this kind of subjective experience of the utter emptiness of my being alive at all, which of course was the thing that like will is driving me to attain and maintain at all cost. The more prosperous, the more secure I am, the better I should feel, the more I should enjoy life. And yet he says in this passage, life is the one thing that I can't enjoy. I fill my life with my desire, my will, the things or the distant object, which because it's distant looks like it must be glorious to have. When I arrive at it, like a mirage or like something that would be distorted by distance, by fog and heat waves, I discover it really wasn't all that. It's certainly not something that would have been worthwhile for me to spend time trying to acquire. And yet, the next object in the distance is the thing that I struggle and strive towards. If I stop doing this, I run the risk of achieving boredom. How do I escape from this cycle of desire and boredom? The hint here is in the intellectual pursuit, in becoming, we might say, a Schopenhauerian philosopher, and in recognizing this, the vanity of existence, the futility, and of stepping outside of it, outside of the realm of struggle. Quite a challenging teaching here to place alongside Pascal about the nature of boredom. Schopenhauer seems to be going farther than Pascal to say that the fact that we experience boredom indicates that life, having life itself, existing, is not an intrinsic good, because when we're left alone doing just that, we find it intolerable. We don't enjoy it. We become bored. So, finishing the essay now, Schopenhauer concludes that this most perfect manifestation of the will to live, the human organism, with the cunning and complex working of its machinery, must fall to dust and yield up itself and all its strivings to extinction. This is the naive way in which nature, who is always so true and sincere in what she says, proclaims the whole struggle of this will as, in its very essence, barren and unprofitable. Were it of any value in itself, anything unconditioned and absolute, it would not thus end in mere nothing. If we turn from contemplating the world as a whole, and in particular the generations of men as they live their little hour of mock existence, and then are swept away in rapid succession, if we turn from this and look at life in its small details, as presented, say, in a comedy, how ridiculous it all seems. It is like a drop of water as seen through a microscope, a single drop teeming with infusoria, or a speck of cheese full of mites invisible to the naked eye. How we laugh as they bustle about so eagerly and struggle with one another in so tiny a space. And whether here or in the little span of human life, this terrible activity produces a comic effect. It is only in the microscope that our life looks so big. It is an indivisible point drawn out and magnified by the powerful lenses of time and space. That is the conclusion of the essay. And I think here in that final passage, definitely an echo of something said by Pascal about the world, the universe as a circle with its center everywhere and its perimeter nowhere. I've forgotten the precise quote, but I should look that up. There is no more perfect manifestation of the will to live than this human being, and nature, by bringing human beings, even the sort of most magnificent and complex machinery for living and expressing the will to live, even they die without satisfying their desire, and they die lives of futility and nothingness. And this is sort of nature's lesson that, guess what? Will itself is futile and unprofitable. Don't do it. The wise person will withhold from the struggle, will pull back. And this final image of looking at small microorganisms in a drop of water under the microscope. We sort of chuckle. Oh, look at how they struggle and bump against each other. Look at how each one of them tries to perhaps outdo the others or maintain itself at the expense of the others. Look at them struggling to live. This is our life, which only looks so big because we see it under the microscope of time, because we experience each element of our life through that sort of narrow lens of the present moment, which magnifies it to out of all proportion to its true value. So what is ultimately meaningless seems for us in every present moment of our lives in succession to be the most important thing of all. The escape from this is going to be, I think, for Schopenhauer, a certain kind of intellectual recognition and then a certain kind of practice of inner discipline and peace and withdrawal and calming of will in oneself so as to hope to escape from the futility and the vanity of existence. So that's my commentary on this essay. We'll take a look at the next essay on suicide in another video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. The third essay in Studies in Pessimism is on suicide. And I want to begin this video with a personal note. The 21st century context in which we live and think and act is rather different from Schopenhauer's writing in the mid-19th century. He approaches the question of suicide here as a legal and ethical question tied in with his metaphysics. It is an intellectual puzzle above all else. For us, in our place and time, there are very few of us who have not been touched by suicide at maybe 2 or 3 degrees of separation. So I think given the different social environment that we have, I want to begin by noting that anybody who's watching this video who is troubled by or contemplating suicide, troubled by thoughts of suicide, please reach out for help immediately. If I thought this video is not meant for you, it's not going to help you with any of the decisions that you're thinking about making. So I would encourage you to reach out to people who care about you and can assist you in your struggles. Every suicide is a tragedy these days, and it leaves a gaping wound in the lives of all of the survivors. So that's my first point to the very few people watching this who might need to hear it. Second point, if I think that this video is having a bad effect on people generally, then I will go ahead and delete it or edit it so that it ends right after this point. So if that's what happens, that's what you'll know, that's the decision that I've made. With that said, now that we're still here, let me tell you what to expect in this essay. Schopenhauer approaches the question of suicide, especially by way of attacking the legal and moral prohibitions on suicide, judgments that it is wrong and that it is a crime. He especially singles out the Christians and especially the British, the English, and he's thinking especially of their treatment of David Hume and his long-suppressed essay on suicide. And I should note for the curious that neither Hume nor Schopenhauer died by suicide. They both died of natural causes in their old age. So with all of the, so Schopenhauer will spend the first 2/3 or so of this essay's 7 pages talking about historical and moral examples against the question, against the conclusion that there should be any legal or ethical judgment against suicide in general. He gives us his own view at the end of the essay, and I'll give you, spoiler alert, the conclusion that he is against it. but not for the reasons that you might think. He's against suicide because it provides a temporary answer to a permanent problem. So I'll try to pay that off as we read through. Here is the essay. On suicide. As far as I know, none but the votaries of monotheistic, that is to say Jewish, religions look upon suicide as a crime. This is all the more striking, inasmuch as neither in the Old nor in the New Testament is there to be found any prohibition or positive disapproval of it, so that religious teachers are forced to base their condemnation of suicide on philosophical grounds of their own invention. These are so very bad that writers of this kind endeavor to make up for the weakness of their argument by the strong terms in which they express their abhorrence of the practice. In other words, they declaim against it. They tell us that suicide is the greatest piece of cowardice, that only a madman could be guilty of it, and other insipidities of the same kind. Or else they make the nonsensical remark that suicide is wrong, when it is quite obvious that there is nothing in the world to which every man has a more unassailable title than to his own life and person. Suicide, as I have said, is actually accounted a crime, and a crime which, especially under the vulgar bigotry that prevails in England, is followed by an ignominious burial and the seizure of a man's property. And for that reason, in a case of suicide, the jury almost always brings in a verdict of insanity. Now let the reader's own moral feelings decide as to whether or not suicide is a criminal act. Think of the impression that would be made upon you by the news that someone you know had committed a crime, say of murder or theft, or had been guilty of some act of cruelty or deception, and compare it with your feelings when you hear that he has met a voluntary death. While in the one case a lively sense of indignation and extreme resentment will be aroused, and you will call loudly for punishment or revenge, in the other you will be moved to grief and sympathy. And mingled with your thoughts will be admiration for his courage, rather than the moral disapproval which follows upon a wicked action. Who has not had acquaintances, friends, relations, who, of their own free will, have left this world? And are these to be thought of with horror as criminals? Most emphatically no. I am rather of the opinion that the clergy should be challenged to explain what right they have to go into the pulpit, or take up their pens, and stamp as a crime an action which many men whom we hold in affection and honor have committed, and to refuse an honorable burial to those who relinquish this world voluntarily. They have no biblical authority to boast of as justifying their condemnation of suicide, nay, not even any philosophical arguments that will hold water. And it must be understood that it is arguments we want, and that we will not be put off with mere phrases or words of abuse. If the criminal law forbids suicide, that is not an argument valid in the Church. And besides, the prohibition is ridiculous. For what penalty can frighten a man who is not afraid of death itself? If the law punishes people for trying to commit suicide, it is punishing the want of skill that makes the attempt a failure. I'll pause here at the end of the second page and note that my own moral feelings, I think, are quite different from Schopenhauer's in this regard. I'm not a 19th century intellectual, and I'm not bound up with, I don't have a whole coterie of friends who have committed suicide and who have departed this world voluntarily in some romantic fashion, like Lord Byron sailing off into the distance. My own experience is rather different, and my own judgments are rather different. I will leave aside for now comment on Schopenhauer's reasoning here. I think it is relatively poor, and I'm not that impressed with it. Let me go on. The ancients, moreover, were very far from regarding the matter in this light. Pliny says, "Life is not so desirable a thing as to be protracted at any cost. Whoever you are sure to die, even though your life has been full of abomination and crime. The chief of all remedies for a troubled mind is the feeling that among the blessings which nature gives to man, there is none greater than an opportune death. And the best of it is that every one can avail himself of it." And elsewhere, the same writer declares, Not even to God are all things possible, for he could not compass his own death, if he willed to die, and yet in all the miseries of our earthly life this is the best of his gifts to man. Nay, in Massilia, and on the Isle of Chios, the man who could give valid reasons for relinquishing his life was handed the cup of hemlock by the magistrate, and that too in public. And in ancient times, how many heroes and wise men died a voluntary death? Aristotle, it is true, declared suicide to be an offense against the state, although not against the person. But in Strobaeus' exposition of the peripatetic philosophy, there is the following remark. The good man should flee life when his misfortunes become too great. The bad man also, when he is too prosperous. And similarly, so he will marry and beget children and take part in the affairs of the state, and generally practice virtue, and at any time necessity compels him, he will depart to his place of refuge in the tomb. And we find that the Stoics actually praised suicide as a noble and heroic action, as hundreds of passages show, above all in the works of Seneca, who expresses the strongest approval of it. As is well known, the Hindus look upon suicide as a religious act, especially when it takes the form of self-immolation by widows, and also when it consists in casting oneself under the wheels of the chariot of the god at Juggernaut, or being eaten by crocodiles in the Ganges, or being drowned in the holy tanks in the temples, and so on. The same thing occurs on the stage, that mirror of life. For example, in L'Orphelin de la Chine, a celebrated Chinese play, almost all the noble characters end by suicide, without the slightest hint anywhere or any impression being produced on the spectator that they are committing a crime. And in our own theater it is much the same. Palmyra, for instance, in Mahomet, or Mortimer in Maria Stuart, Othello, Countess Zerky. Is Hamlet's monologue the meditation of a criminal? He merely declares that if we had any certainty of being annihilated by it, death would be infinitely preferable to the world as it is. But there lies the rub. The reasons advanced against suicide by the clergy of monotheistic, that is to say, Jewish religions, and by those philosophers who adapt themselves thereto, are weak sophisms which can easily be refuted. Footnote. See my treatise on the foundation of morals, section 5. The most thoroughgoing refutation of them is given by Hume in his essay on suicide. This did not appear until after his death, when it was immediately suppressed owing to the scandalous bigotry and outrageous ecclesiastical tyranny that prevailed in England, and hence only a very few copies of it were sold under cover of secrecy and at a high price. This and another treatise by that great man have come to us from Basel, and we may be thankful for the reprint. It is a great disgrace to the English nation that a purely philosophical treatise, which, proceeding from one of the first thinkers and writers in England, aimed at refuting the current arguments against suicide by the light of cold reason, should be forced to sneak about in that country, as though it were some rascally production, until at last it found refuge on the continent. And at the same time, it shows what a good conscience the Church has in such matters. In my chief work, I have explained the only valid reason existing against suicide on the score of mortality. It is this, that suicide thwarts the attainment of the highest moral aim by the fact that, for a real release from this world of misery, it substitutes one that is merely apparent. But from a mistake to a crime is a far cry, and it is as a crime that the clergy of Christendom wish us to regard suicide. The inmost kernel of Christianity is the truth that suffering, the cross, is the real end and object of life. Hence Christianity condemns suicide as thwarting this end, whilst the ancient world, taking a lower point of view, held it in approval, nay, in honor. Translator's footnote. Schopenhauer refers to Die Welt als Wille und Vorstellung, Volume 1, Section 69, where the reader may find the same argument stated at somewhat greater length. According to Schopenhauer, moral freedom, the highest ethical aim, is to be obtained only by a denial of the will to live. Far from being a denial, suicide is an emphatic assertion of this will. For it is in fleeing from the pleasures, not from the sufferings of life, that this denial consists. When a man destroys his existence as an individual, he is not by any means destroying his will to live. On the contrary, he would like to live if he could do so with satisfaction to himself, if he could assert his will against the power of circumstance, but circumstance is too strong for him. That's the end of the footnote by the translator T. Bailey Saunders. Now, back to Schopenhauer. But if that is to be accounted a valid reason against suicide, it involves the recognition of asceticism. That is to say, it is valid only from a much higher ethical standpoint than has ever been adopted by moral philosophers in Europe. If we abandon that high standpoint, there is no tenable reason left, on the score of morality, for condemning suicide. The extraordinary energy and zeal with which the clergy of monotheistic religions attack suicide is not supported by any passages in the Bible or by any considerations of weight, so that it looks as though they must have some secret reason for their contention. May it not be this, that the voluntary surrender of life is a bad compliment for him who said that all things were very good? If this is so, it offers another instance of the crass optimism of these religions, denouncing suicide to escape being denounced by it. It will generally be found that, as soon as the terrors of life reach the point at which they outweigh the terrors of death, a man will put an end to his life. But the terrors of death offer considerable resistance. They stand like a sentinel at the gate leading out of this world. Perhaps there is no man alive who would not have already put an end to his life if this end had been of a purely negative character. A sudden stoppage of existence. There is something positive about it. It is the destruction of the body, and a man shrinks from that because his body is the manifestation of the will to live. However, the struggle with that sentinel is, as a rule, not so hard as it may seem from a long way off, mainly in consequence of the antagonism between the ills of the body and the ills of the mind. If we are in great bodily pain, or a pain that lasts a long time, we become indifferent to other troubles. All we think about is to get well. In the same way, great mental suffering makes us insensible to bodily pain. We despise it. Nay, if it should outweigh the other, it distracts our thoughts, and we welcome it as a pause in mental suffering. It is this feeling that makes suicide easy, for the bodily pain that accompanies it loses all significance in the eyes of one who is tortured by an excess of mental suffering. This is especially evident in the case of those who are driven to suicide by some purely morbid and exaggerated ill humor. No special effort to overcome their feelings is necessary, nor do people require to be worked up in order to take the step. But as soon as the keeper into whose charge they are given leaves them for a couple of minutes, they quickly bring their life to an end. When in some dreadful and ghastly dream we reach the moment of greatest horror, it awakes us, thereby banishing all the hideous shapes that were born of the night. And life is a dream. When the moment of greatest horror compels us to break it off, the same thing happens. Suicide may also be regarded as an experiment, a question which man puts to nature, trying to force her to answer. The question is this: what change will death produce in a man's existence and in his insight into the nature of things? It is a clumsy experiment to make, for it involves the destruction of the very consciousness which puts the question and awaits the answer. That's the end of Schopenhauer's essay on suicide. And as I indicated at the beginning, I think his main target here are the Christians, and especially the English, the Anglican establishment, for their insistence that suicide is a crime, and he thinks also for their mistaken notion that suicide is in itself intrinsically unethical. He says it is unethical, but it is unethical for a very specific reason connected with Schopenhauer's idea of the ascetic way of life and the ultimate overcoming of the will to live. And as T. Bailey Saunders noted in his very helpful, I think, translator's footnote, the difficulty here is that suicide is an assertion of the will to live, not an overcoming of it. So that the proper approach to suffering in life is to stick it out, is to learn to withdraw from it, and to be able to survive and overcome it. That seems to be Schopenhauer's advice. His condemnation of Christianity and of the English especially, closely connected with his condemnation of the affirmation that all things are good, this sort of crass optimism, he thinks, of the all religions that are following from the Genesis story of God creating the world and saying that the world is good. So put this together with Schopenhauer's atheism, his skepticism, and his metaphysics of the will, and you have a condemnation of suicide by Schopenhauer, but on the grounds, as I said before, that it provides a temporary solution to a permanent problem rather than a permanent overcoming in asceticism and the discipline of the self. To withdraw from the will to live, to deny it, it involves an assertion of the will to live, or as he says at the end, a very clumsy experiment that can only be done one time. So that's all I'm going to do with Schopenhauer's essay on suicide. We'll look at the next essay in Studies in Pessimism, which is a dialogue on immortality, in another video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Essay 4 in Studies in Pessimism is titled Immortality, a Dialogue. The title is T. Bailey Saunders' title, and he begins this essay with a translator's footnote. Saunders writes, "The word immortality, Unsterblichkeit, does not occur in the original, nor would it in its usual application find a place in Schopenhauer's vocabulary. The word he uses is Unzerstörbarkeit, indestructibility. But I have preferred immortality, because that word is commonly associated with the subject touched upon in this little debate. If any critic doubts the wisdom of this preference, let me ask him to try his hand at a short, concise, and at the same time popularly intelligible rendering of the German original, which runs thus: Zur Lehre von der Unzerstörbarkeit unseres wahren Wesens durch den Tod, kleine dialogische Schlussbelustigung. Okay. I'm not going to try my hand at translating that. I'll just say that it's important for us to remember that although the title is Immortality, the subject is indestructibility, the question of whether the soul, specifically the individual soul, is destroyed or annihilated at death. We might say the question here is not where will I go, but will I be me after my death? This is a dialogue between two characters, Thrasymachus and Philalethes. Thrasymachus we recognize as the obnoxious interlocutor from the early books of Plato's Republic. We should expect to hear from him a viewpoint which is both fully self-confident and a bit combative, while also being rather anti-intellectual or shallow. The other character Schopenhauer is named Philalethes, the lover of Lethe, of forgetfulness or of death. And I think it's in Philalethes' views that we find something like a version of Schopenhauer's views, although not, given the dialogue form, not perhaps precisely what he thinks. A few months ago, as an experiment, I produced a side-by-side split-screen performance of this dialogue with me reading both sides, Philalethes on the left and Thrasymachus on the right, I believe. What I'm going to do now is to share that with you in place of my reading this dialogue. It's quite short. I will interrupt it twice for my commentary and explanations of what I think is going on, and then offer some comments at the end. So here is my performance of Immortality, a Dialogue. Here we go. Tell me now, in one word, what shall I be after my death? And mind you be clear and precise. All and nothing. I thought so. I gave you a problem and you solve it by contradiction. That's a very stale trick. Yes, but you raise transcendental questions and you expect me to answer them in language that is only made for immanent knowledge. It's no wonder that a contradiction ensues. What do you mean by transcendental questions and immanent knowledge? I've heard these expressions before, of course. They're not new to me. The professor was fond of using them, but only as predicates of the deity, and he never talked of anything else, which was quite all right and proper. He argued thus: if the deity was the world itself, he was immanent, and if he was somewhere outside it, he was transcendent. Nothing could be clearer and more obvious. You knew where you were. But this Kantian rigmarole won't do anymore. It's antiquated and no longer applicable to modern ideas. Why, we've had a whole row of eminent men in the metropolis of German learning. German humbug, he means. The mighty Schleiermacher, for instance, and that gigantic intellect Hegel. And at this time of day, we've abandoned all that nonsense. I should rather say we're so far beyond it that we can't put up with it anymore. What's the use of it then? What does it all mean? Transcendental knowledge is knowledge which passes beyond the bounds of possible experience and strives to determine the nature of things as they are in themselves. Immanent knowledge, on the other hand, is knowledge which confines itself entirely within those bounds, so that it cannot apply to anything but actual phenomena. As far as you are an individual, death will be the end of you. But your individuality is not your true and inmost being. It is only the outward manifestation of it. It is not the thing in itself, but only the phenomenon presented in the form of time, and therefore with a beginning and an end. But your real being knows neither time, nor beginning, nor end, nor yet the limits of any given individual. It is everywhere present in every individual, and no individual can exist apart from it. So when death comes, on the one hand, you are annihilated as an individual, on the other, you are and remain everything. And that is what I meant when I said that after your death you will be all and nothing. It's difficult to find a more precise answer to your question and at the same time be brief. The answer is contradictory, I admit, but it is so simply because your life is in time, and the immortal part of you in eternity. You may put the matter thus: your immortal part is something that does not last in time, and yet is indestructible. But there you have another contradiction. You see what happens by trying to bring the transcendental within the limits of immanent knowledge. It is in some sort doing violence to the latter by misusing it for ends it was never meant to serve. My first comment. So, what's happening here at the beginning? We have this discussion situated in the midst of post Kantian debates in philosophy. We find one thinker, Thrasymachus, arguing that this Kantian rigmarole is antiquated, that Schleiermacher and Hegel have by far the superior philosophers, got beyond all that Kantian business now. We should recollect that Schopenhauer thinks quite highly of Kant. And then we have, amid this discussion of German humbug, Philalethes says, Philalethes' first long speech, where he draws a distinction between the transcendental and immanent knowledge. Transcendental knowledge is knowledge beyond the bounds of all possible experience, what we call the noumenal in Kant. And immanent knowledge is confined to the boundaries of phenomena. But, and here's the beginning of a theme that we'll see run through the rest of this short dialogue, your individuality is not your true and inmost being. I might say that's the key mistake that I think Schopenhauer is trying to identify, call our attention to, and correct in this dialogue. If he's teaching us anything, it's that that's a mistake. You are the you-ness of you is not the most important realist bit of you, your existence. Schopenhauer is inviting us to think in a radically different way about what it means to be an individual, much less a philosopher and an intellectual, thinking about one's own individuality. Your real being knows neither limits nor ends. The thing in itself he refers to here is, for Schopenhauer, the will, right? Will with a capital W. There's this life force, this struggling and striving, which takes the form of individuals in this world and in this lifetime. And we might say that this mistake about individuality comes about because each of us is will contained in or expressed through the limited being of an individual, of a human being. But this individuality itself is, Schopenhauer might say elsewhere, a kind of mistake, right? And we are wrong to value it as highly as we do. So when death comes, you're annihilated as an individual, he says. But this is very difficult to talk about because we're trying to use transcendental categories to describe the sort of subjective experience of being a bit of will. So that's the end of my comment on this part. I'm going to let the two take it away for the middle part of the dialogue. Here we go.
Look here, I shan't give tuppence for your immortality unless I'm to remain an individual.
Well, perhaps I may be able to satisfy you on this point. Suppose I guarantee that after death you shall remain an individual, but only on condition that you first spend 3 months of complete unconsciousness.
I shall have no objection to that.
But remember, if people are completely unconscious, they take no account of time. So when you are dead, it's all the same to you whether 3 months pass in the world of consciousness or 10,000 years. In the one case, as in the other, it is simply a matter of believing what is told you when you awake. So far, then, you can afford to be indifferent whether it is 3 months or 10,000 years that pass before you recover your individuality.
Yes, if it comes to that, I suppose you're right.
And if by chance, after those 10,000 years have gone by, no one ever thinks of awakening you, I fancy it would be no great misfortune. You would have become quite accustomed to non existence after so long a spell of it, following upon such a very few years of life. At any rate, you may be sure that you would be perfectly ignorant of the whole thing. Further, if you knew that the mysterious power which keeps you in your present state of life had never once ceased in those 10,000 years to bring forth other phenomena like yourself and to endow them with life, it would fully console you. My second pause for comment, I just want to say that I'm not terribly impressed with Philolethes' reasoning in this middle part of the dialogue, his suggestion that you might remain an individual but spend 3 months spend 3 months unconscious. That actually is a bit of cleverness because, as Thrasymachus discovers after agreeing to this, being unconscious is really subjectively the same as being dead. You don't really form the idea of having been unconscious until you are conscious again, looking back over it, and you ask yourself, "How long was I out?" You reform your sense of self, taking into account the gap, whether it was 8 hours or 8 months, the gap in your consciousness. So that then invites Philolethes to make this point that, well, suppose you never woke up, right? Being unconscious forever would not be so terrible a thing as you might suppose. This idea of saying, well, you spend 10,000 years not existing, how would you even notice it? Seems to me a little bit glib. And this idea that you should be fully consoled by this almost feels like a little bit of playful banter. Like there's a sort of thinly disguised sophism going on here. You would have become accustomed to non-existence after so long a spell. I think some of that is said in at least partially in jest, and Thrasymachus, as we'll see in a moment, gets angry at it. So we'll go now into the last part of the dialogue, the last few pages. Thrasymachus gives his final response, demanding a defense of his individuality as a lasting part of his soul's indestructibility, and we'll get Philolethes' final response. Here it is.
Indeed. So you think you're quietly going to do me out of my individuality with all this fine talk. But I'm up to your tricks. I tell you, I won't exist unless I have my individuality. I'm not going to be put off with mysterious powers and what you call phenomena. I can't do without my individuality, and I won't give it up. You mean, I suppose, that your individuality is such a delightful thing, so splendid, so perfect and beyond compare, that you can't imagine anything better. Aren't you ready to exchange your present state for one which, if we can judge by what is told us, may possibly be superior and more endurable? Don't you see that my individuality, be it what it may, is my very self? To me, it is the most important thing in the world. For God is God and I am I. I want to exist. I. That's the main thing. I don't care about an existence which has to be proved to be mine before I can believe it. Think what you're doing. When you say, I want to exist, it is not you alone that says this. Everything says it. Absolutely everything that has the faintest trace of consciousness. It follows then that this desire of yours is just the part of you that is not individual, the part that is common to all things without distinction. It is the cry not of the individual, but of existence itself. It is the intrinsic element in everything that exists. Nay, it is the cause of anything existing at all. This desire craves for, and so is satisfied with, nothing less than existence in general, not any definite individual existence. No, that is not its aim. It seems to be so only because this desire, this will, attains consciousness only in the individual, and therefore looks as though it were concerned with nothing but the individual. But there lies the illusion. An illusion, it is true, in which the individual is held fast, but if he reflects, he can break the fetters and set himself free. It is only indirectly, I say, that the individual has this violent craving for existence. It is the will to live which is the real and direct aspirant, alike and identical in all things. Since then existence is the free work, nay, the mere reflection of the will, where existence is, there too must be will. And for the moment the will finds itself in existence itself, so far I mean as that which never rests, but presses forward eternally, can ever find any satisfaction at all. The will is careless of the individual. The individual is not its business, although, as I've said, this seems to be the case, because the individual has no direct consciousness of will except in himself. The effect of this is to make the individual careful to maintain his own existence. And if this were not so, there would be no surety for the preservation of the species. From all this, it is clear that individuality is not a form of perfection, but rather of limitation. And so to be freed from it is not loss, but gain. Trouble yourself no more about the matter. Once thoroughly recognize what you are and what your existence really is, namely, the universal will to live, and the whole question will seem to you childish and most ridiculous. You're childish yourself and most ridiculous, like all philosophers. And if a man of my age lets himself in for a quarter of an hour's talk with such fools, it is only because it amuses me and passes the time. I've more important business to attend to. So, goodbye.
My final comment. That's the end of the dialogue. And we have this great expression Thrasymachus uses, right? I want to exist. You're not gonna trick me out of my individuality. Tell me that I will live forever and continue to exist, but not as an individual, unless I am myself. I am Robert or Arthur or Christopher or Jessica. Unless it's that very individual person who continues to exist, then all the rest of this is just wordplay. Because the kind of existence that I have to prove is mine after I have it doesn't attract me. But I think Philolethes' final speech here is about the clearest expression of something like this Schopenhauerian view of the afterlife or of the indestructibility of the soul, so to speak. The character of the soul under this broad metaphysics of will, where the thing in itself, the fundamental reality about human life is will or striving or struggle. And of course, the wise thing to do is to back off from that, to escape from the pull and the misery of will and struggle. So, what does Philolethes say here? When you say, I want to exist, You are not the only one who says that. Everyone says that. Everyone wants to be themselves, wants to be I. You and me and him and her, the dog, the worm, the insect. Everything wants to continue being itself, meaning that this desire of yours is just the part of you that is not individual. Okay, that's clever. I wonder if it's not a little bit too clever. It is the part that is common to all things. What do all things want? All things want to go on being themselves. And so, what is it that's unique about you? Well, it's not your desire to go on being you, unless you think, as he says previously here, you think that your precious individuality is so important that it's worth um, better beyond that. There's nothing, no possible state of existence afterwards or after this life that could possibly be superior to it. The suggestion again here being there's a mistake on your part motivated by or sort of driven by your mistake about yourself and your being that because of your faulty metaphysics, because you haven't realized the true nature of will and struggle in human life. The desire that craves for and is satisfied nothing less than existence in general, not any individual definite existence. This ties in with things that Schopenhauer has said elsewhere in this book, that will itself wants the whole, it wants everything. And so it can't be satisfied with any finite lifespan, with anything that I can achieve in this life, and even the sort of preservation of this life immortally would not satisfy will. Will would still be frustrated, would still be sort of struggling and striving towards something further. It seems to be this way only because will attains consciousness only in the individual, and therefore it looks as though it were concerned with nothing but the individual. So what's happened here? Each of us is a manifestation of will. Every living thing is a manifestation of will, including social insects like ants, including my dog, um, every human being. They all are will, fundamentally. But when will takes the shape of a human being with a reflective intellect and the ability to think about and sort of cognize about itself to become self-conscious, well, in that unique case, will has taken the form of an individual. And therefore, whenever will is doing the thinking thing about itself, it's thinking about its individual reality in that particular person. But since you and I are nothing but will having taken the temporary form of an individual, it is a mistake for us to think that our individuality is part of the thing in itself, part of our sort of inmost realist being, such that I would be frustrated if I did not get to be Christopher in the afterlife, or if Robert did not get to be Robert in the afterlife. I'd say that's kind of a cheat, right? Didn't he lose out on that? Schopenhauer is suggesting here that really individuation is a kind of limitation of will that will be transcended. You will throw off the finitude of individuality at death. And that's something to be looked forward to, not to be lamented. The effect of this, let's see. Individuality is not a form of perfection, but rather a form of limitation. That's about as clearly as it can be put. To be freed from it is not loss, but gain. And the dialogue, of course, ends then with the exchange of insults. Thrasymachus says, I have no more time for this. This is childish and foolish in the extreme. I'm not in any way convinced, which is just what one might expect from a dialogue with a character named Thrasymachus. So that's my quick look, sharing with you this essay from Schopenhauer's Studies in Pessimism. The next section of Studies in Pessimism is a long section of short psychological observations. We'll look at that in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. The fifth section of Studies in Pessimism is titled Psychological Observations. This is another section of T. Bailey Saunders' own creation. He mentions in his introductory note that the contents of this section, along with the contents of a similar section in a previous translation by Saunders, a previous work translated by Saunders, practically exhausts the content of the section by this title in Schopenhauer's German work. So we're dealing here with another text where the English does not track exactly the order and the arrangement of material given to it by Schopenhauer himself. So I wanted to make sure you knew that from the beginning. This section is over 20 pages long in this version that I'll be reading from, and it contains, by my count, about 40 observations. Some of these are long and some of these are quite short, so I've decided in this video to share with you the first 8 of these, and I'll offer some brief commentary on each one. Here's the first. There is an unconscious propriety in the way in which, in all European languages, the word person is commonly used to denote a human being. The real meaning of persona is a mask, such as actors were accustomed to wear on the ancient stage. And it is quite true that no one shows himself as he is, but wears his mask and plays his part. Indeed, the whole of our social arrangements may be likened to a perpetual comedy. And this is why a man who is worth anything finds society so insipid, while a blockhead is quite at home in it. This is an observation that tracks very closely something Schopenhauer said in Counsels and Maxims, which has been the subject of what is to date my most popular video with the title Why Society Hates Intelligence. I'll link to it up above right now and also in the description below. Schopenhauer noting that to be a human being is to be a person. To be a person has this sort of etymology of to wear a mask, and this is the nature of society, and this accounts for why it is that the rare person of intellectual power and who values truth and truth-telling will be frustrated and find it to be just a sort of public comedy. Right? There's a reason why a person of quality finds himself at a loose end in society, whereas the person of lower, say, fewer gifts finds himself quite at home. Right? There's no difficulty with this because it's all just a matter of play acting, all sorts of things. So, second observation. Reason deserves to be called a prophet, for in showing us the consequence and effect of our actions in the present, does it not tell us what the future will be? This is precisely why reason is such an excellent power of restraint in moments when we are possessed by some base passion, some fit of anger, some covetous desire that will lead us to do things whereof we must presently repent. And so, what have we here? Another an observation. Reason has this kind of prophetic office in our life, doesn't it? Because it shows us how what we're suffering now is the result of the mistakes we made in the past, let us say. But at the same time, isn't that also a foretelling of the future? My reason is saying to me, look, if you do the same thing now or in the near future, this is what will happen again. And so it's up to me to listen to this prophetic voice. Ah, yes, the future is going to be like that because I have seen, using reason, the cause and effect links between my behavior and my suffering. It also suggests, if we flip this around, that there are certain people who will not listen to reason, and they are like people who are ignoring the advice of the prophet, the seer, who can tell the future. And those are the people who will give in to their passions, their anger, their desires at moments when they ought not to, and therefore will acquire this need to rebuke themselves in the future. So an interesting connection of reason with this sort of prophetic office, right? Don't do that. You'll regret it because the cause and effect links that reason uniquely is able to see. Schopenhauer's third observation in this section is one that I made a video about many years ago, just dealing with the quote. This one is about hatred and contempt. Here it is. Hatred comes from the heart, contempt from the head, and neither feeling is quite within our control. For we cannot alter our heart, its basis is determined by motives, and our head deals with objective facts and applies to them rules which are immutable. Any given individual is the union of a particular heart with a particular head. And by the way, I think that's a nice way of classifying psychologically different people. The heart has a certain character, certain motives. The head has a certain character, a certain ability to grasp the objective facts and apply the immutable rules to them. And in whatever that combination is, you have the majority of the personality of the person. Going back to Schopenhauer now. Hatred and contempt are diametrically opposed and mutually exclusive. There are even not a few cases where hatred of a person is rooted in nothing but forced esteem for his qualities. I like to pause again, even though it's in the middle of a paragraph, and note that's a remarkable observation about human psychology. Some hatred is provoked by nothing more than the the mandate, sort of the rational mandate that I admire somebody's character. It's because I admire his qualities and his character so much that I hate him as much as I do. I think that's a rather valuable insight to grasp, that hatred is entirely compatible with a certain type of admiration. In fact, the hatred comes from the admiration. Back to Schopenhauer now. And besides, if a man sets out to hate all the miserable creatures he meets, he will not have much energy left for anything else, whereas he can despise them, one and all, with the greatest ease. True, genuine contempt is just the reverse of true, genuine pride. It keeps quite quiet and gives no sign of its existence. For if a man shows that he despises you, he signifies at least this much regard for you, that he wants to let you know how little he appreciates you, and his wish is dictated by hatred, which cannot exist with real contempt. On the contrary, if it is genuine, it is simply the conviction that the object of it is a man of no value at all. Contempt is not incompatible with indulgent and kindly treatment, and for the sake of one's own peace and safety, this should not be omitted. It will prevent irritation, and there is no one who cannot do harm if he is roused to it. But if this pure, cold, sincere contempt ever shows itself, it will be met with the most truculent hatred, for the despised person is not in a position to fight contempt with its own weapons. That's the end of this observation about hatred and contempt. They are diametrically opposed and mutually exclusive. You cannot feel contempt and hatred for the same object. And what is the difference between them? True, genuine contempt has a kind of loftiness to it, right? It looks down and it is secretive. It feels no need to reveal itself. In fact, he even says, if somebody tries to make you understand that he has contempt for you, he doesn't have contempt for you because he cares enough about your opinion to take sort of pleasure in letting you know that he has a low opinion of you. And I love this expression, pure, cold, sincere contempt. There's something very icy and withdrawn about contempt, which makes it secret, and is not incompatible with being indulgent and kindly towards people for whom you have contempt. Why? Not because you feel warmly towards them, but precisely the opposite reason. You feel nothing whatever for them, but you want to move about safely in society, and so you treat them well. We might say out of your own self-interest, not from any sort of an inner motive of warm feeling for them. And then finally, this suggestion, a sort of further motive to keep contempt secret, is that if it ever is shown, it will provoke the most violent hatred. Why? Because the people who are contemned cannot match the same expression back. There's an asymmetry, right? There's a strong gradient of high and low here. And so contempt, if it is known, will be met with with violent hatred, which is the only weapon of the low. People who are familiar with Nietzsche and his discussion of the difference between the master moralist and the slave moralist will see an obvious connection here. Let's go on to the fourth observation in this section. Melancholy is a very different thing from bad humor, and of the two, it is not nearly so far removed from a gay and happy temperament. Melancholy attracts, while bad humor repels. Hypochondria is a species of torment. I want to pause here before we go any further. T. Bailey Saunders uses the word hypochondria. I don't think he means it in the medical sense that we appreciate that English word now, as having an obsession with imagined or illusory ailments, thinking one is sick when one is not in fact sick. I think he's using it in an older sense. I looked this up in the Oxford English Dictionary, referring to a type of melancholia which is characterized by the supposed excess generation of black bile. So um, I do not know from the text here, which I'll read in a moment, whether hypochondria is being used as a synonym for melancholy or as a synonym for bad humor. I've checked the German text, which I have up here, but I was not able to find this section because Saunders has shuffled around and renumbered reordered the observations here. So uh, tell me what you think. Hypochondria is a species of torment which not only makes us unreasonably cross with the things of the present, not only fills us with groundless anxiety on the score of future misfortunes entirely of our own manufacture, but also leads to unmerited self-reproach for what we have done in the past. Hypochondria shows itself in a perpetual hunting after things that vex and annoy, and then brooding over them. The cause of it is an inward morbid discontent, often coexisting with a naturally restless temperament. In their extreme form, this discontent and this unrest lead to suicide. Having read this, I'm inclined to think that hypochondria here is a synonym for bad humor, the quality which repels, whereas melancholy, a genuine melancholy, seems to have, maybe like contempt, something secretive and interior about it. It might actually attract people. But I need to consult the German text more thoroughly before I could render an opinion about that. Next observation. Any incident, however trivial, that rouses disagreeable emotion leaves an after effect in our mind, for and which, for the time it lasts, prevents our taking a clear objective view of the things about us, and tinges all our thoughts, just as a small object held close to the eye limits and distorts our field of vision. I think this is a nice observation about the way in which emotion aroused by something that unpleasant that has happened, even something trivial, will distort our judgment. We cannot see the objective facts of the case while we are still animated by the emotion that's been provoked in us. I think he's just speaking here about the interaction between our mind and our emotional life. That while we are upset, we don't see clearly. That seems to me to be entirely accurate. I like the image of holding something, say like a coin, right in front of your eye. Not only will it block out what is behind it, but it will distort the remainder of your field of vision as well. Next. What makes people hard-hearted is this, that each man has, or fancies he has, as much as he can bear in his own troubles. Hence, if a man suddenly finds himself in an unusually happy position, it will in most cases result in his being sympathetic and kind. But if he has never been in any other than a happy position, or this becomes his permanent state, the effect of it is often just the contrary. It so far removes him from suffering that he is incapable of feeling any more sympathy with it. And so it is that the poor often show themselves more ready to help than the rich. That's a nice observation, I think, for thinking about class conflict and social bubbles. If you take a man who has suffered and you give him great fortune, if he stumbles into great fortune, let's say, or is fortunate, becomes wealthy, he's likely to be a much more sympathetic person towards the poor because of the contrast in his mind between his former state and his current prosperity. If you were to have a person who has always been wealthy, always been prosperous and comfortable, it's likely that person's likely to suffer from a defect of sympathy, precisely because hard-heartedness comes from feeling that you have as much as you can bear in your own troubles. Now, if you've always been comfortable and prosperous, then your own troubles are the troubles of somebody who's never known sort of real suffering, hunger, trouble, coldness, the coldness of the world. And so the poor will often be more ready to help than the rich. This is a theme of many Frank Capra movies and other classic cinema, in my experience. Next observation. At times it seems as though we both wanted and did not want the same thing, and felt at once glad and sorry about it. For instance, if on some fixed date we are going to be put to a decisive test about anything in which it would be a great advantage to us to come off victorious, we shall be anxious for it to take place at once, and at the same time we shall tremble at the thought of its approach. And if in the meantime we hear that, for once in a way, the date has been postponed, we shall experience a feeling both of pleasure and of annoyance. For the news is disappointing, but nevertheless it affords us a momentary relief. It is just the same thing if we are expecting some important letter carrying a definite decision, and it fails to arrive. In such cases, there are really two different motives at work in us. The stronger but more distant of the two being the desire to stand the test and to have the decision given in our favor, and the weaker, which touches on us more nearly, the wish to be left for the present in peace and quiet, and accordingly in further enjoyment of the advantage which at any rate attaches to a state of hopeful uncertainty, compared with the possibility that the issue may be unfavorable. I think this is a nice, keen observation, again, about the feeling of pleasure and pain that we feel in anticipating a test or a decision. We would, he says, what's really at work here is the more remote motive. We want success, we want to pass the test and be successful, but we also have this kind of weaker but closer to us desire to just go on as we are now, even in this kind of hopeful anticipation. We haven't won yet, but we also haven't lost. And that feeling that I have not yet lost is a sort of comfort to me in a way. And so this explains the kind of pleasure and pain, the kind of attraction and repulsion I have to a test that I'm going to be put to, or some task which I hope to perform well at. The eighth and last observation for this video is here. In my head, there is a permanent opposition party, and whenever I take any step or come to any decision, though I may have given the matter mature consideration, it afterwards attacks what I have done, without, however, being each time necessarily in the right. This is, I suppose, only a form of rectification on the part of the spirit of scrutiny, but it often reproaches me when I do not deserve it. The same thing, no doubt, happens to many others as well. For where is the man who cannot help thinking that, after all, it were better not to have done something that he did with great deliberation? And here he quotes two lines of Latin: Quid tam dextro pede concipis ut te conatus non poenat votique peracti. I looked that up. It's a line from one of Juvenal's satires. Google Translate gives it roughly as, "Why do you conceive so rightly that you do not regret your efforts and your vows fulfilled?" It's the end of this eighth aphorism or observation for this video. In my head, there is a permanent opposition party. It's as though, right, the labor controls the majority in my mind, but there's also a strong restive Tory minority which will shout and jeer and criticize and get up at question time to challenge my decisions. How could you have made such a decision that's not in our interests? And I find this is the case even when I've made the right decision. There's this internal opposition party which sort of rises up and says, I have some questions and challenges for you who are in power right now. And this is, he links this to what? A rectification on the part of the spirit of scrutiny. I would scrutinize my decisions, and, well, what is this? This is the sort of negative moment of my scrutinizing my decisions. This is my rebuking myself for having possibly made the wrong decision. And the idea that this represents a kind of opposition bench, an opposition party within the kind of parliament of my mind is, I think, very suggestive. I rather like the idea here. And it may be that sometimes it's a closely divided parliament, and so the challenges are quite vociferous, and the opposition party is waiting to take over at any moment. Or it might be that this is just simply the way that the opposition sort of harries the government and rallies their troops and sort of keeps up the spirits of the opposition backbenchers so that they don't become restive. Sort of just keeping a hand in so the party's agenda gets at least mentioned, even if it's going to be rejected as a matter of policy. And so it's the same thing, no doubt, happens to everybody else, and I think he's quite right about that. I think we all experience, if we've got sort of an inner reflective life, the fact that there's a kind of permanent opposition party in my mind that's ready to criticize my decisions and that may even sort of cause me, if I'm not firm about it, cause me to doubt myself and to come to a certain kind of sort of psychological um, difficulty. So those are the first 8 observations of the section Psychological Observations from Studies in Pessimism. We'll take a look at the next 2 sections, I think, in the next video. These are rather long, and they both deal with the difference between the common and the noble. So I think there'll be some Nietzschean themes in those as well. So that's all for this video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Bye. In the Psychological Observations section of Studies in Pessimism, the 9th and 10th observations are about what is common versus what is extraordinary in human experience, in human existence. Here's what Schopenhauer writes. Why is it that common is an expression of contempt, and that uncommon, extraordinary, distinguished denote approbation? Why is everything that is common contemptible? And I was able to find, by the way, this in the German text that Saunders is translating. Not surprisingly to people who know German, the word that Schopenhauer is using for common is gemein, and its opposites, which he just gave, ungemein, außerordentlich, and ausgezeichnet. So that's the German, to check up on that. Continuing now with Saunders' English translation of Schopenhauer. Common, in its original meaning, denotes that which is peculiar to all men, that is, shared equally by the whole species, and therefore an inherent part of its nature. Accordingly, if an individual possesses no qualities beyond those which attach to mankind in general, he is a common man. Ordinary is a much milder word, and I'll note here that the German expression translated by Saunders as ordinary is gewöhnlicher Mensch. Ordinary is a much milder word and refers rather to intellectual character, whereas common has more of a moral application. What value can a creature have that is not a whit different from millions of its kind? Millions, do I say? Nay, an infiniture of creatures, which, century after century, in a never-ending flow, nature sends bubbling up from her inexhaustible springs. As generous with them as the smith with the useless sparks that fly around his anvil. Now, I'll just mention here, this brings to my mind some of Darwin's recognition and, in fact, kind of moral and intellectual struggle with the realization that nature is very wasteful with the lives that she creates. The vast majority of beings that are born die rather quickly and rather terribly at the hands of predators. This is maybe characteristic of intellectual thought in Schopenhauer and Darwin's time here in the mid-19th century. Going on. It is obviously quite right that a creature which has no qualities except those of the species should have to confine its claim to an existence entirely within the limits of the species, and live a life conditioned by those limits. In various passages of my works, I have argued that whilst a lower animal possesses nothing more than the generic character of its species, man is the only being which can lay claim to possess an individual character. But in most men, this individual character comes to very little in reality, and they may be almost all ranged under certain classes, ce sont des espèces. Their thoughts and desires, like their faces, and are those of the species, or at any rate, those of the class to which they belong, and accordingly they are of a trivial, everyday, common character, and exist by the thousand. You can usually tell beforehand what they are likely to do and say. They have no special stamp or mark to distinguish them. They are like manufactured goods, all of a piece. So what's being said here, I think, simply that the majority of people, if they are common, if they have nothing to distinguish themselves from the general species, they live a kind of generic existence, what you'll say in the next paragraph. They're like the sparks from the anvil of the blacksmith. They're like the massive number of eggs or of young that are born in Darwin's nature, only to perish rather speedily. Um, and that this is simply the character of, although human beings are uniquely capable of having an individual existence, not everybody achieves, we might say, individuality. Many people seem to slump back into something more characteristic of what Nietzsche might later call the last man. Going on. If then their nature is merged in that of the species, how shall their existence go beyond it? The curse of vulgarity puts men on a par with the lower animals by allowing them none but a generic nature, a generic form of existence. I think here of nothing quite so much as of the NPC meme, right? The person who simply receives their programming from outside and exists solely as a member of a crowd, as a member of the mob, as someone parroting ideas not that they don't truly understand. Anything that is high or great or noble must then, as a matter of course and by its very nature, stand alone in a world where no better expression can be found to denote what is base and contemptible than that which I have mentioned as in general use, namely, common. That's the 9th observation. The 10th begins thus. Will, as the thing in itself, is the foundation of all being. It is part and parcel of every creature and the permanent element in everything. Will, then, is that which we possess in common with all men, nay, with all animals, and even with lower forms of existence. And insofar as we are akin to everything, so far that is, as everything is filled to overflowing with will. On the other hand, that which places one being over another and sets differences between man and man is intellect and knowledge. Therefore, in every manifestation of self, we should, as far as possible, give play to the intellect alone. For, as we have seen, the will is the common part of us. Every violent exhibition of will is common and vulgar. In other words, it reduces us to the level of the species and makes us a mere type and example of it, in that it is just the character of the species that we are showing. So every fit of anger is something common. Every unrestrained display of joy, or of hate, or fear, in short, every form of emotion. In other words, every movement of the will, if it's so strong as decidedly to outweigh the intellectual element in consciousness, and to make the man appear as a being that wills rather than knows. I think that's a fantastic paragraph. We're now in this observation tying in the previous observations about the common and the uncommon with this metaphysics of the will. What is it that we are doing and being when we are acting in a common way, in the way that any human being could act, or in harmony with the human nature we share with everyone else? To the extent we're doing that, we're behaving not just generically, existing generically, but we are giving rein to will, which is this thing that unites all beings, human, animal, and even sort of sub-animal being. So when we give play to violent emotion, when I get angry, I lash out, what am I doing? I am not being authentically, say, myself, my highest and best self, my uniquely individual self that is different from all people. I am behaving in the way that my lower nature directs me to. It seems to me there's a lot of Spinoza in this connection of this analysis of the emotions as a source of disquiet. He mentions joy as well as hate and fear, right? If you are giving way to these things, these are common. These are sort of, in a sense, kind of dragging you
down from your expression of yourself and your individuality. You are behaving as anyone might behave in that regard. And so if we wish to be truly individual, we should strengthen our intellect over our will, and we should endeavor to behave and think and exist always through our intellect primarily, rather than through our will. To the extent that we are will, we are common and lower. Schopenhauer goes on. In giving way to emotion of this violent kind, the greatest genius puts himself on a level with the commonest son of earth. Contrarily, if a man desires to be absolutely uncommon, in other words, great, he should never allow his consciousness to be taken possession of and dominated by the movement of his will, however much he may be solicited thereto. For example, he must be able to observe that other people are badly disposed towards him without feeling any hatred towards them himself. Nay, there is no surer sign of a great mind than that it refuses to notice annoying and insulting expressions, but straightway ascribes them, as it ascribes countless other mistakes, to the defective knowledge of the speaker, and so merely observes without feeling them. This is the meaning of that remark of Gracian, that nothing is more unworthy of a man than to let it be seen that he is one. El mayor desdoro del hombre es dar muestras de que es hombre. The greatest disgrace of a man is to signal that he is a man. Okay. There's something here that the intellect, it seems in Schopenhauer, that is calling us to live higher than the mere level of will which we have common to all. I love this portrait of the superior person. If you wish to be superior, then you should be able to notice that people dislike you, but ascribe it to intellectual error. Or if not, they don't really know me. That's why they dislike me. If I react to their dislike by disliking them in return, now I've given in to will. Now I've sunk, we might say, maybe to their level, but certainly lower than I should be within myself. There is no surer, no surer sign of a great mind than it doesn't even notice insults and annoying expressions of other people, but ascribes them to defective knowledge. Right? Their intellects are not correctly informed or powerful enough to understand the truth. I who know the truth am untouched by them then. That seems to be the attitude that Schopenhauer here is describing. Okay? Don't give in to will, place intellect over will. Going on. And even in the drama, which is the peculiar province of the passions and emotions, it is easy for them to appear common and vulgar. And this is especially observable in the works of the French tragic writers, who set no other aim before themselves than the delineation of the passions. And by indulging at one moment in a vaporous kind of pathos, which makes them ridiculous, at another in epigrammatic witticisms, endeavor to conceal the vulgarity of their subject. I remember seeing the celebrated Mademoiselle Rachel as Maria Stuart, and when she burst out in fury against Elizabeth, though she did it very well, I could not help thinking of a washerwoman. She played the final parting in such a way as to deprive it of all true tragic feeling, of which indeed the French have no notion at all. The same part was incomparably better played by the Italian Ristori, and in fact the Italian nature, though in many respects very different from the German, shares its appreciation for what is deep, serious, and true in art, herein opposed to the French, which everywhere betrays that it possesses none of this feeling whatever. Okay. Interesting analysis of national characters, or sort of invocation of national characters or prejudices. The French dramatic writers concealing the vulgarity of their subject behind the sort of mastery of their craft. But ultimately, it's all about just sort of exploring the emotions, which is itself part of the will element in human existence, and therefore of a kind of a lower character, a lower nature. Schopenhauer. The noble, in other words, the uncommon element in the drama, nay, what is sublime in it, is not reached until the intellect is set to work.
as opposed to the will, until it takes a free flight over all those passionate movements of the will and makes them subject to its contemplation. Shakespeare in particular shows that this is his general method, more especially in Hamlet. And only when intellect rises to the point where the vanity of all effort is manifest, and the will proceeds to an act of self-annulment, is the drama tragic in the true sense of the word. And it is then that it reaches its highest aim in becoming really sublime. It's the end of the 10th observation in this section and the end of what I'll discuss in this video. Praise of Shakespeare, I think, to be expected from Schopenhauer, in contrast to the French dramatists of his own day. And where do we find the true sublimity, the sort of maximum reach of literature and of drama, when it invokes the intellect and the intellect sweeps in to sort of pull the emotional, will-based elements of the play up into a kind of intellectual comprehension of the true tragedy of life. And you see this in the greatest dramas of Shakespeare, for example, as he mentions in Hamlet here. There's a place where the feeling gives way to understanding and to knowledge. And we admire Shakespeare not just as somebody who can convey emotion effectively through his art, but as someone who seems to truly understand some core realities about human being, about friendship and betrayal and old age and the vengeance and all of the different elements that come through in his plays. We feel like we're sitting at the foot of someone who is truly wise about human nature and its exceptional capabilities. And that, I think, is part of what Schopenhauer is going for here by talking about the way that the intellect elevates theater to the level of the sublime, of the truly important. So those are the two observations, 9th and 10th, in this section from Studies in Pessimism. We'll take a look at the next couple of observations in another video. Thank you for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. This video is about observations 11 through 17 in the Psychological Observations section of Studies in Pessimism by Arthur Schopenhauer, translated by T. Bailey Saunders. What these observations all have in common, I think, is the difficulty of achieving an objective view of yourself and of other people, the various ways in which human psychology interferes with our ability to see ourselves and others as we really are. The 17th final observation for this video is one of my favorites about mirrors and self-knowledge, so we'll get to that in time. Here's the 11th observation. Every man takes the limits of his own field of vision for the limits of the world. This is an error of the intellect as inevitable as that error of the eye, which lets us fancy that on the horizon heaven and earth meet. This explains many things, and among them the fact that everyone measures us with his own standard, generally about as long as a tailor's tape, and we have to put up with it, as also that no one will allow us to be taller than himself, a supposition which is, once for all, taken for granted. Schopenhauer here notes that it is a sort of general rule of human psychology that I judge other people according to the standard that is my own. I judge them as though they were another version of me. These standards are often very humble. The reference to the tailor's tape, right? There's something kind of cheap and humble, low class about it. But it's also a non-objective judgment, right? I'm not judging you according to your merits. I'm judging you according to how well you meet up with my standards, which may or may not suit you. That suggests that there is this kind of built-in, inevitable selfishness in all of our judgments of other people, which we're going to need to work to overcome as we sort of rise towards a higher level of understanding and self-consciousness. The 12th observation. There is no doubt that many a man owes his good fortune in life solely to the circumstance that he has a pleasant way of smiling, and so wins the heart in his favor. However, the heart would do better to be careful, and to remember what Hamlet put down in his tablets,
that one may smile and be a villain. We already know of Schopenhauer's admiration for Shakespeare, and here a simple observation, perhaps partly autobiographical, that many people owe their success in life simply not to any intellectual ability or any objective excellence, but to the fact that they smile well, that they have good manners, that they are pleasing to other people, that they are winsome. And this can win people's hearts in their favor, even though, as Shakespeare knew, and as Hamlet says of Claudius, one may smile and yet still be a villain. That the smile is no indication of the moral quality or the excellence of the character behind it. Next observation. Everything that is really fundamental in a man, and therefore genuine, works as such unconsciously, in this respect like a power of nature. That which has passed through the domain of consciousness is thereby transformed into an idea or picture. And so, if it comes to be uttered, it is only an idea or picture which passes from one person to another. Accordingly, any quality of mind or character that is genuine and lasting is originally unconscious, and it is only when unconsciously brought into play that it makes a profound impression. If any like quality is consciously exercised, it means that it has been worked up, and it becomes intentional, and therefore a matter of affectation, in other words, of deception. I'll pause in the middle of this observation because I think this is a fantastic psychological insight that in order to be genuine, in order to have a quality, we must have it, as it were, unconsciously without knowing it and thinking about it. We must have it, I would say, sort of at the level of being or habit deep in us. If we attempt to fake it, if we attempt to imitate it, then it becomes an affectation. It becomes, we might say, reaching for another Schopenhauer concept, it becomes the product of will, right? I am making myself smile, for example, or I am forcing myself, I am putting on this sort of a show of doing or being something that I am not. And this this is where we end up with deception. We'll go back to the rest of this observation now. If a man does a thing unconsciously, it costs him no trouble. But if he tries to do it by taking trouble, he fails. This applies to the origin of those fundamental ideas which form the pith and marrow of all genuine work. Only that which is innate is genuine and will hold water. And every man who wants to achieve something, whether in practical life, in literature, or in art, must follow the rules without knowing them. That's the end of this observation. And just to repeat my comments from before, I think this is brilliant in terms of its observation of the relation between the conscious and the unconscious in our activities. If I know that if I'm doing something and I know that I'm doing it, the more attention I pay to doing it, the more it becomes the product of my deliberate choice and not the sort of overflowing of my being, not something that I'm simply doing habitually or as a matter of what I am and how I am. So when a man attempts to do something that he does naturally, he fails at doing it. I'm reminded here of a story I dimly remember about the great golfer Bobby Jones. I think I was once told that Jones was a fantastic golfer until he sat down to try to write a book about how to golf. And the very process of thinking through how do you hold the club, how do you swing, what is it that makes me so excellent at this, completely spoiled his game. I imagine that's somewhat apocryphal, but there are many other stories like this, I'm certain, of somebody who is a high performer at a certain field until he begins to overanalyze exactly what he does that makes him good at it. And when it moves from the realm of being unconscious activity to being the sort of object of conscious choice at every moment, the will gets in there and fouls things up. And the great expression here at the end is worth remembering. To be great, one must be able to follow the rules without knowing what the rules are. One simply acts and acts well. Next observation. Men of very great capacity will, as a rule, find the company of very stupid people preferable to that of the common run, for the same reason that the tyrant and the mob, the grandfather and the grandchildren, are natural allies. There's not much to this observation, but I think Schopenhauer here is giving us his own mid-19th century version of the midwit meme, where the very excellent and the very, very stupid have something in common, where it's the strivers and the strugglers and the very earnest people in the middle who stand out against both of them. So an alliance of the extreme ends of the bell curve against the high middle, we might say. 15th observation. This one I need to preface by explaining a bit about what's going on in Ovid. I'm not going to try to translate the Latin directly, but what's being referred to here is a line from Ovid's Metamorphoses, here at the beginning and then again at the end of this observation, which refers to the creation of human beings. What Ovid tells us is that Prometheus, while he makes the other animals to look straight ahead or to look at the ground, that is to say that their skulls are fused onto their spines, so that by their very biology, their very body type, they are made to look out at the world or around or down at the world. Unlike those other animals, the gods have made human beings to walk upright on two legs with their head atop their spine so that they can look not just around at the world and at each other, but also look up at the stars. And so there's this sort of metaphor of the face of the animal is outward and downward facing, but the face of the human being, having this sort of special dignity and privilege from the gods, is such that it can gaze up at the heavens, at the abode of the gods themselves. So that's the reference that Schopenhauer is playing with here in quoting Ovid in Latin. Here's what Schopenhauer writes. That line of Ovid's, proneque cum spectent animalia cetera terram, can be applied in its true physical sense to the lower animals alone. But in a metaphorical and spiritual sense, it is, alas, true of nearly all men as well. All their plans and projects are merged in the desire of physical enjoyment, physical well-being. They may indeed have personal interests, often embracing a very varied sphere, but still these latter receive their importance entirely from the relation in which they stand to the former. This is not only proved by their manner of life and the things they say, but it even shows itself in the way they look, the expression of their physiognomy, their gait and gesticulations. Everything about them cries out, in terram prona, right, face down on the earth. It is not to them, it is only to the nobler and more highly endowed natures, men who really think and look about them in the world and form exceptional specimens of humanity, that the next lines are applicable. Os homini sublime dedit coelumque tueri usit et erectos ad sidera tolere vultus. That is, the gods have given human beings an upturned aspect, commanding them to look towards the skies and upright raise their faces to the stars. So this, as I said, is Schopenhauer using this line from Ovid about the sort of the biological orientation of animals and humans to draw a separation between what we might call, he's accusing these kind of spiritually animalistic humans who may value a great variety of things, but for whom it's all ultimately tied back into the terrestrial, the things that the animal with its forward-looking face is looking at. They receive their importance entirely from their attachment to physical enjoyment, physical pleasures, and material well-being, and that it is what Ovid is speaking of as the privilege of the human race, Schopenhauer seems to be claiming as merely the privilege of, in the modern period anyway, the higher type of individual nature, the one who's able to turn away from the physical towards the spiritual, the intellectual. So that is observation 15. Number 16. No one knows what capacities for doing and suffering he has in himself until something comes to rouse them to activity.
Just as in a pond of still water, lying there like a mirror, there is no sign of the roar and thunder with which it can leap from the precipice, and yet remain what it is. Or again, rise high in the air as a fountain. When water is as cold as ice, you can have no idea of the latent warmth contained in it. That's the end of this short observation, and I think Schopenhauer talking here about the hidden power that we may find in individuals, which may often surprise us. The image of the water which is still, which might spray up in a fountain or thunder over a cliff as a waterfall. The behavior of the water at this moment does not reveal its inner power. And in the same way, the soul at rest, the individual person, has no idea what capacity for suffering, and we might add, therefore, for greatness, he might have. And people may surprise you. The person of whom you thought very little may turn out to have a tremendous soul. And this line at the end, I think, another great aphorism or epigram from Schopenhauer: when water is as cold as ice, you can have no idea of the latent warmth contained in it. So you can look at the still pond in the pool, and it is icy, it is extremely cold. The cold soul, the cold self, the still self, well, it may have a tremendous amount of power stored up in it, which will only be revealed in action. The 17th and final observation for this video is one I mentioned at the beginning about the nature of mirrors. And here it is. Why is it that in spite of all the mirrors in the world, no one really knows what he looks like? A man may call to mind the face of his friend, but not his own. Here then is an initial difficulty in the way of applying the maxim, know thyself. This is partly, no doubt, to be explained by the fact that it is physically impossible for a man to see himself in the glass except with face turned straight towards it and perfectly motionless, where the expression of the eye, which counts for so much and really gives its whole character to the face, is to a great extent lost. But coexisting with this physical impossibility, there seems to me to be an ethical impossibility of an analogous nature, and producing the same effect. A man cannot look upon his own reflection as though the person presented there were a stranger to him, and yet this is necessary if he is to take an objective view. In the last resort, an objective view means a deep-rooted feeling on the part of the individual, as a moral being, that which he is contemplating is not himself. And unless he can take this point of view, he will not see things in a really true light, which is possible only if he is alive to their actual defects, exactly as they are. I'm going to pause for a comment in the middle of this observation because I think Schopenhauer has given us something really to think about here. There are all the mirrors in the world, and yet I never truly see myself. The first note that I can imagine my friend's face in my mind, but I have difficulty imagining my own. Now, why is this? First, there's the physical metaphor. I only see myself in the mirror from the perspective head-on, looking straight at it. I don't see myself from the side, in motion, prior to cameras, certainly. And it seems that I can't encounter myself the way others encounter me. Okay? So that's the physical option. But the moral impossibility that parallels this is that I always know it's me when I'm looking at myself, that I can't look upon myself as a stranger. Okay? And yet it is precisely as a stranger that I need to look upon myself to see myself as I truly am. So there's something going on here. My sense of self, my attachment to my own subjectivity is getting in the way of my self-perception. And I think the use of mirrors here to say, the mirror doesn't really show you you. It shows you you as you, not you as others see you and can see you. In a sense, the one thing I cannot do with a mirror, or unless I can overcome this moral difficulty in any way, is to actually see myself and know myself as I truly am, as I truly appear to other people. And so I'm never able to achieve this objectivity, which consists in knowing that what I'm looking at is something other than me. So and so I can't see myself with my own faults. We may even relate this back to the initial observation from this video that everyone measures by his own standard. Well, my own standard is there always, even when I'm looking at myself. And so how am I to know what I truly am? How am I to acquire real and valuable self-knowledge? Schopenhauer goes on. Instead of that, when a man sees himself in the glass, something out of his own egoistic nature whispers to him to take care to remember that it is no stranger but himself that he is looking at. And this operates as a noli me tangere and prevents him taking an objective view. It seems indeed as if, without the leaven of a grain of malice, such a view were impossible. That's the end of observation 17. And closing off this thought, what do I see when I see myself? I see myself as I see anybody else, any other image, and yet there is something in my ego whispering in my ear. That's you, right? That's you, pal, right? That is a person for whom you need to take special care and special recognition, right? Don't judge him too harshly. Don't evaluate him the way you evaluate others. There's always this knowledge that that's me when I am evaluating myself. And we don't have to think of this merely as a physical or an optical observation of the self. Whenever I think about myself, my behavior, my triumphs, my crimes, I'm thinking of them as being mine, right? They're mine. Something is magnified about them in my own consciousness. They are especially great or especially terrible because they're mine. And this reference, this Latin reference, this whispering in my ear, that's you, acts as a noli me tangere. This means do not touch me. These are the words of the resurrected Christ to Mary Magdalene at the tomb, indicating I'm not. It's not appropriate or worthy that you should touch me. This is what my image says to me, right? When I look back, when I look at my image, there's something in it that says, don't be too harsh on this one. Don't judge this one the way you would judge others for their excellence or their quality. And his final turn here, sounding uh, maybe a note of hope, but also a note of menace. That what we really need is a tiny grain of malice, and I think it's self malice. It's malice towards myself. I have to look in the mirror and say, I'm going to get at the truth about that guy. I'm going to understand the objective quality of that guy's defects, and to do so, I'm going to have to treat him like he's an alien to me, like he's a stranger, like he's not me. I'm going to have to somehow find a way to overcome the ego's prejudice in favor of itself that Schopenhauer's been dwelling on in this observation about mirrors. So that is this is my video about observations 11 through 17 in Psychological Observations from Studies in Pessimism. We will take a look at the next observations in another video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. This video covers observations 18 through 23 in the Psychological Observations section of Schopenhauer's Studies in Pessimism. The first and longest of these observes and attempts to explain the fact that we individually in our psychology veer between caring little or nothing about the affairs of this world and being heavily invested in them and caring about them a great deal. I might call this the nothing ever happens versus we are so back dichotomy. Schopenhauer has an explanation for this in terms of his philosophy of the human person. Other observations deal with the psychology of the great, why it is that people of exceptional ability seem to obey a different set of rules from the common run of people, the value of having a friend to give you an outside perspective to achieve an objective estimation of your own character and person, and then a few very short observations about the psychology of death and how we tend to react to knowledge of our coming end. Here's the 18th observation. According as a man's mental energy is exerted or relaxed, will life appear to him either so short and petty and fleeting
that nothing can possibly happen over which it is worth his while to spend emotion, that nothing really matters, whether it is pleasure or riches or even fame, and that in whatever way a man may have failed, he cannot have lost much. Or, on the other hand, life will seem so long, so important, so all in all, so momentous and so full of difficulty that we have to plunge into it with our whole soul if we are to obtain a share of its goods, make sure of its prizes, and carry out our plans. This latter is the immanent and common view of life. It is what Gracian means when he speaks of the serious way of looking at things, tomar muy de veras el vivir, to take life very seriously. The former is the transcendental view, which is well expressed in Ovid's Non est tanti. It is not worth so much trouble. Still better, however, by Plato's remark that nothing in human affairs is worth any great anxiety. And here Schopenhauer quotes some Greek that he attributes to Plato. I've put it up on the screen. I did a small bit of research, by which I mean I checked Reddit, and it seems, according to Redditors who've checked, that Schopenhauer has hallucinated this quote from Plato. These words in Greek do not seem to appear in a digital search of Plato's corpus. So my suspicion is that Schopenhauer, vaguely recollecting some idea from Plato, more or less accurately, constructed this quote in Greek on his own and ascribed it to Plato. I don't mean that as a direct accusation, and I'm happy to be corrected about it by anybody who cares to do the research. But it seems that this is a bit of a hand wave on Schopenhauer's part. As to the main part of this observation, which is not quite finished yet, here's Schopenhauer's observation about human beings and our psychology. We go back and forth between thinking nothing really matters. We are not able to really lose very much because none of the goods in this life are worth much at all, versus on the other hand, things are so important and so vital that I need to commit myself completely and utterly to grasping the good that is available in life. Knowing Schopenhauer as we do, we know which side he's going to come down on as being the objective and correct view of human life. But let's take a look now at his explanation for why this is the way it is with us. Schopenhauer goes on. This condition of mind is due to the intellect having got the upper hand in the domain of consciousness, where, freed from the mere service of the will, it looks upon the phenomena of life objectively, and so cannot fail to gain a clear insight into its vain and futile character. But in the other condition of mind, will predominates, and the intellect exists only to light it on its way to the attainment of its desires. A man is great or small according as he leans to the one or the other of these views of life. So here we have Schopenhauer's explanation, don't we? Why is it that sometimes we have this view, sometimes this the other? It is because we go back and forth between our intellect being superior to our will and our will being superior to our intellect. So to be a human being, to be a human consciousness or subjectivity, means to experience this constant struggle within you of will and intellect. And this reminds me, of course, and I think it ought to remind all of us, of Plato's account of the soul, with reason struggling to keep appetite in check. But here it is will. It's this sort of life force welling up within me that strives and struggles and consequently is miserable and makes me miserable because it can never be satisfied. For Schopenhauer, when I have these moments of realizing that nothing matters, that is when I have a clear-eyed intellectual view of the objective reality of my existence. Nothing really does matter. That's when I'm right. My intellect has been freed from serving my will, and I can, for a few moments, enjoy peace. Will is quieted then by this intellectual recognition. This is philosophical wisdom and its fruit, according to Schopenhauer. On the other hand, when I feel that life is
life is full of good and I need to immerse myself in it and throw myself into it wholeheartedly. Now that is will that is dominating over intellect. I see myself inaccurately and I ignore, I forget the vanity and futility of striving, and I reduce my intellect, he says here too, only lighting the way of the will on the attainment of it to the attainment of its desires. I think here either Schopenhauer in the original German, or if not him, then certainly T. Bailey Saunders in his English translation, is deliberately echoing the expression of Hobbes in describing the role of the intellect in human life. Hobbes uses almost this exact same expression, that the role of reason is merely to show the way of the will to the thing desired. Schopenhauer is explicitly here rejecting that view, that Hobbesian view of the will, or I should say he's associating it with misery and an inaccurate, objectively inaccurate or false self-perception. But what is greatness or smallness in human personality? It is the inclination to one or the other, the intellectual or the willful experience of oneself. So, a great observation there, I think, with a lot of Schopenhauer's philosophy in it. We'll go on to the next one now. People of very brilliant ability think little of admitting their errors and weaknesses, or of letting others see them. They look upon them as something for which they have duly paid, and instead of fancying that these weaknesses are a disgrace to them, they consider that they are doing them an honor. This is especially the case when the errors are of the kind that hang together with their quality, conditiones sine quibus non, or, as George Sand said, les défauts de ses vertus. Contrarily, there are people of good character and irreproachable intellectual capacity who, far from admitting the few little weaknesses they have, conceal them with care and show themselves very sensitive to any suggestion of their existence. And this just because their whole merit consists in being free from error and infirmity. If these people are found to have done anything wrong, their reputation immediately suffers. I think this is an interesting observation because it puts us onto an explanation for the different set of rules that seem to apply to the great. Why is it that this politician or this celebrity is so shameless in doing, in fact, admitting to doing things that would cause any of us to cringe and to seek refuge? Why do the shameful things that we keep secret become a source of indifference or even pride for them? And Schopenhauer's explanation here is that for people of very high ability, people of superior excellence, their faults are simply part of themselves. They become almost adornments of their greatness, things for which they have paid, things which do them honor. They take pride in their faults. We might say this is the privilege of excellence, is the ability to, unlike the common run of people like you and me, to take pride in your faults, to show them without shame. And I think that, of course, is the case, he says here as well, especially that it's the case if these faults are of a piece with, or are necessary conditions for, the element that causes your greatness. So if I'm admiring a particular great person, I would say, well, his greatness goes along with his vices. The vices are just part of the whole package. And my respect for his excellence leads me to minimize or merely accept his vices. Whereas this other kind of person, right, people of good character and intellectual capacity, but they're deeply ashamed of their errors and faults because their merit comes not from this sort of excellence that they have, but from being thought to be flawless. So here's the interesting irony I think, is that it is the shame and the desire to be perfect, to appear to be perfect, is precisely the preoccupation of the middle run of people, the high group in the bell curve, the strivers. The truly excellent don't care about any of that at all. They're more than willing to admit that they're flawed. So here's this sort of ironical inversion that the more superior you are,
the less need you have to be or to appear perfect, to the point where you can even sort of take a kind of shameless pride in your vices. They don't become vices. We might say the very idea of shameful vice is a kind of a bourgeois phenomenon. It's a middle class thing to need to be ashamed of your errors and crimes. That as a person ascends to this higher and higher level of excellence, the very quality of their excellence excuses all of their faults. And again, most especially when those faults are actually connected with the source or the activity that is their greatness. Next observation. With people of only moderate ability, modesty is mere honesty. But with those who possess great talent, it is hypocrisy. Hence, it is just as becoming in the latter to make no secret of the respect they bear themselves, and no disguise of the fact that they are conscious of unusual power, as it is in the former to be modest. Valerius Maximus gives some very neat examples of this in his chapter on self-confidence, De Fiducia Sui. This is the second observation about the psychology of the great, and it is the kind of flip version of the former. Just as the great need feel no shame for their errors, they need feel no modesty about their greatness and about boasting about it, about sharing with it and sharing with you the very high opinion they have of themselves. It is just fine for Caesar to glorify Caesar just as other people glorify Caesar, to take a non-contemporary example for us. So to make no secret of one's self-respect and one's excellence is, in fact, the privilege, and Schopenhauer might say rightly so, of the people of excellent ability. Next. Not to go to the theater is like making one's toilette without a mirror. But it is still worse to take a decision without consulting a friend. For a man may have the most excellent judgment in all other matters, and yet go wrong in those which concern himself. Because here the will comes in and deranges the intellect at once. Therefore, let a man take counsel of a friend. A doctor can cure everyone but himself. If he falls ill, he sends for a colleague. An observation here about the value of friendship. Our friends can see things in us that we don't see, in part because, great expression here, the will comes in whenever I'm trying to judge myself and deranges my intellect. It simply scrambles it so I can't see myself as I truly am. I need my friends just as a doctor needs a fellow physician to heal him when he's ill. The last two observations I'll take together since they both deal with death. In all that we do, we wish, more or less, to come to the end. We are impatient to finish and glad to be done. But in the last scene of all, the general end, is something that, as a rule, we wish as far off as may be. Every parting gives a foretaste of death, every coming together again a foretaste of the resurrection. This is why even people who were indifferent to each other rejoice so much if they come together again after 20 or 30 years' separation. The first of these deals with the fact that we often would like to come to the end, especially of an unpleasant process, but it's not the case that we are rushing towards our death. No one wants to die so as to be from free from the burdens of life. We would like to be done with it, but we're not going to hasten it. We're not going to seek out its end. As a general rule, we'd like to have it as far off as may be. Okay? And this, the flip side of this, it's curious to see a thinker like Schopenhauer speaking of the resurrection as a kind of cultural touchstone. Every parting gives a foretaste of death. I'm torn away from my friend by our departure. But every meeting again, a foretaste of resurrection, a source of hope. And so if I meet someone I knew in high school 3 decades ago, I am far happier than the meeting again of somebody that I really didn't care much about back then and have not had any occasion to think about in the intervening years would justify. But instead of, oh, hey, fantastic, it's great to see you again. Why is this? It is because there's a little foretaste of something that we might hope for in the aftermath of our death.
this foretaste of the resurrection. So even indifference, meeting somebody to whom we were indifferent after decades of separation, is a pleasant experience. Schopenhauer here, I think, is speaking to a sort of common psychological phenomenon. I don't think that he is suggesting anything about Christian revelation being true. He's simply saying this is the sort of pattern that we observe in ourselves, and here is an explanation for it. Just as parting is like death, coming back together again, even with somebody we didn't think that much of, is like something going like a resurrection beyond death. So those are the 18th through 23rd observations from psychological observations. The 24th is quite long, longer than all of these combined, and it deals with the different degrees of reality that Schopenhauer ascribes to different types of consciousness or selfhood. I think you'll find it very interesting, and we'll deal with that in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. In the 24th psychological observation from studies in pessimism, Schopenhauer describes 4 different types of human being, which he argues have different levels of consciousness and consequently different levels of reality, of existence. I'll call these the worker, the merchant, the scholar, and the philosopher or poet. This passage invites an obvious comparison and connection to some of Nietzsche's thoughts about the order of rank between different human types and the will to power, so I invite you to think about that. This time I will read the passage all the way through and offer all of my commentary at the end. Here's what Schopenhauer writes. Intellects differ from one another in a very real and fundamental way. But no comparison can be well made by merely general observations. It is necessary to come close and to go into details, for the difference that exists cannot be seen from afar, and it is not easy to judge by outward appearances, as in the several cases of education, leisure, and occupation. But even judging by these alone, it must be admitted that many a man has a degree of existence at least 10 times as high as another. In other words, exists 10 times as much. I am not speaking here of savages, whose life is often only 1 degree above that of the apes in the woods. Consider, for instance, a porter in Naples or Venice. In the north of Europe, solicitude for the winter months makes people more thoughtful and therefore reflective. Look at the life he leads, from its beginning to its end. Driven by poverty, living on his physical strength, meeting the needs of every day, nay, of every hour, by hard work, great effort, constant tumult, want in all its forms, no care for the morrow, his only comfort, rest after exhaustion, continuous quarreling, not a moment free for reflection, such sensual delights as a mild climate and only just sufficient food will permit of, and then finally, as the metaphysical element, the crass superstition of his church. The whole forming a manner of life with only a low degree of consciousness, where a man hustles, or rather is hustled, through his existence. This restless and confused dream forms the life of how many millions? Such men think only just so much as is necessary to carry out their will for the moment. They never reflect upon their life as a connected whole, let alone then upon existence in general. To a certain extent they may be said to exist without really knowing it. The existence of the mobsman or the slave, who lives on in this unthinking way, stands very much nearer than ours to that of the brute, which is confined entirely to the present moment. But for that very reason, it also has less of pain in it than ours. Nay, since all pleasure is in its nature negative, that is to say, consists in freedom from some form of misery or need, the constant and rapid interchange between setting about something and getting it done, which is the permanent accompaniment of the work they do, and then again the augmented form which this takes when they go from work to rest and the satisfaction of their needs, all this gives them a constant source of enjoyment. And the fact that it is much commoner to see happy faces amongst the poor than amongst the rich is a sure proof that it is used to good advantage. Passing from this kind of man, consider next the sober, sensible merchant, who leads a life of speculation, thinks long over his plans and carries them out with great care, founds a house and provides for his wife, his children and descendants, takes his share, too, in the life of a community. It is obvious that a man like this has a much higher degree of consciousness than the former, and so his existence has a higher degree of reality. Then look at the man of learning who investigates, it may be, the history of the past. He will have reached the point at which a man becomes conscious of existence as a whole, sees beyond the period of his own life, beyond his own personal interests, thinking over the whole course of the world's history. Then finally, look at the poet or the philosopher, in whom reflection has reached such a height that instead of being drawn on to investigate any one particular phenomenon of existence, he stands in amazement before existence itself, this great sphinx, and makes it his problem. In him, consciousness has reached the degree of clearness at which it embraces the world itself. His intellect has completely abandoned its function as the servant of his will, and now holds the world before him, and the world calls upon him much more to examine and consider it than to play a part in it himself. If, then, the degree of consciousness is the degree of reality, such a man will be said to exist most of all, and there will be sense and significance in so describing him. Between the two extremes here sketched, and the intervening stages, everyone will be able to find the place at which he himself stands. So that's the end of Schopenhauer, of this passage of Schopenhauer. And we have an interesting meditation upon the nature of human consciousness, and he says this tenfold increase in reality by the philosopher or poet over the brutish type of worker. So let's just review what Schopenhauer has told us. There are millions of people, he thinks of the warm climate of the south of Italy, Naples and elsewhere, where a man might engage in this constant labor, just barely meeting the needs of life. He is brutish, he is unreflective, he lives in the present moment, more or less, like an animal, as we heard talked about before. He has less pleasure than higher types of man, but also less pain, and since pain is the primary thing in life, he seems to be making out rather better. In fact, the constant tumult of his life and the regular exchange of struggle and work for relaxation and the meeting of desire, we might say the sort of activity of his will and the satisfaction of his will, frequently alternating between them, gives his life a certain kind of enjoyment and satisfaction. We move up next to this slightly higher kind of human being, the merchant, the respectable person, the person who makes plans and acts on plans, who has a thought for the future, but it's a kind of worldly future, right? This is the sort of temporality of the bourgeois middle class, right? Who wishes to be responsible, who makes plans, who is active in his community, who provides for his family, who thinks for his descendants, but is still, I think, confined by this kind of ideal of social respectability that we associate with the bourgeois. We move then to the man of learning, the scholar, perhaps the historian, who has begun to contemplate existence itself, who sees now beyond his own lifetime and beyond the utility of simply providing for his lifetime or even by inheritance or life insurance providing for his descendants. He's now beginning to, at the early stages of thinking about the world as a whole. And he's achieved a certain kind of impersonal relation to the world as an object of his knowledge. And then finally, I think Schopenhauer indicates that it's the poet or the philosopher who completes and perfects this type of engagement with the real by achieving, he says, first a greater clarity, and we might say a greater comprehensiveness as well. He's able to think of existence itself. And this is the point at which intellect has slipped the leash that will normally holds it on. The intellect is no longer serving the will to achieve what the object strived for, but rather is contemplating the world as it is, taking in the overall drama of existence itself. And it's achieving here a certain kind of passivity, right? It no longer wants to do, it's no longer called by the universe to do things within it, but simply to contemplate it and to think about it, to know it. And this is the place where kind of the figure of the Eastern sage or holy man who has ascended to a higher level of consciousness really comes into play. So those are the four types of Schopenhauer, and I think we might be justly troubled by this assignment of a greater degree of reality to some humans rather than to others, especially this association of the common run of man, especially in the warmer climates where people can live simply with a minimal amount of work, with the brutes and the lower forms of people. I think the history of the 20th century should make us at least a little bit disquieted about this type of suggestion. And I can offer two things in mitigation of this sort of ill ease we might feel at Schopenhauer's analysis. We might say the kind of the metaphysics of different types of human consciousness. The first is that Schopenhauer has spoken before about the attitude of contempt that the superior person might feel for the inferior. But he's also noted this does not call forth hatred or violence on the part of the higher for the lower. In fact, rather the opposite. There's a certain kind of solicitude that awareness of one's own superiority inspires towards the lower orders, because the superior man really just wants to be left alone. And so he may nod and cooperate and smile and even be quite friendly with people for whom he has contempt. So this idea that contempt leads to hatred and to violence, I think, is a mistake. And I think recognizing that might humanize Schopenhauer's analysis of the greater reality of these higher types of persons. And secondly, I want to note that, especially with this final observation, that between these two extremes, everyone can find his current location. That invites us, I think, to think of Schopenhauer's categories here not merely as placing each of us in relation to our fellow man, right? Am I one of this class, or one of these higher classes that has more reality to it? He's also describing, I think, stages of our own internal psychological growth, I'd say spiritual progress in a Schopenhauerian sense. I've risen above the brutish level to the bourgeois level. Perhaps I've begun to break through to the scholar level with the ambition of eventually freeing my intellect more and more from my will. So if we think of this as a recipe for personal growth and a way of reminding us that here are the characteristics of the sort of bourgeois merchant stage of individual psychology, I have to be careful that I rise beyond that. I don't want to slide back into it. I want to comport myself and adjust my mind and my priorities and the way I live my life and conceive of myself in a way that is going to lead to a greater and greater detachment of my intellect from my will, rising more towards this kind of intellectual contemplation of the whole of existence. So even if I can't live that way all the time, or I'm currently at one state, I can situate myself here without coming to judgments about the moral worth or the political systems that should govern people at different levels of reality. Okay. That said, by mitigation, I might further add as a third point, I do recollect that C.S. Lewis used a similar metaphor here in The Great Divorce in talking about the progress of souls towards the heavenly afterlife as a matter of their acquiring a greater kind of density and solidity. People who first arrive at the purgatorial place are kind of ghostly and barely there, and as they move forward, as they make progress, they sort of fill in their outline and become denser. They become more solid as they go along. They acquire a greater degree of reality. So I'd say those three things in mitigation of any discomfort we might feel about hearing Schopenhauer describe to us in detail how certain types of human beings are have a higher degree of consciousness, which makes them 10 times more real or gives them a higher degree of existence than other human beings. So that's all for this observation. We'll look at the 25th observation in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. The next three psychological observations from Schopenhauer, numbers 25, 26, and 27 by my count, deal with training, the way in which training, especially from childhood, can control or vary human opinion and action. Schopenhauer also tells us a bit about imagination and its relation to the senses, and about the changeability of opinion. Here's what Schopenhauer writes. We know that man in general is superior to all other animals, and this is also the case in his capacity for being trained. Mohammedans are trained to pray with their faces turned towards Mecca 5 times a day, and they never fail to do it. Christians are trained to cross themselves on certain occasions, to bow, and so on. Indeed, it may be said that religion is the chef d'oeuvre of the art of training, because it trains people in the way they shall think, and, as is well known, you cannot begin the process too early. There is no absurdity so palpable but that it may be firmly planted in the human head if only you begin to inculcate it before the age of 5 by constantly repeating it with an air of great solemnity. For, as is the case of animals, so in that of men, training is successful only when you begin in early youth. Schopenhauer here, I think, is repeating an observation made by Plato and Aristotle about the force that youthful education has upon us. We remember Plato from Republic talking about the training of the young guardians in the ideal city. Aristotle near the beginning of Nicomachean Ethics emphasizing that a person will be a good student of ethics if he has been well brought up in his habits. So he already recognizes good and virtuous habits by training prior to rationally reflecting upon them. Schopenhauer here taking a bit of a different perspective, though, in saying that the trainability of human beings is far superior to that of animals, just as we are superior in the matter of intellect and of will and of self-consciousness. We are also superior in the matter of trainability. We are the most trainable of all the animals. Our nature, we might say, puts up the least resistance to attempts to shunt our minds into one particular path. And so there is no absurdity that you cannot make someone believe if you begin telling it to him repeatedly at the age of 5. This holds with behavior, religion then being the kind of masterpiece, the sort of sine qua non of behavioral and mental control. So Schopenhauer is going to go on in the rest of this observation to give us some examples and applications of this idea of training in different areas of culture. He continues. Noblemen and gentlemen are trained to hold nothing sacred but their word of honor, to maintain a zealous, rigid, and unshaken belief in the ridiculous code of chivalry, and if they are called upon to do so, to seal their belief by dying for it, and seriously to regard a king as a being of a higher order. Again, our expressions of politeness, the compliments we make, in particular, the respectful attentions we pay to ladies, are a matter of training, as also our esteem for good birth, rank, titles, and so on. Of the same character is the resentment we feel at any insult directed against us, and the measure of this resentment may be exactly determined by the nature of the insult. An Englishman, for instance, thinks it a deadly insult to be told that he is no gentleman, or still worse, that he is a liar. A Frenchman has the same feeling if you call him a coward, and a German if you say he is stupid. There are many persons who are trained to be strictly honorable in regard to one particular matter, while they have little honor to boast of in anything else. Many a man, for instance, will not steal your money, but he will lay hands on everything of yours that he can enjoy without having to pay for it. A man of business will often deceive you without the slightest scruple, but he will absolutely refuse to commit a theft. That's the end of this 25th observation. And I think Schopenhauer's added some applications in terms of manners, both in terms of compliments paid and insults received and reacted to. This differs with not just with national character, but with national training, right? It is because French parents train their children to be deeply offended at any suggestion of cowardice that they react just as they do. And the same thing holds with English and with German children and then later adults. And then there's this observation at the end of the fact that this can be heavily siloed or compartmentalized. A man might have a great deal of training and honor and virtue in one particular area. He will never knowingly cheat you in a matter of business and money, but he will exploit you in many other ways. In other words, this virtue doesn't export to neighboring areas of his personality. Why? Because it depends upon the specific training that he got when he was a child. If he apprenticed with a certain kind of teacher, he may have adopted a sort of rigid internal code of conduct just habitually, which he will never vary from. But there will be other areas which might seem to us to be related, to which he's not applied those lessons, not having received training in those specific areas. So let's go on to the next observation now. Imagination is strong in a man when that particular function of the brain which enables him to observe is roused to activity without any necessary excitement of the senses. Accordingly, we find that imagination is active just in proportion as our senses are not excited by external objects. A long period of solitude, whether in prison or in a sick room, quiet, twilight, and darkness, these are the things that promote its activity, and under their influence it comes into play of itself. On the other hand, when a great deal of material is presented to our faculties of observation, as happens on a journey, or in the hurly-burly of the world, or again in broad daylight, the imagination is idle, and, even though call may be made upon it, refuses to become active, as though it understood that that was not its proper time. However, if the imagination is to yield any real product, it must have received a great deal of material from the external world. This is the only way in which its storehouse can be filled. The fantasy is nourished much in the same way as the body, which is least capable of any work and enjoys doing nothing just in the very moment when it receives its food, which it has to digest. And yet it is to this very food that it owes the power which it afterwards puts forth at the right time. I like this comparison at the end of the imagination to the senses to experience as the body to the food that it consumes. So just as I am least active right after I've had a big meal. Why? Because my body is devoted to digesting the meal for the sake of having energy to use in activity later on. The imagination is least active when the senses and the experiences are overwhelming, when I have a lot going on, when I'm on a journey in new places, new things are happening, I'm taking in new things. At that point, I may even try to use my imagination to call up some images or do some creative work, and I may be unable to do so. The imagination seems to be active or idle in inverse proportion to the activity of my senses and my experience. And that this is just an observation about the way our psychology works. We collect experiences, and then in a quiet and idle moment, those experiences will be worked upon and perhaps generate some new creative product. This also suggests that the greatest artists, the greatest creators, think Shakespeare, for example, will be people of very wide experience, people who have learned and done a lot. You would not expect if Schopenhauer is right about this, you would not expect great creative products from a person who had a very sheltered life or who moved about in a very narrow social circle. So the suggestion here is that the mind, the imagination feeds upon the experiences that we put into it. And so while the imagination requires solitude to work, we think of the writer who perhaps has to go off into the woods or to seek some solitary place in which to write, um, the imagination is going to function best by drawing upon what has been fed into the mind through the experiences prior to that. So that's the 26th observation. Here's the 27th, which is quite short. Opinion is like a pendulum and obeys the same law. If it goes past the center of gravity on one side, it must go a like distance on the other. And it is only after a certain time that it finds the true point at which it can remain at rest. I was able to find the German text of this in my copy, and the word he's using for opinion here is die Meinung, which can mean both personal opinions and also popular opinion. So I think Schopenhauer is referring here both to my own opinions on a particular subject, on a particular topic, may swing back and forth until they find that kind of point of rest of gravity as I sort of zero in on the opinion that will then be stable as my sort of conviction, we might say, instead of opinion. And the same thing will happen, as is often observed, especially in political years, with public opinion. There'll be a swing to the left, followed by a swing back to the right, which will go past the center point, probably just about as far as the previous excess was. And there's this kind of law of the pendulum to opinion, both in the public opinion of the crowd and the masses, and in the opinions of a single individual. So this seems to be, according to Schopenhauer, the way in which our opinions kind of exceed our rational control. We can't make ourselves believe things, but there is a kind of momentum that works there that gradually decreases, and we sort of zoom in and focus in upon the kind of final resting point at which opinion becomes fixed and remains at rest. So those are the 25th through 27th observations in the psychological observations section of Schopenhauer's Studies in Pessimism, translated by T. Bailey Saunders. The next group of observations are about memory, and we'll look at those in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. The next 6 psychological observations, numbers 28 through 33, all deal with memory. Among the topics that Schopenhauer touches on here are why it is that the past always seems better than the present when we compare our memories to our current experiences. He has a speculative explanation for that. How it is that sometimes we form vivid and long-lasting memories, seemingly at random, even about trivial events in our lives. And then finally, the last observation about the effect that intoxication can have on our memory. So here's the first observation. By a process of contradiction, distance in space makes things look small, and therefore free from defect. This is why a landscape looks so much better in a contracting mirror or in a camera obscura than it is in reality. The same effect is produced by distance in time. The scenes and events of long ago, and the persons who took part in them, wear a charming aspect to the eye of memory, which sees only the outlines and takes no note of disagreeable details. The present enjoys no such advantage, and so it always seems defective. And again, as regards space, small objects close to us look big, and if they are very close, we may be able to see nothing else. But when we go a little way off, they become minute and invisible. It is the same again as regards time. The little incidents and accidents of every day fill us with emotion, anxiety, annoyance, passion, as long as they are close to us. When they appear so big, so important, so serious. But as soon as they are borne down the restless stream of time, they lose what significance they had. We think no more of them, and soon forget them altogether. They were only big because they were near. This first observation, I think, gives us some interesting food for thought, of course, about the way in which, just like objects at a distance can only be seen in outline, but without any sort of detail, which might be disagreeable or upsetting, the things that we remember the broad outlines of the past. We remember that we took a trip, not the particular pains and discomforts that we experienced on the trip. We remember the good things and not the bad things, but more generally, we remember the large outlines and not the specific details. And since we might say those particular details are likely to be the things that caused us the most discomfort and pain at the time, those are the things that will sort of get washed out as it recedes in time. So some of the imagery here, some of the writing borne down the restless stream of time is quite nice. I don't know how much of that is Saunders and how much of that is Schopenhauer, but it's a nice expression and a nice way of putting things. They were big only because they were near, only because they occupied our mind. And I think the second point Schopenhauer is drawing upon here is that it is the events of the present that activate our will most strongly and most vividly. It is the things I'm going through right now, or the things in my immediate future, my immediate past, which are the most annoying, most upsetting, most significant to me. Why? Because they are right here. They have this kind of lensing effect of being in the present. Schopenhauer has spoken of that elsewhere in other works we've talked about. It is just because they are here that they seem so significant, but in themselves, are they? Not really. And as soon as they are a month, a year, 10 years distant, they'll seem much less so. They'll appear to us more, we might say, in their natural aspect, as being relatively insignificant events in the life of a being like myself. I recollect here, thinking about this topic, a saying that my old college roommate used to have when we were going through an unpleasant experience. He would say, "This will be funny in the past tense. Once we're able to speak of this as being past, it'll be hilarious. We'll laugh about it. Right now, while we're undergoing it, we're having to deal with whatever this problem is with our roommate, our friend, some teacher, or uh, authority figure. Right now, it's miserable. It sucks. But when you're able to tell a story about it 6 months from now, a year from now, when the emotions and the elements of will that invest it with significance are no longer there, then it'll be an object of mirth, something that we can laugh about. So I think of that in relation to this observation of Schopenhauer's. Here's the next one. Joy and sorrow are not ideas of the mind, but affections of the will, and so they do not lie in the domain of memory. We cannot recall our joys and sorrows, by which I mean that we cannot renew them. We can recall only the ideas that accompanied them, and in particular the things that we were led to say. And these form a gauge of our feelings at the time. Hence, our memory of joys and sorrows is always imperfect, and they become a matter of indifference to us as soon as they are over. This explains the vanity of the attempt, which we sometimes make, to revive the pleasures and the pains of the past. Pleasure and pain are essentially an affair of the will, and the will as such is not possessed of memory, which is a function of the intellect. And this, in its turn, gives out and takes in nothing but thoughts and ideas, which are not here in question. It is a curious fact that in bad days we can very vividly recall the good time that is now no more, but that in good days we have only a very cold and imperfect memory of the bad. Schopenhauer here is relating memory and will, and noting that what we recall are only ideas, things in the intellect. The joys and sorrows, the emotions I felt at an event in the past, those are parts of the will and not directly tied to the memory. So if I try to recover my memory of the joy of my wedding, what I will be doing is trying to recall the ideas associated with it, and then I think trying to use those to spur my present will into a mood of joy again, or of sorrow, or whatever emotion I'm trying to remember. I can't remember the emotion directly. I can remember what I did and said, and I can try to feel again in the will what these intellectual flavored memories can bring to mind in me, but I can't actually reproduce the emotion. I think this is an experiment for any of the viewers to try. Can I generate an emotion in myself using a memory? And when I do so, is it simply the memory, the idea, or the recollection of what I've said or done at the time that is stimulating my current will to the state of the emotion that I'm thinking of, whether it's fear or joy or sorrow or the like? About this final observation here about that on bad days I can more vividly recall the good times past. We might say that magnifies my misery. But on good days I have only a very cold and imperfect memory of the bad. I wonder if that is true for everyone. Thinking now, I suspect it's probably true for myself. When I am feeling bad, I think back to my previous times. They seem quite vivid and warm uh, in in memory in comparison to what I'm feeling now. I don't know if the same is true. I think about at a time of joy, do I experience the only a very cold and imperfect memory of the bad times previously? Perhaps people have experienced they can enlighten me with in the comments section below. In the meantime, let's move on to the next observation. We have a much better memory of actual objects or pictures than for mere ideas. Hence, a good imagination makes it easier to learn languages, for by its aid the new word is at once united with the actual object to which it refers, whereas if there is no imagination, it is simply put on parallel with the equivalent word in the mother tongue. Mnemonics should not only mean the art of keeping something indirectly in memory by the use of some direct pun or witticism. It should rather be applied to a systematic theory of memory, and explain its several attributes by reference both to its real nature and to the relation in which these attributes stand to one another. I take this short observation to be making 2 points. One, about the fact that our imagination focuses upon the concrete, and this is an aid in learning languages. If you're ever composing mnemonics or trying to go through the memory palace technique, I have a video on that from way back. The more creative and imaginative you can be in generating your mnemonic pictures, the more absurd they are, the more easily memorable they are. A person with a feeble or no imagination simply has to put the word in the foreign language next to the word in the known language, and we might say kind of brute force it, just memorize. This means this, this means this, this means this. Why? Because they're not able to imaginatively connect the word in the language to some picture or direct connection to the object that the word signifies. They're simply linking symbols together in multiple languages. And then this call, I don't know if this is a special interest of Schopenhauer's, this call for mnemonics to be not just a reference to these absurd pictures that we make up to assist us in remembering things, including languages and translations, but a systematic science of memory, an examination of memory more deeply than obviously is being done here in these short aphoristic observations, but a science of the aspects of memory, their interrelation, and the way in which they function in human life and in the human intellect. I don't know if anybody has done that in the Schopenhauerian sense, but it seems he's just simply calling for a more direct attention to the faculty of memory by psychologists. Next observation. There are moments in life when our senses obtain a higher and rarer degree of clearness, apart from any particular occasion for it in the nature of our surroundings, and explicable rather on physiological grounds alone, as the result of some enhanced state of susceptibility working from within outwards. Such moments remain indelibly impressed upon the memory, and preserve themselves in their individuality entire. We can assign no reason for it, nor explain why this, among so many thousand moments like it, should be specially remembered. It seems as much a matter of chance as when single specimens of a whole race of animals now extinct are discovered in the layers of a rock, or when, on opening a book, we light upon an insect accidentally crushed within the leaves. Memories of this kind are always sweet and pleasant. Schopenhauer here is commenting upon something that I think we've all experienced. I know that I have. The impression of an especially vivid memory at one moment. In fact, you may even be aware of it happening at the moment it's happening. You would say to yourself, I'm going to remember this moment for the rest of my life. Not perhaps because it's especially significant, the moment of a wedding or of some special occasion or some terrible disaster, but simply because it is impressed upon me. Why? Well, Schopenhauer says it seems a large element of chance, but also an element, a physiological element, an element of susceptibility. And here I can tell a story from my own past of a memory like this for me. There was a time, I think maybe about 12 years ago, when I was walking down to the park with my wife and our kids, and I saw the four kids running ahead of us, each one of them running in their own particular style. The toddler with a kind of, toddler um, run stumble. The long-legged kid running out front, kind of goofy, swinging his arms and legs. And I said to myself, as I'm walking beside my wife, I thought to myself, I'm going to remember this moment for the rest of my life. I was happy. I was overjoyed. It was a pleasant sunny day. But there was nothing about that particular event that should mark it out for filing in the sort of permanent, vivid memories section of my mind. And yet, here it is 12 years ago that I remember it. Schopenhauer's explanation is that there's something physiological going on. There was something about me that made me especially susceptible and impressible to memories, perhaps especially, we might say, memories of my family, my children, and awareness of time going by, of them growing up, of my own mortality and limitations, perhaps. But for some reason, my mind, my brain makes me especially vulnerable to and susceptible to the formation of those sorts of memories. And from my experience, he certainly is correct that such memories are always very sweet and pleasant. In the next observation, Schopenhauer goes on. It occasionally happens that, for no particular reason, long forgotten scenes suddenly start up in the memory. This may, in many cases, be due to the action of some hardly perceptible odor, which accompanied those scenes, and now recurs exactly the same as before. For it is well known that the sense of smell is specially effective in awakening memories, and that, in general, it does not require much to rouse a train of ideas. And I may say, in passing, that the sense of sight is connected with understanding, the sense of hearing with the reason, and, as we see in the present case, the sense of smell with memory. Touch and taste are more material and dependent upon contact. They have no ideal side. I think Schopenhauer is correct here about the memory power of odors. I think that's been somewhat well established by psychology in our own time, that for whatever reason, despite the faintness of the power of that sense in humans, the association with memories and the ability to awaken memories that are deeply hidden in my past, perhaps after 70 or 80 years, is quite vivid and quite powerful. It seems just to be a physiological, natural fact about us and our brains and our minds and how we work. This later observation about sight and hearing, I don't know that I quite follow. We might have to look deeper into Schopenhauer's metaphysical works, his more systematic works, to fully understand the claim he's making here about sight and understanding, about hearing and reason. The best I can think about reason is that since reason is how we hear voices, which would bear to us words, which would be symbols of meanings, perhaps there's a way in which the intellect is activated by hearing and engagement with ideas. Smell and memory, I agree with. Taste and touch, interestingly here, Schopenhauer says, have no ideal side because they depend upon direct physical contact with the object, because they are connected to the skin or the taste buds. They are more material, and so we're not going to see them activate the higher faculties of us. They're much more, I might say, part of our animal embodied nature than the other three senses. Going on to the final observation of this video now. It must also be reckoned among the peculiar attributes of memory that a slight state of intoxication often so greatly enhances the recollection of past times and scenes that all the circumstances connected with them come back much more clearly than would be possible in a state of sobriety. But that, on the other hand, the recollection of what one said or did while the intoxication lasted is more than usually imperfect. Nay, that if one has been absolutely tipsy, it is gone altogether. We may say then that whilst intoxication enhances the memory for what is past, it allows it to remember little of the present. In that passage, I especially like the tasteful expression, if when one has been absolutely tipsy. I appreciate T. Bailey Saunders for that. The observation here is that uh, intoxication with alcohol may vivify memories from the past. I might remember things from 20 or 30 years ago under the influence. I might see them clearly again. But at the same time, my experience for remembering what I am actually doing right now at this moment seems to suffer in comparison. This just by way of observation of the effect of alcohol upon the memory. It brings the past closer to us, and it seems to suppress our formation of memories about the present. So it has this weird sort of enhancing while also dulling the memory effect. So an interesting observation about the way that we are, the way that our memories function, and that closes out the sixth of these observations about the nature of memory. We will look at the final set of psychological observations from studies in pessimism in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. The final three psychological observations from studies in pessimism deal with activity and boredom, and the last one is a long observation about gesticulation, the use of gesture in communication. Here's what Schopenhauer writes. Men need some kind of external activity because they are inactive within. Contrarily, if they are active within, they do not care to be dragged out of themselves. It disturbs and impedes their thoughts in a way that is often most ruinous to them. In this first observation, I think Schopenhauer is giving us a sort of short aphoristic expression of this tension between people who have an inner life, intellectuals, I think, like himself, and people who are so very active in the affairs of the world, who are always running around, achieving things, working hard out in the world, precisely because there is no inner activity. So it seems that either we can have the inner activity, in which case being dragged out into the world disturbs us, or if we are relatively empty inside, we seek to sort of lose and divert ourselves in the activity of the exterior world. Schopenhauer goes on in the next observation. I am not surprised that some people are bored when they find themselves alone, for they cannot laugh if they are quite by themselves. The very idea of it seems folly to them. Are we then to look upon laughter as merely a signal for others, a mere sign, like a word? What makes it impossible for people to laugh when they are alone is nothing but want of imagination, dullness of mind generally. And here he quotes a line of Greek. As Theophrastus has it, the lower animals never laugh, either alone or in company. Myson, the misanthropist, was once surprised by one of these people as he was laughing to himself. "Why do you laugh?" he asked. "There is no one with you." "That is just why I am laughing," said Myson. This observation seems to me to be of a piece with the previous one, that there is something perhaps Nietzschean here in the capacity to laugh within oneself, to be able to have this certain kind of inner life which can generate laughter, not as a signal to other people, but completely outside of their presence. And so, my son, the misanthropist, as an example. But for some people, even the prospect of laughing when one is alone is unthinkable to them. And perhaps I can look up the translation of that Greek phrase and put it on the screen when I edit this video. I don't have it ready to hand right now. So laughter, again, as with Nietzsche, maybe a sign of a certain kind of superior spirit. Here's the final observation about gesticulation. Natural gesticulation, such as commonly accompanies any lively talk, is a language of its own, more widespread even than the language of words. So far, I mean, as it is independent of words, and alike in all nations. It is true that nations make use of it in proportion as they are vivacious, and that in particular cases, amongst the Italians, for instance, it is supplemented by peculiar gestures which are merely conventional, and therefore possessed of nothing more than a local value. In the universal use made of it, gesticulation has some analogy with logic and grammar, in that it has to do with the form rather than with the matter of conversation. But on the other hand, it is distinguishable from them by the fact that it has more of a moral than of an intellectual bearing. In other words, it reflects the movements of the will. As an accompaniment of conversation, it is like the bass of a melody. And if, as in music, it keeps true to the progress of the treble, it serves to heighten the effect. In a conversation, the gesture depends upon the form in which the subject matter is conveyed, and it is interesting to observe that, whatever the subject matter may be, with the recurrence of the form, the very same gesture is repeated. So if I happen to see, from my window, say, two persons carrying on a lively conversation, without my being able to catch a word, I can nevertheless understand the general nature of it perfectly well. I mean, the kind of thing that is being said and the form it takes. There is no mistake about it. The speaker is arguing about something, advancing his reasons, then limiting their application, then driving them home and drawing the conclusion in triumph. Or he is recounting his experiences, proving perhaps beyond a shadow of a doubt how much he has been injured, but bringing the clearest and most damning evidence to show that his opponents were foolish and obstinate people who would not be convinced. Or else he is telling of the splendid plan he laid, and how he carried it to a successful issue. Or perhaps failed because the luck was against him. Or it may be he is saying that he was completely at a loss to know what to do, or that he was quick in seeing some traps set for him, and that by insisting on his rights or by applying a little force, he succeeded in frustrating and punishing his enemies, and so on in hundreds of cases of a similar kind. Strictly speaking, however, what I get from gesticulation alone is an abstract notion of the essential drift of what is being said, and that too, whether I judge it from a moral or an intellectual point of view. It is the quintessence, the true substance of the conversation, and this remains identical no matter what may have given rise to the conversation, or what it may be about. The relation between the two being that of a general idea or class name to the individuals which it covers. I think I'll pause here to offer some commentary before we go on to the rest of this observation. Some great observations here from Schopenhauer about the nature of gesture as a kind of universal language. It has a kind of local intensity, especially among the Italians. I recollect once a professor's wife telling me about a trip they took to Italy. This might have been back in the 1980s, where they were observing the kind of intensity of some of these gestures among Southern Italians. And one was especially terrifying. She demonstrated it for me, but I won't show it to you. A man sort of looked at her fiercely and bit the side of his hand, right, just like this. You know, that was terrifying. But there are all sorts of gestures of local interest that are merely conventional. But beyond that, there is this kind of universal expressiveness of the body that maybe is used more by the more vivacious nations of the earth, the Italians, perhaps Mediterraneans generally, but that has a kind of universal understanding. So this is great story, these examples Schopenhauer can imagine. Seeing from my window, I can tell what kind of conversation it is, as a way in which gesture alone visually will give me the genus of the conversation that is being had without my having to understand the particular content. I can tell when somebody is trying to explain or justify himself, when somebody is angry, when somebody is defensive, when somebody is trying to prove a point or to tell a story. And so these are obviously, as we'll see in just a moment, going to be important for actors and for people who are trying to communicate on the stage. So I think overall, we've got a sort of set of observations here about the character of the expressive use of the body. So Schopenhauer now then goes on. As I have said, the most interesting and amusing part of the matter is the complete identity and solidarity of the gestures used to denote the same set of circumstances, even though by people of very different temperament, so that the gestures become exactly like the words of a language, alike for everyone, and subject only to such small modifications as depend upon variety of accent and education. And yet there can be no doubt but that these standing gestures, which everyone uses, are the result of no convention or collusion. They are original and innate, a true language of nature, consolidated, it may be, by imitation and the influence of custom. It is well known that it is part of an actor's duty to make a careful study of gesture, and the same thing is true, to a somewhat smaller degree, of a public speaker. The study must consist chiefly in watching others and imitating their movements, for there are no abstract rules fairly applicable to the matter, with the exception of some very general principles, such as, to take an example, that the gesture must not follow the word, but rather come immediately before it, by way of announcing its approach and attracting the hearer's attention. Englishmen entertain a peculiar contempt for gesticulation, and look upon it as something vulgar and undignified. This seems to me a silly prejudice on their part, and the outcome of their general prudery. For here we have a language which nature has given to everyone, and which everyone understands, and to do away with and forbid it for no better reason than it is opposed to that much lauded thing, gentlemanly feeling, is a very questionable proceeding. That's the conclusion of the final observation from the psychological observations section of Studies in Pessimism. And I think we have another dig here at the English, of course, at the end, sort of the anti-Italians in matters of gesture, and a reminder that the duty of the actor is to observe the natural use of these gestures so that he can communicate his own craft through them on the stage. And there's also the suggestion that gestures do have this natural universal character. I wonder if this is in fact the case. I don't know how one would make a test of this, but Schopenhauer seems to be quite confident that the same gestures will be used and will be recognizable to people of all nations at all places and times. And maybe with the exception of the Italian biting the side of his hand, I don't know that that's necessarily the case. I wonder if, the sort of the shrug of the shoulders or the hands outstretched would always be taken everywhere by everyone to mean doubt or uncertainty. But perhaps I'm leaving out facial expression as well. So those are some more of Schopenhauer's psychological observations. The next essay in Studies in Pessimism, which we'll turn to in the next video, is on education. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. The sixth essay in Schopenhauer's Studies in Pessimism is titled On Education. In it, Schopenhauer first distinguishes between what he calls the natural method and the artificial method of education, and he uses this distinction to diagnose various problems that will come up in the worldview and the actions of people who are educated in the wrong way. After speaking a bit more about the hazards of getting the order of ideas and observations wrong in our education, he provides us with a practical guide for a method of natural education of the youth. He gives us, by my count, 5 specific actions we might take, and I'll detail those when we come to that section. He then describes what perfect knowledge, the perfection of human knowledge, would and should look like, and concludes with a kind of postscript about the hazards of reading novels. Novel reading, he seems to think, is quite dangerous, with a few exceptions. There are some novels of which he approves. We'll come to those at the very end of the essay. Right now, here is Schopenhauer on education. The human intellect is said to be so constituted that general ideas arise by abstraction from particular observations, and therefore come after them in point of time. If this is what actually occurs, as happens in the case of a man who has to depend solely upon his own experience for what he learns, who has no teacher and no book, such a man knows quite well which of his particular observations belong to and are represented by each of his general ideas. He has a perfect acquaintance with both sides of his experience, and accordingly he treats everything that comes in his way from a right standpoint. This might be called the natural method of education. Contrarily, the artificial method is to hear what other people say, to learn and to read, and so to get your head crammed full of general ideas before you have any sort of extended acquaintance with the world as it is, and as you may see it for yourself. You will be told that the particular observations which go to make these general ideas will come to you later on in the course of experience. But until that time arrives, you apply your general ideas wrongly. You judge men and things from a wrong standpoint. You see them in a wrong light and treat them in a wrong way. So it is that education perverts the mind. This explains why it is so frequently happens that after a long course of learning and reading, we enter upon the world in our youth partly with an artless ignorance of things, partly with wrong notions about them, so that our demeanor savors at one moment of a nervous anxiety and another of a mistaken confidence. The reason of this is simply that our head is full of general ideas which we are now trying to turn to some use, but which we hardly ever apply rightly. This is the result of acting in direct opposition to the natural development of the mind by obtaining general ideas first and particular observations last. It is putting the cart before the horse. Instead of developing the child's own faculties of discernment and teaching it to judge and think for itself, the teacher uses all his energies to stuff its head full of the ready-made thoughts of other people. The mistaken views of life which spring from a false application of general ideas have afterwards to be corrected by long years of experience, and it is seldom that they are wholly corrected. This is why so few men of learning are possessed of common sense, such as is often to be met with in people who have had no instruction at all. I'll pause there for a comment. Schopenhauer has described for us two methods of education, one that begins with observation and abstracts ideas only from the observations and experiences that the individual has had. The idea here being that the ideas sort of grow naturally out of your experiences, and you are able to trace them back effectively to their origin point. The sense they belong to you, you grew them at home, we might say. This other method, which he identifies with teachers in schools, is to take the child relatively deprived of experience and stuff his head full of general ideas that don't match anything in his experience, with the idea that he'll kind of grow into the ideas. He'll go have the experiences later which will verify for him the truth of the ideas. But as Schopenhauer points out, if the ideas are not linked to experiences and observations of the child himself, then his application of them will be haphazard and dangerous, and will result in this mistaken worldview and mistaken judgments. So this is the danger of the artificial method, which Schopenhauer associates with schooling, versus this natural method where the ideas follow naturally from the experiences of the world that each student has had. We might have fewer ideas, we would suppose, but they would be our own, and we would be secure in using them, and we would be more likely to use them correctly. So let's go on back to Schopenhauer and see what more he says. To acquire a knowledge of the world might be defined as the aim of all education, and it follows from what I have said that special stress should be laid upon beginning to acquire this knowledge at the right end. As I have shown, this means in the main that the particular observation of a thing shall precede the general idea of it. Further, that narrow and circumscribed ideas shall come before ideas of a wide range. It means, therefore, that the whole system of education shall follow in the steps that must have been taken by the ideas themselves in the course of their formation. But whenever any of these steps are skipped or left out, the instruction is defective, and the ideas obtained are false. And finally, a distorted view of the world arises, peculiar to the individual himself, a view such as almost everyone entertains for some time, and most men for as long as they live. No one can look into his own mind without seeing that it was only after reaching a very mature age, and in some cases, when he least expected it, that he came to a right understanding or a clear view of many matters in his life that, after all, were not very complicated. Up till then, there were points in his knowledge of the world which were still obscure, due to his having skipped some particular lesson in those early days of his education, whatever it may have been like, whether artificial and conventional, or of that natural kind which is based upon individual experience. It follows that an attempt should be made to find out the strictly natural course of knowledge, so that education may proceed methodically by keeping to it, and that children may become acquainted with the ways of the world without getting wrong ideas into their heads, which very often cannot be got out again. If this plan were adopted, special care would have to be taken to prevent children from using words without clearly understanding their meaning and application. The fatal tendency to be satisfied with words instead of trying to understand things, to learn phrases by heart so that they may prove a refuge in time of need, exists, as a rule, even in children, and the tendency lasts on into manhood, making the knowledge of many learned persons to consist in mere verbiage. And this is, I'll just add, the sort of the mystification of words. Right? We think of being highly educated as using words really, really well, and the more advanced words you use, the more magnificent you sound. Wow, the wiser you must be. But this is a shallow approach, and it's premised upon this wrong method of education. I think Schopenhauer is saying what we need to do is to make sure that our ideas don't overrun our observations and experiences. Back to the text. However, the main endeavor must always be to let particular observations precede general ideas, and not vice versa, as is usually and unfortunately the case, as though a child should come feet foremost into the world, or a verse be begun by writing down the rhyme. The ordinary method is to imprint ideas and opinions, in the strict sense of the word, prejudices, on the mind of the child, before it has had any but a very few particular observations. It is thus that he afterwards comes to view the world and gather experience through the medium of those ready-made ideas, rather than to let his ideas be formed for him out of his own experience of life, as they ought to be. A man sees a great many things when he looks at the world for himself, and he sees them from many sides. But this method of learning is not nearly so short or so quick as the method which employs abstract ideas and makes hasty generalizations about everything. Experience, therefore, will be a long time in correcting preconceived ideas, or perhaps never bring its task to an end. For wherever a man finds that the aspect of things seems to contradict the general ideas he has formed, he will begin by rejecting the evidence it offers as partial or one-sided. Nay, he will shut his eyes to it altogether, and deny that it stands in any contradiction at all with his preconceived notions, in order that he may thus preserve them uninjured. So it is that many a man carries about a burden of wrong notions all his life long, crotchets, whims, fancies, prejudices, which at last become fixed ideas. The fact is that he has never tried to form his fundamental ideas for himself out of his own experience of life, his own way of looking at the world, because he has taken over his ideas ready-made from other people. And this it is that makes him, as it makes how many others, so shallow and superficial. I'll pause here before we get to the next part. Schopenhauer, I think, fantastic description of a certain kind of miseducation as impressing prejudices, a certain kind of worldview, a certain kind of certain framework of ideas onto the child's mind, which then the child, and then later the adult, will use to sift through and interpret the evidence, rejecting some evidence as being one-sided or somehow distorted because it doesn't fit his preconceived notions, his preconceived worldview. I'm sure we're all familiar with this in the realm of political ideologies, where people will dismiss evidence that seems to present troubles for their ideas because they are so attached to the ideas. I think Schopenhauer is diagnosing a problem rather like this in a more general way. If we begin by cramming kids' heads full of ideas, the kids then will interpret the world and behave in the world in a certain fashion, which is not in keeping with what it ought to be. Okay. He also mentions that this use of ideas is easier and it's faster. And so we might even think our tendency to be kind of lazy and to take shortcuts will incline us to apply ideas rather than to draw ideas out of the experiences that we've had. And this accounts both for why many of us would tend to prefer the method of ideas first, and also why it takes so long and it's so difficult for experience to correct mistaken ideas once we have them. The working of drawing correct ideas out of experience is slow and tedious and careful. The work of applying ideas as like a sort of rigid ideological framework to experiences, much simpler, much easier, but it amounts to cutting the world to fit our ideas that we've brought, our prejudices that we've brought to it. And that is clearly, Schopenhauer thinks, a mistake. In the next section of the essay, Schopenhauer is going to give us his agenda for natural education of the youth. It has 5 parts. I think the 5 parts to look for are: first, no ideas should be taught to the child unless they are verified by observation and experience. Second, the child should focus upon things and not books. Third, children should study no really serious high subjects prior to the age of 15. Fourth, there should be efforts made to tax the memory of students, especially. And fifth, students should memorize essentials, the essentials being determined by experts in each field. So that's my quick summary of the 5 points of Schopenhauer's practical agenda for natural education. Here's what he writes. Instead of that method of instruction, care should be taken to educate children on the natural lines. No idea should ever be established in a child's mind otherwise than by what the child can see for itself, or at any rate, it should be verified by the same means. And the result of this would be that the child's ideas, if few, would be well grounded and accurate. It would learn how to measure things by its own standard rather than by another's, and so it would escape 1,000 strange fancies and prejudices, and not need to have them eradicated by the lessons it will subsequently be taught in the school of life. The child would, in this way, have its mind once for all habituated to clear views and thoroughgoing knowledge. It would use its own judgment and take an unbiased estimate of things. And in general, children should not form their notions of what life is like from the copy before they have learned it from the original, to whatever aspect of it their attention may be directed. Instead, therefore, of hastening to place books and books alone in their hands, let them be made acquainted step by step with things, with actual circumstances of human life. And above all, let care be taken to bring them to a clear and objective view of the world as it is, to educate them always to derive their ideas directly from real life and to shape them in conformity with it, not to fetch them from other sources, such as books, fairy tales, or what people say, and then to apply them ready-made to real life. For this will mean that their heads are full of wrong notions, and they will either see things in a false light or try in vain to remodel the world to suit their views, and so enter upon false paths. And that, too, whether they are only constructing theories of life or engaged in the actual business of it. It is incredible how much harm is done when the seeds of wrong notions are laid in the mind in those early years, later on to bear a crop of prejudice. For the subsequent lessons which are learned from real life in the world have to be devoted mainly to their extirpation. To unlearn the evil was the answer, according to Diogenes Laertius, Antisthenes gave when he was asked what branch of knowledge was most necessary, and we can see what he meant. No child under the age of 15 should receive instruction in subjects which may possibly be the vehicle of serious error, such as philosophy, religion, or any other branch of knowledge where it is necessary to take large views, because wrong notions imbibed early can seldom be rooted out, and of all the intellectual faculties, judgment is the last to arrive at maturity. The child should give its attention either to subjects where no error is possible at all, such as mathematics, or to those in which there is no particular danger in making a mistake, such as languages, natural science, history, and so on. And in general, the branches of knowledge which are to be studied at any period of life should be such as the mind is equal to at that period and can perfectly understand. Childhood and youth form the time for collecting materials, for getting a special and thorough knowledge of the individual and particular things. In those years, it is too early to form views on a large scale, and ultimate explanations must be put off to a later date. The faculty of judgment, which cannot come into play without mature experience, should be left to itself, and care should be taken not to anticipate its action by inculcating prejudice, which will paralyze it forever. On the other hand, the memory should be specially taxed in youth, since it is then that it is strongest and most tenacious. But in choosing the things that should be committed to memory, the utmost care and forethought must be exercised, as lessons learnt in youth are never forgotten. This precious soil must therefore be cultivated so as to bear as much fruit as possible. If you think how deeply rooted in your memory are those persons whom you knew in the first 12 years of your life, how indelible the impression made upon you by the events of those years, how clear your recollection of most of the things that happened to you then, most of what was told or taught you, it will seem a natural thing to take the susceptibility and tenacity of the mind at that period as the groundwork of education. This may be done by a strict observance of method and a systematic regulation of the impressions which the mind is to receive. But the years of youth allotted to a man are short, and memory is, in general, bound within narrow limits, still more so the memory of any one individual. Since this is the case, it is all important to fill the memory with what is essential and material in any branch of knowledge, to the exclusion of everything else. The decision as to what is essential and material should rest with the masterminds in every department of thought. Their choice should be made after the most mature deliberation, and the outcome of it fixed and determined. Such a choice would have to be preceded by sifting the things which it is necessary and important for a man to know in general, and then necessary and important for him to know in any particular business or calling. Knowledge of the first kind would have to be classified after an encyclopedic fashion, in graduated courses, adapted to the degree of general culture which a man may be expected to have in the circumstances in which he is placed, beginning with a course limited to the necessary requirements of primary education, and extending upwards to the subjects treated of in all the branches of philosophical thought. The regulation of the second kind of knowledge would be left to those who had shown genuine mastery in the several departments into which it is divided, and the whole system would provide an elaborate rule or canon for intellectual education, which would, of course, have to be revised every 10 years. Some such arrangement as this would employ the youthful power of the memory to best advantage and supply excellent working material to the faculty of judgment when it makes its appearance later on. That, I think, is the conclusion of Schopenhauer's practical agenda for reform of education. I do notice the emphasis he places upon taxing the memory of youth and withholding from them any subjects which might require judgment, since judgment is a more mature faculty. It would be expected to occur in children somewhat later. And also for them to avoid studying any subjects where they might make a mistake that would distort or affect their entire worldview. So study of philosophy, theology, and similar sort of grand scale subjects with large answers should be postponed while they build from the ground up with this knowledge of ideas drawn from experience. So I think if you go back and reread those parts, you can pick out a kind of practical agenda for elementary and secondary education from what Schopenhauer has said here. I think it's quite fascinating how some of its elements overlap some current 21st century thinking about youth education. Above all, he does think one needs to avoid inculcating prejudice, that is, giving children a ready-made worldview which they can apply off the shelf to the different experiences that they have. But what we're doing is sort of growing and cultivating something which should come up along with the child's experiences. And so focusing upon things and not books seems to me like it is very solid advice. Back to Schopenhauer now. A man's knowledge may be said to be mature. In other words, it has reached the most complete state of perfection to which he as an individual is capable of bringing it, when an exact correspondence is established between the whole of his abstract ideas and the things which he has actually perceived for himself. This will mean that each of his abstract ideas rests, directly or indirectly, upon the basis of observation, which alone endows it with any real value, and also that he is able to place every observation he makes under the right abstract idea which belongs to it. Maturity is the work of experience alone, and therefore it requires time. The knowledge we derive from our own observation is usually distinct from that which we acquire through the medium of abstract ideas, the one coming to us in the natural way, the other by what people tell us, and the course of instruction we receive, whether it is good or bad. The result is that in youth there is generally very little agreement or correspondence between our abstract ideas, which are merely phrases in the mind, and that real knowledge which we have obtained by our own observation. It is only later on that a gradual approach takes place between these two kinds of knowledge, accompanied by a mutual correction of error, and knowledge is not mature until this coalition is accomplished. This maturity or perfection of knowledge is something quite independent of another kind of perfection, which may be of a high or a low order. The perfection, I mean, to which a man may bring his own individual faculties, which is measured not by any correspondence between the two kinds of knowledge, but by the degree and intensity which each kind attains. For the practical man, the most needful thing is to acquire an accurate and profound knowledge of the ways of the world. But this, though the most needful, is also the most wearisome of all studies, as a man may reach a great age without coming to the end of his task, whereas, in the domain of the sciences, he masters the more important facts when he is still young. In acquiring that knowledge of the world, it is while he is a novice, namely in boyhood and in youth, that the first and hardest lessons are put before him. But it often happens that even in later years there is still a great deal to be learned. Schopenhauer here is describing the perfection of knowledge. We might think of this both in terms of its synthesis or convergence. We want our general ideas and our practical knowledge, the two kinds of knowledge that we have, to be combined and sort of synthesized into one whole, and also the depth and intensity of each kind of knowledge, which is independent of this. And we might discover that our strength lies in one area or in the other. And he concludes as well that for the practical man, what is most needed is a knowledge of the ways of the world, but this is extremely difficult, and of course we ought to begin with fundamentals in youth. Okay, now to conclude the essay. The study is difficult enough in itself, but the difficulty is doubled by novels, which represent a state of things in life and in the world, such as, in fact, does not exist. Youth is credulous and accepts these views of life, which then become part and parcel of the mind, so that, instead of a merely negative condition of ignorance, you have positive error, a whole tissue of false notions to start with, and at a later date, these actually spoil the schooling of experience and put a wrong construction on the lessons it teaches. If before this the youth had no light at all to guide him, he is now misled by a will-o'-the-wisp. And still more often is this the case with a girl. They have both had a false view of things foisted on them by reading novels, and expectations have been aroused which can never be fulfilled. This generally exercises a baneful influence on their whole life. In this respect, those whose youth has allowed them no time or opportunity for reading novels, those who work with their hands and the like, are in a position of decided advantage. There are a few novels to which this reproach cannot be addressed, nay, which have an effect the contrary of bad. First and foremost, to give an example, Gil Blas and the other works of Le Sage, or rather their Spanish originals. Further, The Vicar of Wakefield, and to some extent Sir Walter Scott's novels. Don Quixote may be regarded as a satirical exhibition of the error to which I am referring. So here is Schopenhauer's conclusion of the essay on education, a warning against the reading of novels. Why? Because they present a false picture in very vivid imagery, and read in youth, they place a false kind of romantic vision of what life will be like, complete with a flawed set of expectations of life, which will distort and perhaps ruin the education and the life experience of the child as an adult, especially the case with girls. He's writing this around in the first half of the 19th century, 1850 or so. So he's thinking maybe especially of the sort of revolution in novels in England and elsewhere, I'm sure, with people. Novel reading, he thinks, sets people up for failure in terms of their education. He does approve of a couple of novels that he lists here at the end. And the last invocation of Don Quixote, I think, should bring to our mind the kind of the satire of the novel reader. Who is Quixote? He's a man who takes the story seriously. And so he sees windmills, but he confronts giants. And so he's caught in his own fantasy world, and he behaves like a buffoon as a result. And I think Schopenhauer here is warning against novel reading, which we might chuckle at, but we might apply it in our own time to the watching of certain kinds of fantasy movies or television. Children who imbibe a great deal of television come up with wrong expectations of framework, a wrong set of ideas, and a distorted worldview with regard to the opposite sex, to material things, to any number of other things, what is politically possible and impossible in this world or in the economy. And it seems that those kind of distorted ideas, the sources of those distorted ideas are things which certainly should be kept away from impressionable children, I think, on Schopenhauer's view. So that is my reading and commentary of Schopenhauer's essay on education. The next essay in Studies in Pessimism is his infamous Of Women. We'll take a look at that in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Women. The seventh essay in Studies in Pessimism is Of Women, and this is perhaps Schopenhauer's most famous or infamous essay. It is, I think, equal parts polemic and psychological observation and social critique. A lot of it's sort of mixed up together. There are some very acute insights, I think, and some rather subtle claims about sexual psychology, which are worth our attention. These are mixed together with some things that may be tied in with his biography or particular resentments of his own. I'll leave that to other people to suss out the exact difference. I'm going to present Schopenhauer's thoughts here as he shares them and offer a little bit of my interpretive commentary as we go along. I want to begin with the translator's note, an excerpt from the translator's note for this whole volume by T. Bailey Saunders, who translated this work into English in the 1890s. He writes of this essay, "The essay on women must not be taken in jest. It expresses Schopenhauer's serious convictions, and, as a penetrating observer of the faults of humanity, he may be allowed a hearing on a question which is just now receiving a good deal of attention among us." And I'll mention that again, that for now, for now for T. Bailey Saunders refers to about 1893 when he is publishing this translation, a few decades after Schopenhauer's death in 1860. So that's the first place to begin. As to what we will read in Schopenhauer's essay proper, I think I can sum it up what I'll cover in this video, maybe the first third of the essay, this way. Schopenhauer will mention that women, he thinks, are childish by nature and short-sighted, focused upon the present. He speaks for a few paragraphs about girls, young girls, and their attention to issues of attractiveness and surface appearance. He offers some speculations relating this to feminine nature, to human nature, and keeping in mind that he's writing several decades before any of Darwin's work is published, I think there's some interest here in seeing what he says and how he ties it in with some others of his writings. His main attack in this early part of the essay is upon the axis of, we'll say, reason versus intellect. Intellect versus intuition. Reason and intellect being more characteristic of men, and intuition and a focus upon present, immediate affairs being more the psychological focus and tendency of women. He speaks about both the pluses and minuses of this arrangement. It is not without a certain kind of benefit that women are able to see and focus upon present affairs more intently. He then speaks about justice and about the telling of lies, both of which he thinks makes several observations there, I think, to the disadvantage of women. And that's, I think, roughly where we will conclude. He says a little bit towards the end of the section I'm covering today about what women find attractive in men, regardless of whether they are aware of it or not. I want to also mention that I'll conclude this video with an example I found a few weeks ago of a social media post, which I think reflects certain ideas which we find very vividly here in Schopenhauer. So if you're interested in tying in what he's writing back in the 1850s with some things that are being said today in 2025, I'll conclude with an example of that, which I'll also, of course, link in the description below to this video. So with those preliminaries, here is the first part of Schopenhauer's essay of women. Schiller's poem in honor of women, Würde der Frauen, the dignity of women, is the result of much careful thought, and it appeals to the reader by its antithetic style and its use of contrast, but as an expression of the true praise which should be accorded to them, it is, I think, inferior to these few words of Jouys. Without women, the beginning of our life would be helpless, the middle devoid of pleasure, and the end of consolation. The same thing is more feelingly expressed by Byron in Sardanapalus. The very first of human life must spring from woman's breast. Your first small words are taught you from her lips, your first tears quenched by her, and your last sighs too often breathed out in a woman's hearing. When men have shrunk from the ignoble care of watching the last hour of him who led them. These two passages indicate the right standpoint for the appreciation of women. And I'll mention as a brief comment that here, as in his chapter 44 of volume 2 of The World as Will and Representation, Schopenhauer begins his discussion of relations between the sexes by looking to the wisdom of the poets. In fact, in that chapter, which I'll cover in another series of videos later on, he's very explicit that to find anything sensible written about relations between men and women, you have to go to poets, to dramatists, and to artists, because philosophers have said, at least prior to Schopenhauer, hardly anything worth paying attention to on the issue. So continuing with this, written much later in his life, he's doing the same thing. He's saying that here we'll find this not from Schiller, but from Byron and Jouy, proper understanding of the way in which we, and throughout this essay he'll address his reader as we, meaning we men, we should think about our relation to women. Going on. You need only look at the way in which she is formed to see that woman is not meant to undergo great labor, whether of the mind or of the body. She pays the debt of life not by what she does, but by what she suffers. by the pains of childbearing and care for the child, and by submission to her husband, to whom she should be a patient and cheering companion. The keenest sorrows and joys are not for her, nor is she called upon to display a great deal of strength. The current of her life should be more gentle, peaceful, and trivial than a man's, without being essentially happier or unhappier. Women are directly fitted for acting as the nurses and teachers of our early childhood by the fact that they are themselves childish, frivolous, and short-sighted. In a word, they are big children all their life long, a kind of intermediate stage between the child and the full-grown man who is man in the strictest sense of the word. See how a girl will fondle a child for days together, dance with it and sing to it, and then think what a man, with the best will in the world, could do if he were put in her place. This is, I think, Schopenhauer's articulation of his first, I don't want to say attack upon feminine nature, his first observation that women, he says, naturally suited for the care of children by being childish in mind, and he thinks also weaker in body, may be called upon to endure but not to do any great deeds of strength, and therefore this fits with, we might say, certainly pre-feminist thoughts about the role of women, that they should be, in a healthy society, protected from the extremes of violence and suffering that would be more taken over by men. It might be interesting to put this side by side with a 20th century feminist critic like Simone de Beauvoir and contrast some of the observations and insights. Schopenhauer continues, with young girls, nature seems to have had in view what, in the language of the drama, is called a striking effect, as, for a few years, she dowers them with a wealth of beauty and is lavish in her gift of charm, at the expense of all the rest of their life, so that during those years they may capture the fantasy of some man to such a degree that he is hurried away into undertaking the honorable care of them, in some form or other, as long as they live, a step for which there would not appear to be any sufficient warranty if reason only directed his thoughts. Accordingly, nature has equipped woman, as she does all her creatures, with the weapons and implements requisite for the safeguarding of her existence, and for just as long as is necessary for her to have them. Here, as elsewhere, nature proceeds with her usual economy. For just as the female ant, after fecundation, loses her wings, which are then superfluous, nay, actually a danger to the business of breeding, so after giving birth to one or two children, a woman generally loses her beauty, probably indeed for similar reasons. And so we find that young girls in their hearts look upon domestic affairs or work of any kind as of secondary importance, if not actually as a mere jest. The only business that really claims their earnest attention is love, making conquests, and everything connected with this, dress, dancing, and so on. This is an interesting set of claims about women, and I think people who know Schopenhauer's biography better than I might connect this with his relationship with his mother or love affairs in his life. I won't try to do that here. What I'm interested in here is his use of nature with a capital N, as Saunders translated. That's an English convention. But the idea that nature is doing things here. Keep in mind, Schopenhauer was writing this probably in the 1850s, before Darwin's work in Origin of Species is published. But he's speaking about nature providing a kind of evolutionary advantage. Nature, with her typical economy, gives to women precisely what they need in order to secure the attention and lifelong commitment of a man. And she provides it for only as long as they need it. So for maybe those, dozen or so years of youth, that is when women are beautiful. And then he rather offensively here just comes right out and says, after they're married, after bearing several children, beauty goes away. Now, why? Not because nature is cruel, but because nature is efficient and it's no longer needed for the sake of survival. Schopenhauer is here assuming a certain kind of marriage culture, typical perhaps of his time and place, which may not be universal. But the thing that interests me most here philosophically is that Schopenhauer is talking about nature, capital N nature, doing things, accomplishing things at the species level through individual humans without necessarily the intellectual or volitional cooperation of those humans. The people who do these things will not necessarily be aware that they're doing them on behalf of nature, on behalf of the human race. So this is an interesting, I think, turn philosophically towards a way of thinking about humans' relationship to nature and their intellectual capacities and their will. We'll see later in the essay he does some more of the same thing, and I'll just mention again that in the chapter on the metaphysics of sexual love in The World as Will, he does a great deal of this. This is in fact one of his central points, that nature works through us without necessarily our understanding or cooperation. I think he's saying just this about women and their beauty in their youth as an aid to their getting the commitment and protection of a husband for their entire lives and for the raising of their children. Much more will be done later on in terms of Darwinian evolution, neo-evolution, and sociobiology along those same sorts of lines. Schopenhauer continues, "The nobler and more perfect a thing is, the later and slower it is in arriving at maturity. A man reaches the maturity of his reasoning powers and mental faculties hardly before the age of 28, a woman at 18. And then, too, in the case of woman, it is only reason of a sort, very niggard in its dimensions. That is why women remain children their whole life long, never seeing anything but what is quite close to them, cleaving to the present moment, taking appearance for reality, and preferring trifles to matters of the first importance. For it is by virtue of his reasoning faculty that man does not live in the present only, like the brute, but looks about him and considers the past and the future. And this is the origin of prudence, as well as of that care and anxiety which so many people exhibit. Both the advantages and the disadvantages which this involves are shared in by the woman to a smaller extent because of her weaker power of reasoning. She may in fact be described as intellectually short-sighted, because while she has an intuitive understanding of what lies quite close to her, her field of vision is narrow and does not reach to what is remote. So that things which are absent or past or to come have much less effect upon women than upon men. This is the reason why women are more often inclined to be extravagant and sometimes carry their inclination to a length that borders upon madness. In their hearts, women think that it is men's business to earn money and theirs to spend it, if possible during their husband's life, but at any rate after his death. The very fact that their husband hands them over his earnings for purposes of housekeeping strengthens them in this belief. And here we have this reason versus intuition axis, which I spoke about before. Men inclining more towards the reason and intellect side, women towards the intuitive side. Also, men looking to the past and to the future, to history and to what is to come, to planning for the future. Women being much more present-focused. This does seem to me to be a little bit in tension with the idea that the biological realities of bearing and caring for children does seem to involve women in the future, certainly the future, 15 or 20 years involved in bearing and raising a child, more so than men. So I would be inclined to suppose, not reading this, that men might have a certain kind of present focus inclination as regards at least their sort of sexual psychology, more so than women. Schopenhauer leaning all the way in the other direction. He connects this with his previous idea that women, by being kind of big children their whole life, have a less powerful intellect, less activated, and since he has associated intellect with what distinguishes us from beasts, he is in a sense here placing women on a lower level, closer to the beasts, although I don't think he's here trying to deprive them entirely of human dignity, simply indicating they're at the low end of the range that we as humans occupy. Nevertheless, of course, fairly offensive to say. I think that part of what is interesting here to me is that this expression of being short-sighted, he compares the intellectual vision of women to a kind of short-sightedness. And that I think may be illuminating without being so offensive, that he's suggesting here that in regards to planning for the past and for the future, women are characterized by something like a kind of nearsightedness of the eyes, where they might struggle or find it difficult or impossible to focus upon things at a distance that other people with eyes arranged, with eyesight that is more typical, in this case, the male attitude of intellect and reason, might be more inclined to be able to see accurately and well. And this, he says, leads to a certain kind of feminine tendency to extravagance and a sort of neglect for the hard work involved in earning. And he's thinking here of his own, certainly his own society in Frankfurt and elsewhere, where especially the ladies of society, high class women, who will come in for a great deal of criticism later in this essay, high class women are in the position of being able to spend what they've inherited or received from their husbands from sources of householding. So some of this also kind of social commentary on German society, European society in the mid-19th century. Going on. However many disadvantages that all this may involve, there is at least this to be said in its favor, that the woman lives more in the present than the man, and that, if the present is at all tolerable, she enjoys it more eagerly. This is the source of that cheerfulness which is peculiar to women, fitting her to amuse man in his hours of recreation, and in case of need, to console him when he is borne down by the weight of his cares. It is by no means a bad plan to consult women in matters of difficulty, as the Germans used to do in ancient times, for their way of looking at things is quite different from ours, chiefly in the fact that they like to take the shortest way to their goal, and in general manage to fix their eyes upon what lies before them, while we, as a rule, see far beyond it, just because it is in front of our noses. In cases like this, we need to be brought back to the right standpoint so as to recover the near and simple view. Then again, women are decidedly more sober in their judgment than we are, so that they do not see more in things than is really there, whilst if our passions are aroused, we are apt to see things in an exaggerated way or to imagine what does not exist. The weakness of their reasoning faculty also explains why it is that women show more sympathy for the unfortunate than men do, and so treat them with more kindness and interest, and why it is that, on the contrary, they are inferior to men in point of justice and less honorable and conscientious. For it is just because their reasoning power is weak that present circumstances have such a hold over them, and those concrete things which lie directly before their eyes exercise a power which is seldom counteracted to any extent by abstract principles of thought, by fixed rules of conduct, firm resolutions, or in general by consideration for the past and the future, or regard for what is absent and remote. Accordingly, they possess the first and main elements that go to make a virtuous character, but they are deficient in those secondary qualities which are often a necessary instrument in the formation of it. Footnote. In this respect, they may be compared to an animal organism which contains a liver but no gallbladder. Here let me refer to what I have said in my treatise on the foundation of morals, section 17. So Schopenhauer here has taken us through some of the pluses and minuses, the advantages and disadvantages of women's state relative to men. He mentions that women enjoy the present more because they are more focused upon it. It takes up, we might say, a greater percentage of their field of vision, if we're to grant Schopenhauer his thesis. Then, if the present is tolerable, they enjoy it, And so this is why women tend to be more cheerful. They take more pleasure in the present, in the affairs of the present moment, in their enjoyment, are less worn down by worries for the future or concerns about the past, about this sort of anxiety and care. That seems to me that that's an observation that could be subject to some empirical test. We could actually see, is it the case that women are, in our own day and age, more inclined to cheerful enjoyment of the present? I don't know what those studies would say, but it seems to me that we can look at evidence beyond what is here in the text to see if Schopenhauer is accurate in this observation. He mentions also that it is wise for men to consult women in important matters because they don't see what's not there. Men, maybe because of their cares about the past, their concern for history, their interest in the future, if Schopenhauer is correct, would see the present through a kind of distorting lens. Women might see more clearly what is there. They also seems to suggest there's a certain kind of efficiency, even one might say sort of ruthless efficiency, in the determination of women to get to the objective, provided that it can be seen in what is directly in front, what is sort of in the present state of circumstances. So perhaps better at means and reasoning of a certain kind rather than long-term planning. It's an interesting observation. I don't know that it's true to my experience, but my experience is not terribly broad. So I'll simply offer this as Schopenhauer's idea. He does mention this, that women can bring men back to a correct standpoint, a correct view of seeing what is in front of us and what needs to be done. Then lastly, there's this idea that women are more sympathetic to suffering because they see the suffering as the kind of discrete thing immediately in front of them. They see the suffering of the condemned prisoner, the tears of the man on the gallows, and not so much the medium-term and long-term social effects of sparing or showing mercy to this particular prisoner here and now. So if he's right about that, this inclination towards intuition over intellect, or as he puts it, the weakness of their reasoning powers, might account for the more sympathetic nature of women, maybe also connected with their care of children, either sort of by natural inclination or by sort of social circumstance. And that it is for this reason, he says, that women find their sense of sympathy less often counteracted by things like abstract principles or firm rules of conduct or firm resolutions. It suggests that women would be more likely to be merciful in a situation where somebody pleaded for mercy with a kind of sympathetic face, with tears streaming down their face. I don't know if that's 100% the case, and maybe we'll see later on in this essay some examples of places where we might find women actually be more insistent upon justice being done in certain circumstances. I'll save that for later. And then the very last slide that I just went over, that women seem to possess the main elements of forming a good character, but to be lacking somewhat in the sort of finishing qualities, the secondary qualities that will be necessary to make a very good, virtuous character. That's not to say that they can't do it, but that they would be working uphill to do it against some element of their nature. I'm providing here as sympathetic a reading of Schopenhauer as I can. Schopenhauer goes on. Hence, it will be found that the fundamental fault of the female character is that it has no sense of justice. This is mainly due to the fact already mentioned, that women are defective in their power of reasoning and deliberation, but it is also traceable to the position which nature has assigned to them as the weaker sex. They are dependent not upon strength but upon craft, and hence their instinctive capacity for cunning and their ineradicable tendency to say what is not true. For as lions are provided with claws and teeth, and elephants and boars with tusks, bulls with horns, and cuttlefish with its clouds of inky fluid, so nature has equipped woman for her defense and protection with the arts of dissimulation. And all the power which nature has conferred upon man in the shape of physical strength and reason has been bestowed upon women in this form. Hence, dissimulation is innate in woman, and almost as much a quality of the stupid as of the clever. It is as natural for them to make use of it on every occasion as it is for those animals to employ their means of defense when they are attacked.
They have a feeling that in doing so they are only within their rights. Therefore, a woman who is perfectly truthful and not given to dissimulation is perhaps an impossibility. And for this very reason, they are so quick at seeing through dissimulation in others that it is not a wise thing to attempt it with them. But this fundamental defect which I have stated, with all that it entails, gives rise to falsity, faithlessness, treachery, ingratitude, and so on. Perjury in a court of justice is more often committed by women than by men. It may indeed be generally questioned whether women ought to be sworn in at all. From time to time, one finds repeated cases everywhere of ladies who want for nothing, taking things from shop counters when no one is looking, and making off with them. So here is Schopenhauer's attack upon women's truthfulness. The suggestion here is an interesting one related to this present focus that he claimed before, because they're focused upon the present and because their intellect does not easily extend to the future and the past, sort of especially the future consequences of present decisions and behavior. And I might say they can do this, but maybe it's more difficult or less a matter of natural inclination. The feminine character, he says straight out, no sense of justice. This is because women depend, as being physically weaker, depend upon dissimulation and craft. We'd expect them then to be much more culturally involved in social orders and the assigning of social ranks and the withholding of social rank as punishment. That's something he'll speak about in the second half of the essay. And then this, I don't know quite, there's really no way to soft pedal this. Women, he says, by nature are inclined to lie in their defense. And we might say this is nature's way of giving them a sort of equal footing with men. With men are physically stronger, larger, more dominating. Women, much more cunning in the use of words. And of course, the use of words does not necessarily mean the true use of words, if unrestrained by principle. So we have, just like lions with their claws and teeth, etc., women have, for their own defense, for their own protection, for the preservation of their lives and their status, the arts of dissimulation. And as much as men excel in physical power, women excel in the use of words to, he says, to deceive. Or we might say it's not even, in a sense, deceptive in telling lies. It's using words in a way that bears no relation to truth, not so much immoral as amoral, or whatever the equivalent in the realm of truth would be of the adjective amoral. It's just that you say the words, presumably, that will lead to your being able to achieve the desired effect socially and for yourself, without so much regard for whether those words are literally or strictly true or false. So Schopenhauer takes a hard line on this. I can't save him from this claim that women by nature are inclined to lie, and this is ineradicable. He even suggests women should not be permitted to give testimony in court for this very reason. Is this subject to empirical test by social science today? I don't know. I'm inclined to disagree with Schopenhauer on this one, but it's his essay. I'm going to let him have his say here. Plenty of things for feminists to dislike and to take issue with in this essay. He mentions at the end of the section I've just quoted that you do find cases of wealthy women shoplifting. Well, why else? Well, it involves this kind of instinct for dissimulation and this kind of amorality of the use of words, or in this case of social behavior. A certain kind of implicit, if not dishonesty, at least a tendency towards dishonesty. Schopenhauer goes on. Nature has appointed that the propagation of the species shall be the business of men who are young, strong, and handsome, so that the race may not degenerate. This is the firm will and purpose of nature in regard to the species, and it finds its expression in the passions of women. There is no law that is older or more powerful than this. Woe then to the man who sets up claims and interests that will conflict with it. Whatever he may say and do, they will be unmercifully crushed at the first encounter. For the innate rule that governs women's conduct, though it is secret and unformulated, unconscious in its working, is this. We, women, are justified in deceiving those who think they have acquired rights over the species by paying little attention to the individual, that is, to us. The Constitution, and therefore the welfare of the species, have been placed in our hands and committed to our care through the control we obtain over the next generation, which proceeds from us. Let us discharge our duties conscientiously. But women have no abstract knowledge of this leading principle. They are conscious of it only as a concrete fact, and they have no other method of giving expression to it than the way in which they act when the opportunity arrives. And then their conscience does not trouble them so much as we fancy, for in the darkest recesses of their heart they are aware that in committing a breach of their duty towards the individual, they have all the better fulfilled their duty towards the species, which is infinitely greater. Footnote: a more detailed discussion of the matter in question may be found in my chief work, Die Weltausbildung, Volume 2, Chapter 44. That is, as I've said before, Schopenhauer's chapter on the metaphysics of sexual love. This is the end of the section I'm going to share with you today. My comment on it, here again we have the appearance of nature operating with its own purposes through human beings and their choices and actions, but without those human beings' awareness. In this case, it's women who are not consciously aware in any abstract, principled way of the use that nature is making of them. How does nature use them? Well, he says here, the propagation of the species, the preservation of the human race, is through the birth of healthy, excellent, strong young. Is this kind of eugenic idea, this idea that nature sort of has its own kind of eugenic path for the progress and preservation of the human race. And nature, therefore, has sort of programmed women to have these passions for what? The young, the strong, and the handsome. Why those? Because those are associated with what we would call genetic fitness. This is, again, pre-Darwin, pre-genetic understanding of the human race. But his idea is, woe to the man who sets up his claims, who tries to attract women without respect to this deep principle. There's no law older than this, that women prefer the young, the strong, and the handsome. This is what activates their passions, their emotions. He suggests here the innate rule that nature's operating by, which is sort of running, we might say, kind of as software in the background of women's minds, is that our primary duty is to the species, to the human race. It is to bring forth healthy and excellent and superior youth, young, in the next generation. And if we have to do that by betraying our obligation to a particular individual here and now, by breaking off an engagement to a particular man, I don't know if that man might be have been named Arthur Schopenhauer at one point, but if I have to betray my obligation to a particular man in order to pair off with and marry another man who is superior in the categories of youth, wealth, and beauty, handsomeness, well, then I'm simply fulfilling my higher and, might say, deeper duty to the human race. And I'm entirely justified in doing so. As Schopenhauer says, their consciences don't trouble them, fellas, as much as we men might think they do. Because they have this sort of, although they're not aware of it, this sort of deep-seated subconscious understanding that they are in fact benefiting the entire human race. And so their service to the species, their duty to the species, has trumped their duty to keeping a promise to a particular individual man. This is, I've looked into it, this is exactly the insight that Schopenhauer deals with at length, the way in which the sexual behavior and sometimes the sexual feelings of men and women both are dictated by this kind of species level, I don't want to say intelligence, but sort of programming by nature, operating through us without our awareness, without our understanding, without even our attention. That nature has basically made us such that we will, in the natural course of things, bring forth better and better generations of human beings and be disinclined to pair off and mate with people who will bring about inferior, genetically, we would say genetically inferior, but weaker and more sickly offspring. So when we get to that chapter in The World as Will, we'll talk about those issues. If you want to look it up yourself, it's chapter 44 in volume 2, which is the red volume in the Dover 2-volume series. So that is the conclusion of the first third or so of the essay of Women by Arthur Schopenhauer. I'll conclude, as I promised, with a contemporary example of somebody whose insights, I think, are roughly close to Schopenhauer, in some cases the exact same words. And in this case, it is the YouTuber and Twitter X user Homath. About 2 weeks ago, here is what Homath wrote in a long Twitter X post. I'll just share part of it with you. Hey kid, you want to understand politics? Women are born with a sense of justice that is optimized for dealing with other women and with children. Men are optimized for dealing with other men. Okay, and I'll say here right off, obviously, we've just heard Schopenhauer say something very similar to that, not quite in those words. We'll see him talking about the relations between men and women at the beginning of the next video. We're getting to the next section. Lower down in this long post of Homath's, which I won't quote all of, he writes, their brains are also assume that there is an infinite pool of resources that will never go away, Santaism. This is because getting resources is a male thing and sharing resources is a female-child thing. You may be familiar with the common male-female argument of let's spend less for the future versus let's spend more for comfort. What do you mean the future? Just spend infinity now and then spend infinity again later. Do you know where your food comes from? What about your clothes? Can you imagine how much work it took to make everything you have? Like I said, I won't quote all of this post from Homath, but I will link to this tweet in the description below. And I'll also link with respect to his YouTube channel. I'm not a big follower of his, but I noticed this tweet as I was preparing for this video, and I said, this is exactly the thing I need to share with it. A very clear contemporary example in 2025 of some of the kinds of insights that Schopenhauer's been talking about, both the sense of justice, and then here in this second part, the idea that the people who are sort of very, very good at distributing, spending, sharing, spreading out the resources may not be that attentive to the hard work involved, the suffering involved in procuring those resources. And we may have this kind of collapse into a psychology of Santaism. I'm assuming, well, the resources will just be there, right, when they're needed, right? So all we need to do is to make sure that some people are not hogging what is there. The idea that these resources need to be generated by hard work, by energy, we find this tendency towards extravagance rather than towards creation, if I want to bring in that sort of language here. So that's just me interpreting what I've read here. I'm not attributing any of these views to Homath or to Schopenhauer. But so that's my contemporary example to close out this video. We will look at the rest of Women in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye.
Welcome back. In this video, we will be talking about the final 2/3 of Schopenhauer's essay on women from Studies in Pessimism. In this video, I will quickly review what we covered in the previous video. I will share a brief anecdote that I think is relevant to the topic overall, and then I'll summarize this part, let you know what to expect from it, read it, and offer my commentary. Previously, Schopenhauer has begun by observing that women are not made for danger or for hard work. One can tell this by their physical constitution, by simple observation. He claims that they tend towards being frivolous and are intellectually weaker than men. They're also more focused upon the present, a quality that they share, perhaps with the beasts, with the animals. This makes them cheerful, which is to their credit. They take greater joy in the present moment, but it also makes them extravagant, which is less to their credit. It also, he thinks, gives them a deficient sense of justice. There's an interesting set of observations about that. He goes on to talk then about their tendency to lie and to break promises, especially in engagements and marriages, and the way in which he speaks of the way in which women are driven by what we might call a kind of subconscious or unconscious imperative to act in the interest of the human race as a species, especially in bringing forth a strong and superior generation of children ahead. So there's something kind of pre-genetics on pre-Darwinian understanding of biological nature as providing a set of psychological
and motivational imperatives for human beings, for women in the case of this essay. I wanted to share a brief anecdote before getting into the second half of the essay. Years ago on Twitter, I read something about a fellow, I think after the Super Bowl, was sharing a story about a male coworker of his who was complaining about somebody who welshed on a bet, who made a sort of verbal bet, I bet you $100 the Chiefs will win the Super Bowl, and then refused to pay. And as if I remember this correctly, this story being shared, the fellow asks his coworker, how much did she take you for? And the story that follows is that overwhelmingly it's the case, he says, that when a man is complaining about somebody refusing to pay a bet that was entered into on a casual basis, the welsher is much more often than not, a woman. His theory for this, and again, this is assuming I remember correctly, his theory for this is that women view promise-keeping as something like a courtesy that one does for one's friends or one's near social circle, but men tend to see it as a deep test of character, so that for a woman to welsh on a bet is rude and inconsiderate. It might damage a relationship, but if the relationship is strong and long-lasting, then it won't wreck it permanently. But for a man, to welsh on a bet, especially to refuse to pay a low-value casual bet that you entered into on the strength of your word, shows a serious character flaw. You might even say that if I'm a man and you refuse to pay a $20 bet that you made on the Super Bowl, that indicates to me that you're not a trustworthy person whatsoever. I wouldn't do business with you on the strength of knowing that about you, that you're the kind of man who would do that. So the suggestion here from this anecdote is that men and women both value promise-keeping, but they consider promise-keeping of a different order of obligation, and therefore they consider its violation as a different type of violation, either a sort of a lack of courtesy or a deep and fundamental betrayal of the kind of connection that strangers should have with each other, the kind of courtesy that they should show to each other. Not courtesy, but the obligation, the kind of moral obligation they have to be as good as their word. So it's something I only half remember from several years ago, but I thought it's a good contemporary example of reasoning about sexual differences in psychology in ways that are related to, perhaps can tie in with some of the things that Schopenhauer has to say. Now, quickly for a summary of what's ahead, what we're going to see here first is a brief discussion of species being, of the way in which human beings operate under a set of imperatives that are below the surface in the interest of the human race generally, or of will itself. Schopenhauer then talks about, I think, 5 major topics. He discusses the hatred and hostility that women bear to each other. Women don't like each other, sort of by nature. He has a speculative suggestion about why this is the case. He speaks about women's physical appearance in one of the most notorious passages of the essay, but he links this to their deficient aesthetic sense and their lack of objectivity. He calls them modern Philistines. So we'll look at that, the question of artistic creativity and women. Third, he attacks the institution of the lady, the idea of the high-class woman who moves about in wealth in society in a position of social privilege. He suggests here that there's a kind of class divide among women, that the privileges of the ladies are earned at the expense of the rest of women, that all women, that the lower class of women suffer when the higher class of women put on airs in this, he thinks, unnatural institution of the lady. He also attacks in the final sections of this essay, he mounts an attack upon monogamy at great length, such length it seems to me that it might even have been a short essay of itself that could have been spun off had he not dealt with it here in his consideration of women. And finally, an attack upon inheritance and property law. His suggestion is that it is a mistake to allow women to inherit and dispose of property. And he'll explain why and contrast this with other systems that he think would be superior. Along the way, in this final section, he makes an argument that the love that fathers have for their children is superior and longer lasting than the love that mothers have for their children because of its metaphysical basis. So watch out for that when we get to that part of the essay. So with that said, there's my summary. Here's the beginning of the second part of Schopenhauer's essay on women.
And since women exist, in the main, solely for the propagation of the species, and are not destined for anything else, they live, as a rule, more for the species than for the individual, and in their hearts take the affairs of the species more seriously than those of the individual. This gives their whole life and being a certain levity. The general bent of their character is in a direction fundamentally different from that of man, and it is this which produces that discord in married life which is so frequent and almost the normal state. I'll comment here briefly, first, that Schopenhauer was not himself married, so this is more of like a report of a common opinion about marital strife. And second, that this is following immediately after his footnote to chapter 44 of The World as Will on the metaphysics of sexual love. And in that chapter, he does observe that it is not only women who do the bidding of will or of the species being. This applies to men as well. And it applies to men both collectively in their attraction to women collectively and to individual men. The reason that this man is attracted to this woman may be because, in part, he's tall and she is short, and nature and will is trying to make a certain kind of match which will push the species forward. More details about that there, but I don't want to let this pass without noting that men are subject to this kind of manipulation and control by powers of human nature and of will that they are not themselves aware of. Moving on. The natural feeling between men is mere indifference, but between women it is actual enmity. The reason of this is that trade jealousy, odium figulinum, which, in the case of men, does not go beyond the confines of their own particular pursuit, but with women embraces the whole sex, since they have only one kind of business. Even when they meet in the street, women look at one another like Guelphs and Ghibellines. And it is a patent fact that when two women make first acquaintance with each other, they behave with more constraint and dissimulation than two men would show in a like case. And hence it is that an exchange of compliments between two women is a much more ridiculous proceeding than between two men. Further, whilst a man will, as a general rule, always preserve a certain amount of consideration and humanity in speaking to others, even to those who are in a very inferior position, it is intolerable to see how proudly and disdainfully a fine lady will generally behave towards one who is in a lower social rank. I do not mean a woman who is in her service, whenever she speaks to her. The reason of this may be that with women, differences of rank are much more precarious than with us, because while 100 considerations carry weight in our case, in theirs there is only one, namely, with which man they have found favor, as also that they stand in much nearer relations with one another than men do, in consequence of the one-sided nature of their calling. This makes them endeavor to lay stress upon differences of rank. Schopenhauer tells us here that all women naturally hate each other, that the sort of default mode of engagement of one woman to another woman with no prior connection between them presumed is one of general hostility, and that this is not the case with men. Men tend to be more indifferent towards strangers, strange or unknown men, unless there's some personal cause or some different group loyalty involved. But sort of one random man, another random man, the relation between them is one of relative indifference, but there will be something more on the negative side of active hostility between one woman and any other randomly selected woman. He does refer to here, his reference here to the one kind of business that women pursue being sexual attractiveness to men strikes me as a rather nasty jibe. I think it's not for the first or the last time in this essay that Schopenhauer is being deliberately offensive and demeaning towards women. But I think the reality that he's pointing to is that intrasexual competition between women and women is different from the corresponding competition between men and men. he's pointing to the fact here, he thinks that every woman instinctively sees every other woman as a rival for the best mates. And as with his other observations, this might be taking place at a subconscious or unconscious level in terms of the individual's service to the species or to will generally. That men, I think, being, as he said before, more occupied with things, will be occupied as much with their attention to things as with their ability to attract attention from women. And I might say, in our own place and time, we could note that nobody has seen fit to create a Bechdel test for men in cinema. Do two men ever have a conversation with something other than a woman? Well, yes, all the time, about whatever they happen to be cooperating to work on. It's not always the case with women that they're talking about men, but it's that case often enough, at least in the kind of cinema that the Bechdel test is criticizing, that we have a name for the test to examine this. If you don't know what the Bechdel test is, check the link in the description. I'll put it down there. Schopenhauer goes on to observe that interactions between women are more formal and more insincere. They're sort of surrounded by a whole code of manners and caution, and that their compliments can turn poisonous very quickly. Suggests there's something ridiculous about them, but also it's because of this sincerity and this kind of native hostility of woman to woman that this is the case. So this is kind of an observation about feminine psychology in his own place and time, and perhaps feminine nature. He says, finally, that women tend to treat their social inferiors more harshly than men in a similar circumstance. Maybe that's connected again with the relationship to things versus people, the dependence upon action and assertion of the will, assertion of oneself to mold things that he identified with the masculine impulse, and the tendency to rely upon words to affect the behaviors and choices of other people, which makes women at once more present-focused, but also more social, and it seems here also more sensitive to gradations of rank. Schopenhauer's explanation is that all women are much closer in rank to each other than is the case with men. So where men in rank may be spread out across quite a wide range, women, he suggests here, seem to occupy a relatively narrow band of rank between them, so that the highest is relatively closer to the lowest than is the case with men. And in any social circumstance like that, of a narrow band where the high is close to the low, the question of who is slightly higher than someone else becomes much more, assumes a kind of exaggerated importance. So that, I think, is his explanation for women's sensitivity to issues of rank, their sort of attachment to the rank that they have, and the sort of disdain that he thinks especially fine ladies will have for members of the lower classes, people who are not as high as them. We might say that they overvalue the opinions of others, but also overvalue the role that rank plays in their own personal sense of self-worth. And this may be inevitable for them, given Schopenhauer's theory of feminine nature. And I'll just conclude my comment here by noting again that his reference to the one-sided nature of their calling, this being their attractiveness to men and their ability to attract the sexual interest and the loyalty of men, that still strikes me as being rather nasty and demeaning. And as, again, probably deliberately so. This is Schopenhauer and using his style here to great effect. Let's take a look at the next section of the essay. It is only the man whose intellect is clouded by his sexual impulses that could give the name of the fair sex to that undersized, narrow-shouldered, broad-hipped, and short-legged race. For the whole beauty of the sex is bound up with this impulse. Instead of calling them beautiful, there would be more warrant for describing women as the unaesthetic sex. Neither for music, nor for poetry, nor for fine art have they really and truly any sense or susceptibility. It is a mere mockery if they make a pretense of it in order to assist their endeavor to please. Hence, as a result of this, they are incapable of taking a purely objective interest in anything, and the reason of it seems to me to be as follows. A man tries to acquire direct mastery over things,
either by understanding them or by forcing them to do his will. But a woman is always and everywhere reduced to obtaining this mastery indirectly, namely through a man, and whatever direct mastery she may have is entirely confined to him. And so it lies in woman's nature to look upon everything only as a means for conquering man, and if she takes an interest in anything else, it is simulated, a mere roundabout way of gaining her ends by coquetry and feigning what she does not feel. Hence, even Rousseau declared, women have, in general, no love for any art. They have no proper knowledge of any, and they have no genius. No one who sees at all below the surface can have failed to remark the same thing. You need only observe the kind of attention women bestow upon a concert, an opera, or a play. The childish simplicity, for example, with which they keep on chattering during the finest passages in the greatest masterpieces. If it is true that the Greeks excluded women from their theaters, they were quite right in what they did. At any rate, you would have been able to hear what was said upon the stage. In our day, besides, or in lieu of saying, "Let a woman keep silence in the church," it would be much to the point to say, "Let a woman keep silence in the theater." This might perhaps be put up on big letters on the curtain. And you cannot expect anything else of women if you consider that the most distinguished intellects among the whole sex have never managed to produce a single achievement in the fine arts that is really great, genuine, or original, or given to the world any work of permanent value in any sphere. This is most strikingly shown in regard to painting, where mastery of technique is at least as much within their power as within ours, and hence they are diligent in cultivating it. But still, they have not a single great painting to boast of, just because they are deficient in that objectivity of mind which is so directly indispensable in painting. They never get beyond a subjective point of view. It is quite in keeping with this that ordinary women have no real susceptibility for art at all, for nature proceeds in strict sequence, non facit saltum. And Huarte, in his Examen de Ingenios para las Ciencias, a book which has been famous for 300 years, denies women the possession of all the higher faculties. Translator's footnote. Juan Huarte practiced as a physician at Madrid. The work cited by Schopenhauer is known and has been translated into many languages. The case is not altered by particular and partial exceptions. Taken as a whole, women are and remain thorough-going Philistines, and quite incurable. Hence, with that absurd arrangement which allows them to share the rank and title of their husbands, they are a constant stimulus to his ignoble ambitions. And further, it is just because they are Philistines that modern society, where they take the lead and set the tone, is in such a bad way. Napoleon's saying that women have no rank should be adopted as the right standpoint in determining their position in society, and as regards their other qualities, Chamfort makes this very true remark. They are made to trade with our own weaknesses and our follies, but not with our reason. The sympathies that exist between them and men are skin-deep only, and do not touch the mind, or the feelings, or the character. Translator's note, see Counsels and Maxims, page 12, note. They form the sexus sequior, the second sex, inferior in every respect to the first. Their infirmities should be treated with consideration, but to show them great reverence is extremely ridiculous, and lowers us in their eyes. When nature made two divisions of the human race, she did not draw the line exactly through the middle. These divisions are polar and opposed to each other, it is true, but the difference between them is not qualitative merely. It is also quantitative. This section starts with what I think is the most notorious single line of this essay, which is Schopenhauer's attack upon women's physical attractiveness.
He tells us that women are not objectively admirable or attractive, but are only so in light of the male sexual impulse, which governs our sight and our evaluation of them. Only somebody sort of driven mad by his biology would express any admiration for the feminine form, he says. This seems to me Schopenhauer really kind of hitting the ladies where it hurts. He takes this, though, to my mind, in a surprising direction next, because he doesn't go on to talk about physical appearance, but about women's aesthetic sensibility, or namely their lack of it. They're unaesthetic by their very nature. They lack they are weaker, he might say, in the human qualities which lead to the appreciation and creation of great art. They are unaesthetic. I think he means both in that sense and also in the sense of not being genuinely beautiful, or admirable examples of the human form. He says that this is for the reason that they cannot relate to things objectively, because men act upon things directly and woman acts upon man, and therefore acts upon things indirectly through man. As a generalization, I think we may need to consider the qualifications that requires, but we'll allow him his say for right now. His argument here seems to be that women, by their nature, see all things as a means to control or manipulate other people, men primarily. And my first instinct is that he may be right about this to some degree. There may be some basis of this in social reality, but that Schopenhauer may go too far in assigning this to be a fixed or immutable quality of women's nature. For a contemporary example of something like what Schopenhauer is discussing, you might consider the case of this rocket which took Katy Perry and a number of other celebrities up to the edge of space a short time ago in the spring of 2025. Some friends of mine have observed that this amounts to a kind of pale imitation of a genuine achievement that's been done by men. It looks like the kind of the distaff side junior league space travel, complete with medals for everyone and high praise and cheers about its significance, all out of proportion to its genuine worth and value. So perhaps there's something there that we could connect up with what Schopenhauer is telling us here. He goes on to talk about women talking at the theater, chattering and jabbering and disrupting the show. I think this sounds to me like Schopenhauer at his cranky old man best, complete with his suggestion that they should emblazon a warning to women to keep silent across the curtain before it opens up. He argues as well, or I should say even just plainly asserts, that there are no great female artists, especially painters, where there ought to be. We might consider whether that has changed since his death in 1860. Are there any genuinely great female artists whose work we would evaluate as being excellent on its own, not simply as the work of a female artist? His argument is this is because they lack this objectivity of mind. They take a subjective or present or self-focused view of things, and that this is at the very best a hindrance and at the very worst fatal to an attempt to create genuine art, which requires transcending yourself in a more profound way, I think he's suggesting. He quotes Juan Huarte here, or refers to Juan Huarte, a 16th century Spanish writer, and his work, The Examination of Men's Wits, which was an early attempt to link psychology to physiology, to the working of the body. Schopenhauer further says in this section that women by nature are Philistines. They are focused upon practical advantage and disdainful of artistic and intellectual pursuits. It's by their very nature, this goes perhaps to the present focused idea, that they're not going to have a sense for high art or for the value of art, deficient in the aesthetic sense, both in creating and in appreciating art. Again, this seems like this is a question with an empirical side to it. Can we test this? Can we falsify or pile up evidence against this assertion? Not merely in terms of exceptions, but in terms of a general rule and observation about women and art, especially great art, truly transcendent art for the ages, we might say. And he observes that wherever, as in modern society, he thinks, 19th century German society, wherever women are set the tone of the culture,
the culture declines. Whether that's true or not, or whether it's relevant to the present affairs, I will leave that to the judgment of the viewer. He mentions Chamfort, one of his favorite authors, an 18th century French aphorist whose work provided the epigraph for Schopenhauer's work translated as Counsels and Maxims. I have another series about that. I'll put a link in the video description for this one. And his conclusion here is that women as the second sex, as having this sort of both the qualitatively and the quantitatively lesser part of the whole that is human nature and the human race, deserve consideration for their weakness, but not reverence or admiration for any objective superiority, since he's claiming they simply don't have it. So the image here may be helpful. This maybe goes back to the image of dividing an egg from a boiled egg from Plato's Symposium, where Alcibiades says people are cut in half and seeking their other half. The image here, though, is of nature dividing humanity in half, but not exactly. It's sort of like maybe a sort of a 60-40 division of talent and power and the intellectual power and whatever the sensibilities required for doing human excellence most fully. So the greater half, Schopenhauer is saying, has been assigned to men, and so also their responsibility and their authority and their need to take care of women who are, in addition to being weaker, are also, he might say, less powerful and in some ways just a little bit silly. So I'm adding a little bit to what he's saying there, but that seems to me to be the spirit of the thing. That's my commentary in this section. Let's look ahead into what Schopenhauer writes next. This is just the view which the ancients took of woman, and the view which people in the East take now, and their judgment as to her proper position is much more correct than ours, with our old French notions of gallantry and our preposterous system of reverence, that highest product of Teutonico-Christian stupidity. These notions have served only to make women more arrogant and overbearing, so that one is occasionally reminded of the holy apes in Benares, who, in the consciousness of their sanctity and inviolable position, think they can do exactly as they please. But in the West, the woman, and especially the lady, finds herself in a false position. For woman, rightly called by the ancients sexus sequior, is by no means fit to be the object of our honor and veneration, or to hold her head higher than man and be on equal terms with him. The consequences of this false position are sufficiently obvious. Accordingly, it would be a very desirable thing if this number 2 of the human race were in Europe also relegated to her natural place, and an end put to the lady nuisance, which not only moves all Asia to laughter, but would have been ridiculed by Greece and Rome as well. It is impossible to calculate the good effects which such a change would bring about in our social, civil, and political arrangements. There would be no necessity for the Salic law. It would be a superfluous truism. In Europe, the lady, strictly so called, is a being who should not exist at all. She should be either a housewife or a girl who hopes to become one. And she should be brought up not to be arrogant, but to be thrifty and submissive. It is just because there are such people as ladies in Europe that the women of the lower classes, that is to say, the great majority of the sex, are much more unhappy than they are in the East. And even Lord Byron says, "Thought of the state of women under the ancient Greeks. Convenient enough. Present state, a remnant of the barbarism of the chivalric and the feudal ages, artificial and unnatural. They ought to mind home, and be well fed and clothed, but not mixed in society. Well educated, too, in religion, but to read neither poetry nor politics. Nothing but books of piety and cookery. Music, drawing, dancing, also a little gardening and ploughing now and then. I have seen them mending the roads in Epirus with good success. Why not? As well as haymaking and milking."
Schopenhauer begins this part with an observation that the ancient Europeans, the Greeks and the Romans, and the modern Asian cultures get women's social status right in comparison to his own place in time, who he thinks has it artificial and wrong. He makes an observation about the holy apes of Benares. This is a holy city in India. I presume there that the apes, the monkeys, are held in such reverence that they get up to all sorts of mischief and act up because they know from long experience that nobody will really do anything more than shoo them away. And his comparison here, I think, again, meant to be rather demeaning to women, to compare them to these kind of beasts in this way. This is his sustained attack upon the institution of the lady. The German word he uses is Dame. The lady, considered women of high social status and wealth, who are roughly equal to men. Schopenhauer thinks the entire institution is pernicious and should be abolished, and could be abolished to the great social benefit of society in general and of women in particular. He uses an interesting expression here, which Bailey Saunders translates as that lady nuisance. I looked it up in the German. The German is Damenunwesen. This unpleasant business about the women, or connected with the women, is how I take that. This sort of annoying thing. The Salic law that he refers to here is an early medieval law that restricted property inheritance to men. But he's saying if we could abolish the social standing of women, there'd be no need to restrict them from inheriting. It simply would automatically happen along with that package. What's more interesting to me in this attack is Schopenhauer's suggestion, which he doesn't follow up very much yet, that because high-class ladies exist with their wealth and privilege, it is for that reason that lower-class women suffer. And this does seem to be something that might be applicable to our own place and time, our own social conflicts. The suggestion here is that the privileges of the elite have a corresponding depressing effect upon the happiness and the welfare of the many. And so there's a kind of a class element involved here, he thinks, in especially the privileges of the very highest level, the top 5%, top 15% perhaps, of women in society. He'll go on about that at great length in the sections ahead. And he finishes by quoting Lord Byron. He quotes him in English in his original text. Schopenhauer was fluent in English. I think I'll just observe here that I think Lord Byron, although quite famous as a poet and a writer, perhaps not the best authority to cite on the correct and appropriate treatment of women. But Schopenhauer obviously seeing in him an ally in his war against the lady nuisance. Schopenhauer continues. The laws of marriage prevailing in Europe consider the woman as the equivalent of the man. Start, that is to say, from the wrong position. In our part of the world, where monogamy is the rule, to marry means to have one's rights and double one's duties. Now, when the laws gave women equal rights with man, they ought to have also endowed her with a masculine intellect. But the fact is that just in proportion as the honors and privileges which the laws accord to women exceed the amount which nature gives, is there a diminution in the number of women who really participate in these privileges. And all the remainder are deprived of their natural rights by just so much as is given to others over and above their share. For the institution of monogamy and the laws of marriage which it entails bestow upon the woman an unnatural position of privilege by considering her throughout as the full equivalent of the man, which is by no means the case. And, seeing this, men who are shrewd and prudent very often scruple to make so great a sacrifice and to acquiesce in so unfair an arrangement. Consequently, whilst among polygamous nations every woman is provided for, where monogamy prevails, the number of married women is limited, and there remains over a large number of women without stay or support, who, in the upper classes, vegetate as useless old maids, and in the lower succumb to hard work for which they are not suited, or else become filles de joie, whose life is as destitute of joy as it is of honor. But Under the circumstances, they become a necessity, and their position is openly recognized as serving the special end of warding off temptation from those women favored by fate who have found, or may hope to find, husbands. In London alone, there are 80,000 prostitutes. What are they but the women who, under the institution of monogamy, have come off worse? Theirs is a dreadful fate. They are human sacrifices offered up on the altar of monogamy. The women whose wretched position is here described are the inevitable set-off to the European lady with her arrogance and pretension. Polygamy is therefore a real benefit to the female sex if it is taken as a whole. And from another point of view, there is no true reason why a man whose wife suffers from chronic illness, or remains barren, or has gradually become too old for him, should not take a second. The motives which induce so many people to become converts to Mormonism appear to be just those which militate against the unnatural institution of monogamy. Translator's footnote. The Mormons have recently given up polygamy and received the American franchise in its stead. Moreover, the bestowal of unnatural rights upon women has imposed upon them unnatural duties, and therefore a breach of these duties makes them unhappy. Let me explain. A man may often think that his social or financial position will suffer if he marries, unless he makes some brilliant alliance. His desire will then be to win a woman of his own choice under conditions other than those of marriage, such as will secure her position and that of the children. However fair, reasonable, fit, and proper these conditions may be, and the woman consents by foregoing that undue amount of privilege which marriage alone can bestow, she to some extent loses her honor, because marriage is the basis of civic society, and she will lead an unhappy life, since human nature is so constituted that we pay attention to the opinion of other people which is out of all proportion to its value. On the other hand, if she does not consent, she runs the risk either of having to be given in marriage to a man whom she does not like, or of being landed high and dry as an old maid. For the period during which she has a chance of being settled for life is very short. And in view of this aspect of the institution of monogamy, Thomasius's profoundly learned treatise, De Concubinatu, is well worth reading, for it shows that amongst all nations and in all ages, down to the Lutheran Reformation, concubinage was permitted. Nay, it was an institution which was to a certain extent actually recognized by law, and attended with no dishonor. It was only the Lutheran Reformation that degraded it from this position. It was seen to be further justification for the marriage of the clergy, and then after that, the Catholic Church did not dare to remain behindhand in the matter. There is no use arguing about polygamy. It must be taken as de facto existing everywhere, and the only question is as to how it shall be regulated. Where are there, then, any real monogamists? We all live, at any rate, for a time, and most of us always, in polygamy. And so, since every man needs many women, there is nothing fairer than to allow him, nay, to make it incumbent upon him, to provide for many women. This will reduce woman to her true and natural position as a subordinate being, and the lady, that monster of European civilization and Teutonico-Christian stupidity, will disappear from the world, leaving only women, but no more unhappy women, of whom Europe is now full. In India, no woman is ever independent, but in accordance with the law of Manu, she stands under the control of her father, her husband, her brother, or her son. It is, to be sure, a revolting thing that a widow should immolate herself upon her husband's funeral pyre, but it is also revolting that she should spend her husband's money with her paramours, the money for which he toiled his whole life long, in the consoling belief that he was providing for his children.
Happy are those who have kept the middle course, medium tenuere beati. So we've just heard Schopenhauer's lengthy attack on monogamy. This is the passage that I said at the beginning I thought might do well as a spin-off essay of its own. It's located here and integrated into his thoughts about women, and especially about ladies. So to run through this very quickly, monogamy, he's against it. It presumes equality of the sexes. It's related then to, he thinks, the unnaturally high position of ladies and upper-class women in 19th century European society. He says because such equality does not exist, women are not naturally equal to men, the effect of making them artificially socially equal in, he thinks, the institution of marriage is harmful to society. A small number of women, the ladies, the wealthy, gain an unnatural privilege, but the vast majority of women lose out by this program. By contrast, he says, in polygamous nations, every woman is provided for. This seems to me like this is subject to a certain amount of historical and empirical checking. Is this in fact the case, or is this Schopenhauer generalizing over too little evidence? I'm dubious of this particular factual claim of his. He does go on, though, to lament the fate of prostitutes in Europe. In modern Europe, women without husbands either become kind of useless upper-class wanderers or travelers or writers, or prostitutes. They have to turn to selling themselves in order to make ends meet. And this is, he thinks, the result of this unnatural elevation of the privileged few women who succeed at making marriages over others. The very institution of monogamy, he thinks, makes men disinclined to pursue marriages and to pursue, therefore, other arrangements which are far more disadvantageous to the women trapped up in them. He calls them, a great turn of phrase, human sacrifices upon the altar of monogamy. I can admire a good turn of phrase, even where I disagree with the sentiment behind it. Polygamy, he says, would be beneficial to women overall as a class. The top 15% would have to come down a great deal, but he thinks you would have no more of these 80,000 prostitutes of London. He does have this suggestion that there has been this attraction of Mormonism. I don't know if this was the case or was simply a sort of urban myth of European society in the early and mid 19th century, that people were flocking to Mormonism because it allowed the holding of multiple wives. As Bailey Saunders notes in his footnote from 1893, the western territories of the U.S., most especially Utah, abolished polygamy as part of their constitution in order to be admitted to the federal union on an equal basis with the other states. So if Schopenhauer held out hope for a great polygamous empire in the western part of North America, Saunders is reminding us that the Mormons seem to have sold him out on that particular issue. He makes a kind of what I think of as a kind of a sly fox appeal to the unnatural duties of female sexual loyalty. And I wonder if he's not writing about himself as someone who seeks a relationship and perhaps even children, but without the benefit of marriage, from which poor women suffer. Certainly as a social phenomenon, that's well enough known, and that's what supports the existence of the many too many prostitutes. The reason for this, you think, the reason for this entire regrettable situation is that people, and we might add especially women, given what's been said before, value social opinion and the opinion of others more than they ought to, more than it really objectively merits. And so women who are kept in a kind of mistress relationship will feel a certain amount of shame about it. Again, I wonder, though I don't know Schopenhauer's biography closely, I wonder if he's not writing about some experiences of him or of men in his social circle dealing with women. I don't know about the accuracy. I'm rather dubious about the accuracy of his history that concubinage was widely accepted until the Reformation. Look up the work of Thomasius, was a 17th, 18th century German jurist and philosopher. And I've found his book in Latin, but I've not found it in English translation yet. So that
it seems to be Schopenhauer's source for claiming that prior to the Reformation, the holding of concubines was smiled upon universally. And then this claim he makes that polygamy, we are all de facto polygamists, that polygamy exists everywhere. There are no real true monogamists. The suggestion here is that monogamy itself is an unnatural and artificial institution. European laws, he thinks, Christian laws of Christian marriage merely deny the expression of this monogamy, and so we have instead wives and prostitutes, where we might have had multiple wives, but none of them ladies of the type that he deplores. The suggestion that polygamy will make each man financially responsible for multiple women. This will improve the lot of women overall. They will all be provided for, and get rid, of course, of the hated lady, the lady institution of the lady, which he dislikes. And he concludes the section that I've finished just now by noting that this is just how it is in India. Of course, the institution of sati, of the widow burning herself to death on her husband's funeral pyre, is bad, but it's also bad if a widow were to spend her husband's hard-earned money with other men instead of raising their children. My take overall on this section is that Schopenhauer's history here seems rather poor. Poor history, poor reasoning, a certain amount of special pleading, perhaps things connected with elements of his own biography that show, I think, a certain amount of poor character. I find this section in general not to be Schopenhauer at his best rhetorically or his most persuasive. So I'll leave each individual viewer to make up their own mind and enjoy this or not as they like. But it seems to me that the text wobbles a bit at this point and is not doing what the earlier part of the essay did more successfully. Turning on to the next section. The first love of a mother for her child is, with the lower animals as with men, of a purely instinctive character, and so it ceases when the child is no longer in a physically helpless condition. After that, the first love should give way to one that is based on habit and reason, but this often fails to make its appearance, especially where the mother did not love the father. The love of a father for his child is of a different order, and more likely to last, because it has its foundation in the fact that in the child he recognizes his own inner self. That is to say, his love for it is metaphysical in origin. In almost all nations, whether of the ancient or the modern world, even amongst the Hottentots, property is inherited by the male descendants alone. It is only in Europe that a departure has taken place, but not amongst the nobility, however. That the property which has cost men long years of toil and effort, and been won with so much difficulty, should afterwards come into the hands of women, who then, in their lack of reason, squander it in a short time, or otherwise fool it away, is a grievance and a wrong as serious as it is common, which should be prevented by limiting the right of women to inherit. In my opinion, the best arrangement would be that by which women, whether widows or daughters, should never receive anything beyond the interest for life on property secured by mortgage, and in no case the property itself, or the capital, except where all male descendants fail. The people who make money are men, not women, and it follows from this that women are neither justified in having unconditional possession of it, nor fit persons to be entrusted with its administration. When wealth, in any true sense of the word, that is to say, funds, houses, or land, is to go to them as an inheritance, they should never be allowed the free disposition of it. In their case, a guardian should always be appointed, and hence they should never be given the free control of their own children, wherever it can be avoided. The vanity of women, even though it should not prove to be greater than that of men, it has this much danger in it, that it takes an entirely material direction. They are vain, I mean, of their personal beauty, and then of finery, show, and magnificence. That is just why they are so much in their element in society. It is this too which makes them so inclined to be extravagant, all the more as their reasoning power is low. Accordingly, we find an ancient writer describing woman as in general of an extravagant nature. Here Schopenhauer quotes Greek. I put it on the screen. But with men, vanity often takes the direction of non-material advantages, such as intellect, learning, and courage. In The Politics, Aristotle explains the great disadvantage which accrued to the Spartans from the fact that they conceded too much to their women by giving them the right of inheritance and dower, and a great amount of independence, and he shows how much this contributed to Sparta's fall. May it not be the case in France that the influence of women, which went on increasing steadily from the time of Louis XIII, was to blame for that gradual corruption of the court and the government which brought about the Revolution of 1789, of which all subsequent disturbances have been the fruit? However that may be, the false position which women occupy, demonstrated as it is in the most glaring way by the institution of the lady, is a fundamental defect in our social scheme, and this defect, proceeding from the very heart of it, must spread its baneful influence in all directions. That woman is by nature meant to obey may be seen by the fact that every woman who is placed in the unnatural position of complete independence immediately attaches herself to some man by whom she allows herself to be guided and ruled. It is because she needs a lord and master. If she is young, it will be a lover. If she is old, a priest. This passage is Schopenhauer's critique of property, especially the inheritance law in Europe. He begins it with an observation about the difference between mother love and father love. Mother love, he says, is natural, but is not always replaced by a genuine human love once we get past the instinctive affection for the small, defenseless child. Father love, he says, has a metaphysical basis because it involves the recognition of self in the child and the acceptance of that child, this sort of conscious decision to embrace it. This is an interesting contrast. I think that my take is that this, seems deficient in its account of the realities of mother love. I say this as a husband and father who's raised 4 children with my wife. I think that Schopenhauer has missed part of the picture here, and as intriguing as the suggestion of the difference between a natural psychological love and a love that's informed by a sort of deeper metaphysical identity, as intriguing as that difference is, I don't think it's going to map accurately onto reality, at least not to the reality that I am familiar with. He goes on to observe that all nations outside of modern Europe restrict inheritance to men, and that it is a European peculiarity to allow women to inherit property. His vision is of a legal system of property and inheritance in which women would receive a life interest only, but not be free to dispose of the property, because he says they will do so foolishly because they are selfish and present-focused, but also because he thinks they lack the intellectual power to see the true best disposition of the property. They're not fit stewards for property, especially he thinks in the kind of moral sense that they didn't contribute to its earning or creation. That was the work of men, and so men should be in charge of the property. He goes on to say that women's vanity is altogether material, but male vanity often takes the form of courage or intellectual achievement. My take here is that there's some basis for this, perhaps, in fact, but it seems uncharitable. I think at the most generous reading of it is that I think he's being rather uncharitable to women and to their character development. I'm not convinced, even if it was the case in his own place and time, that men's vanity today is any less material than women's, but perhaps other people's experience is broader than mine and they can speak to it in the comments. And then finally, he ends with this vision that indulging the sort of political and equality ambitions of women, not only, he said previously, where women come to dominate culture, culture declines. Here, he says where women come to be more involved in society and politics, the society faces political ruin. His examples are Sparta and then speculatively revolutionary France. Perhaps it was the overindulgence of women at the court of the final kings of France, which led to the revolution, which has disfigured Europe all the way down into Schopenhauer's time. He's writing this probably shortly after the revolutions of 1848, which affected his part of Germany as well. All of this, he says, is due to the folly of allowing women to become allowing some small segment of women to become ladies, to put on airs, to acquire this unnatural privilege above what he thinks is their natural station. And so his final flourish here at the end of the essay is that women who achieve independence will seek out a man to rule over them, either a lover or a priest confessor. That this is, in fact, the reality of women when they come into property is they look for somebody to go spend it with or give it to, in the sense that they seek out that sort of opposite number to rule over them. This seems to me, again, an observation which could be subjected to a certain amount of empirical testing. Does this, in fact, happen? I rather suspect that it doesn't, and that Schopenhauer here is simply being a bit rhetorical and ending with a flourish and his polemic against women, especially women of his own social class and place and time in mid-19th century North German society. Looking back at this part of the essay overall, I think that the second half of this essay on women is weaker than the first. I think Schopenhauer's cases for polygamy and for property restrictions are not as convincing as some of the claims he made and tried to back up in the first part of the essay. I think a great deal of what he says about women and our evaluation of it depends upon how we read the terms by nature. When he says women by nature have this particular quality or this particular vice, what is he meaning? Is he speaking of inclination or of necessity? If he's simply saying at the population level, you'll find the bell curve of women in this particular virtue or vice shifted a little bit in this direction, that might be something that we could consider. If he's talking about something proceeding from the sort of deep, he thinks, inferior reality of what it means to be a woman, it's a very different claim entirely. So each of his claims here about what women are like by nature seems to me to require a certain amount of interpretation as to what he means. Since the essay, I think itself, is meant to be polemical and somewhat offensive, it may be that he is making some exaggerated claims intending to provoke outrage and the attention that comes with outrage. I think he does make some very sharp and perceptive psychological observations, especially about sexual difference. The suggestion that intrasexual competition between women and between men will have quite a different character seems to me to be substantially correct and to be borne out by some observations that we can make in our own time and realities that have emerged since Schopenhauer wrote the essay. I also think he mixes this with some invective and some special pleading, some of it in a very interesting style with a certain turns of phrase which are admirable in themselves. Other parts of it, I think, are less impressive. Overall, I found the essay quite enjoyable, especially in its style and its willingness to sort of charge straight ahead into a controversial topic and tell it like it is. So he says, give us his point of view plainly and without holding anything back. As Bailey Saunders said, we shouldn't read him as being ironical or in jest. I don't think he's trying to write a sort of Jonathan Swift style modest proposal about women. He means some of this to sting, and where he does get some barbs through that have some accuracy to them, I think they should and will sting. So that's the conclusion of my commentary on Schopenhauer's essay on women from Studies in Pessimism. The next essay in Studies in Pessimism is the much shorter On Noise, and we'll take a look at that in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. On Noise is the 8th essay in Arthur Schopenhauer's Studies in Pessimism. It is the final full essay of that volume because the final piece is a series of parables. We'll come to that in the next video. In this essay, Schopenhauer
really gives vent to the cranky old man side of his personality. Much of this essay is a lengthy and sometimes quite eloquent rant about the threat of noise in the modern world, that the effect that noise has upon anybody trying to do intellectual work. One of the burdens that the intellectual person bears in living among people who are unlike himself is that they are always interrupting his thoughts with their thoughtless, casual noise-making. Here's what Schopenhauer writes. Kant wrote a treatise on the vital powers. I should prefer to write a dirge for them. The superabundant display of vitality, which takes the form of knocking, hammering, and tumbling things about, has proved a daily torment to me all my life long. There are people, it is true, nay, a great many people, who smile at such things, because they are not sensitive to noise. But they are just the very people who are not sensitive to argument, or thought, or poetry, or art, in a word, to any kind of intellectual influence. The reason of it is that the tissue of their brains is of a very rough and coarse quality. On the other hand, noise is a torture to intellectual people. In the biographies of almost all great writers, or wherever else their personal utterances are recorded, I find complaints about it. In the case of Kant, for instance, Goethe, Lichtenberg, Jean-Paul. And if it should happen that any writer has omitted to express himself on the matter, it is only for want of an opportunity. The aversion to noise I should explain as follows. If you cut up a large diamond into little bits, it will entirely lose the value it had as a whole. And an army, divided up into small bodies of soldiers, loses all its strength. So a great intellect sinks to the level of an ordinary one as soon as it is interrupted and disturbed, its attention distracted and drawn off from the matter at hand. For its superiority depends upon its power of concentration, of bringing all its strength to bear upon one theme, in the same way as a concave mirror collects into one point all the rays of light that strike upon it. Noisy interruption is a hindrance to this concentration. That is why distinguished minds have always shown such an extreme dislike to disturbance in any form, as something that breaks in upon and distracts their thoughts. Above all, have they been averse to that violent interruption that comes from noise. Ordinary people are not much put out by anything of the sort. The most sensible and intelligent of all nations in Europe lays down the rule, never interrupt, as the 11th commandment. Noise is the most impertinent of all forms of interruption. It is not only an interruption, but also a disruption of thought. Of course, where there is nothing to interrupt, noise will not be so particularly painful. Occasionally it happens that some slight but constant noise continues to bother and distract me for a time before I become distinctly conscious of it. All I feel is a steady increase in the labor of thinking, just as though I were trying to walk with a weight on my foot. At last, I find out what it is. I'll pause here before Schopenhauer introduces the next topic. We have his announced intention to write, he said I should prefer to write a dirge for the vital powers being the sort of energy of life which takes the form of the tumult and activity of the street. But of course, that generates noise. Schopenhauer is saying I would rather write the funeral rather than a celebration of the vital powers or a discussion of their nature. I would rather write an elegy, a dirge, a funeral song for them. I would rather that they completely were extinguished or died out, because noise is this particular threat and this particular assassin of thought, he'll say later on, for the intellectual person. And all the more so because the people who make the noise have no idea of the damage they're doing to the people who suffer from the noise. Not being intellectual themselves, they don't understand the disruptive effect that this has on people who are attempting to think. Schopenhauer here offers a material explanation that the tissue of their brain must be quite coarse. They have sandpaper in their head, we might say. And I think while It sounds a bit crude. It, I think, is about as good as an explanation as anyone might have around 1850 as a material explanation for why people behave in the way that they do. There's something different about their brains, less sensitive, less refined and delicate. Okay? And then we have multiple images of what the disruption of concentration is like breaking up shattering a diamond into many bits. There's just as much diamond there, but now it's relatively worthless. Or my favorite metaphor, an army divided up into small companies of soldiers can't operate as an army. The entire purpose, the entire power of the mind comes from the ability to concentrate its entire strength, like a focusing mirror, on a particular point over a great length of time. When that's disrupted, the excellent mind sinks to the level of an ordinary mind. This reminded me very much of Kurt Vonnegut's 1961 short story, Harrison Bergeron. If you haven't read that, I'll find it online and put a link in the description below. In that science fiction story, the result of a future radical equality movement is that everybody is made equal by artificial means. People are made equally beautiful, equally fast, equally strong by bringing down the high, by bringing down the excellent to the level of the average. And in the short story, Harrison Bergeron, the way that intelligent people are kept from being superior in intellect to everyone else is that they have to wear a small buzzer in their ear, maybe it's even a brain implant, that makes a shrill noise that disrupts their thoughts every couple of seconds. The more intelligent they are, the more frequent the buzzing sound is in their head. Why? For Vonnegut's story, it's because that means that everybody can think about equally. This is sort of necessary disadvantage needs to be imposed by means of this constant noise upon the intelligent. I shouldn't be surprised if Vonnegut had read this essay by Schopenhauer, though I don't know for sure. And then finally, there's this suggestion that interruption by noise, especially, is this special sort of attack against an intellectual type of person. As I said before, the people making the noise are completely ignorant of the effect that they have, and they're going to need to be made aware of it somehow. So let's go back to the text here, what Schopenhauer says next. Let me now, however, pass from genus to species. The most inexcusable and disgraceful of all noises is the cracking of whips, a truly infernal thing when it is done in the narrow, resounding streets of a town. I denounce it as making a peaceful life impossible. It puts an end to all quiet thought. That this cracking of whips should be allowed at all seems to me to show in the clearest way how senseless and thoughtless is the nature of mankind. No one with anything like an idea in his head can avoid a feeling of actual pain at this sudden, sharp crack, which paralyzes the brain, rends the thread of reflection, and murders thought. Every time this noise is made, it must disturb 100 people who are applying their minds to business of some sort, no matter how trivial it may be. While on the thinker, its effect is woeful and disastrous, cutting his thoughts asunder, much as the executioner's axe severs the head from the body. No sound, be it ever so shrill, cuts so sharply into the brain as this cursed cracking of whips. You feel the sting of the lash right inside your head, and it affects the brain in the same way as touch affects a sensitive plant, and for the same length of time. To test Schopenhauer's assertion that a whip crack is uniquely disruptive to thought, I am going to insert a whip crack sound, like this, randomly through the rest of this video. You let me know whether it captures your attention and disrupts your thought in the way that Schopenhauer suggests. He goes on. With all due respect for the most holy doctrine of utility, I really cannot see why a fellow who is taking away a wagon load of gravel or dung should thereby obtain the right to kill in the bud the thoughts which may happen to be springing up in 10,000 heads, the number he will disturb, one after another, in half an hour's drive through the town. Hammering, the barking of dogs, and the crying of children are horrible to hear, but your only genuine assassin of thought is the crack of a whip. It exists for the purpose of destroying every pleasant moment of quiet thought that anyone may now and then enjoy. If the driver had no other way of urging on his horse than by making this most abominable of all noises, it would be excusable. But quite the contrary is the case. This cursed cracking of whips is not only unnecessary, but even useless. Its aim is to produce an effect upon the intelligence of the horse, but through the constant abuse of it, the animal becomes habituated to the sound, which falls upon blunted feelings and produces no effect at all. The horse does not go any faster for it. You have a remarkable example of this in the ceaseless cracking of his whip on the part of a cab driver, while he is proceeding at a slow pace on the lookout for a fare. If he were to give his horse the slightest touch with the whip, it would have much more effect. Supposing, however, that it were absolutely necessary to crack the whip in order to keep the horse constantly in mind of its presence, it would be enough to make the 100th part of the noise. For it is a well-known fact that, in regard to sight and hearing, animals are sensitive to even the faintest indications. They are alive to things that we can scarcely perceive. The most surprising instances of this are furnished by trained dogs and canary birds. It is obvious, therefore, that here we have to do with an act of pure wantonness, nay, with an impudent defiance offered to those members of the community who work with their heads by those who work with their hands. That such infamy should be tolerated in a town is a piece of barbarity and iniquity, all the more as it could easily be remedied by a police notice to the effect that every lash shall have a knot at the end of it. There can be no harm in drawing the attention of the mob to the fact that the classes above them work with their heads, for any kind of headwork is mortal anguish to the man in the street. A fellow who rides through narrow alleys of a populous town with unemployed post horses or cart horses and keeps on cracking a whip several yards long with all his might deserves there and then to stand down and receive 5 really good blows with a stick. All the philanthropists in the world and all the legislators meeting to advocate and decree the total abolition of corporal punishment will not persuade me to the contrary. There is something even more disgraceful than what I have just mentioned. Often enough, you may see a carter walking along the street quite alone, without any horses, and still cracking away incessantly, so accustomed has the wretch become to it in consequence of the unwarrantable toleration of this practice. A man's body and the needs of his body are now everywhere treated with a tender indulgence. Is the thinking mind, then, to be the only thing that is never to obtain the slightest measure of consideration or protection, to say nothing of respect? Carters, porters, messengers, these are the beasts of burden amongst mankind. By all means, let them be treated justly, fairly, indulgently, and with forethought. But they must not be permitted to stand in the way of the higher endeavors of humanity by wantonly making a noise. How many great and splendid thoughts, I should like to know, have been lost to the world by the crack of a whip? If I had the upper hand, I should soon produce in the heads of these people an indissoluble association of ideas between cracking a whip and getting a whipping. Let us hope that the more intelligent and refined among the nations will make a beginning in this matter, and then that the Germans may take example by it and follow suit. Translator's footnote. According to a notice issued by the Society for the Protection of Animals in Munich, the superfluous whipping and the cracking of whips were, in December 1858, positively forbidden in Nuremberg. Meanwhile, I may quote what Thomas Hood says of them. For a musical nation, they are the most noisy I ever met with. That they are so is due to the fact, not that they are more fond of making a noise than other people, they would deny it if you asked them, but that their senses are obtuse. Consequently, when they hear a noise, it does not affect them much. It does not disturb them in reading or thinking simply because they do not think. They only smoke, which is their substitute for thought. The general toleration of unnecessary noise, the slamming of doors, for instance, a very unmannerly and ill-bred thing, is direct evidence that the prevailing habit of mind is dullness and lack of thought. In Germany, it seems as though care were taken that no one should ever think for mere noise. To mention one form of it, the way in which drumming goes on for no purpose at all. Finally, as regards the literature of the subject treated of in this chapter, I have only one work to recommend, but it is a good one. I refer to a poetical epistle in terzo rimo by the famous painter Bronzino, entitled De Rumori a Messer Luca Martini. It gives a detailed description of the torture to which people are put by the various noises of a small Italian town. Written in a tragicomic style, it is very amusing. The epistle may be found in Opera Burleschi de Berni, Aretino ed Altri, Volume 2, page 258, apparently published in Utrecht in 1771. That's the end of Schopenhauer's essay on noise, and I'd like to conclude with a blog post on this topic, referring specifically to this essay and the final book just mentioned, on a blog with the title Travel Marks, M-A-R-X at the end. I'll put the link in the description below. The Travel Marks blogger writes about a number of different works which refer to noise and its effect upon intellectuals, and makes the following notes: that it seems likely here that Schopenhauer has misattributed the author of this volume. It's not Bronzino, but a different Italian, Renaissance Italian writer named Francesco Berni. Berni's chapter De Rumori is quite short, only a couple of pages long, and describes various sources of noise and disturbance around the speaker's living quarters, including a kitchen, a shop, and other activities that cause noise. It paints a vivid picture of the cacophony of daily life. Travel Marks notes, it's unclear from the text whether the author of the piece finds these noises around him especially annoying or not, but overall the piece seems to lack the kind of anger and bitterness that is characteristic of Schopenhauer's essay. I will put the link to the full blog post, which I encourage you to read, in the description below. This brings me to the end of my commentary on Schopenhauer's On Noise. The next and final section of Studies in Pessimism is titled Some Parables, and we'll look at those in the next video. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye. Hi. The ninth and final section of Studies in Pessimism is titled A Few Parables. This section, like some previous sections in this book, is the creation of the translator, T. Bailey Saunders, working in the 1890s. He has selected 14 parables from among a much larger set in Schopenhauer's German works and presented them here. I have added titles and numbers to these 14, so as we go through, the titles and numbers are mine. The selection of the parables is Saunders'. The parables themselves were all written by Schopenhauer. I think these provide a nice conclusion to the work overall, and they may put some readers in mind of Nietzsche's later mastery of the aphoristic style. They have something of that quality to them. They're short and punchy and provoke further thought. The final parable in this set is the famous story of the porcupines, so I encourage you to listen through to the end to hear that one and my commentary on it. With that said, here's the first parable. In a field of ripening corn, I came to a place which had been trampled down by some ruthless foot, and as I glanced amongst the countless stalks, every one of them alike, standing there so erect and bearing the full weight of the ear, I saw a multitude of different flowers, red and blue and violet. How pretty they looked as they grew so naturally with their little foliage. But, thought I, they are quite useless. They bear no fruit. They are mere weeds, suffered to remain only because there is no getting rid of them. And yet, but for these flowers, there would be nothing to charm the eye in that wilderness of stalks. They are emblematic of poetry and art, which, in civic life, so severe but still useful and not without its fruit, play the same part as flowers in the corn. This first parable of the cornflowers is a nice commentary on the place that the fine arts play in a world that seems to be dominated by commerce. We might remember that Schopenhauer spent the very first years after his father's death pursuing a career in business as a merchant before leaving to study the classics and become a philosopher. The fine arts here, he seems to say, play a role like the role of the useless but beautiful flowers in the field of corn. That is to say, they lighten up the severity of the pressure of commercial life without producing anything directly themselves for it. I don't think Schopenhauer means this as a criticism of the arts. I think he's talking about their value being a type of value that's not comparable to the value of the corn itself. In this way, he's rehearsing a thought that we've heard expressed in the 20th century by Joseph Pieper with his discussion of the value of leisure, which is connected, of course, with the fine arts. Here's the second parable. There are some really beautiful landscapes in the world, but the human figures in them are poor, and you had better not look at them. This parable of the landscapes is only one sentence long, but it's taken me a great deal of time to work over it, and I'll show you why. I began with what looks like either a printer error or a translator's error from Bailey Saunders. There are some really beautifully landscapes, he writes, in all the English versions I've been able to find. He certainly means either some very beautiful landscapes or some very beautifully painted landscapes. So I began by looking up the original German to see what he wrote, and I found that there were a couple of words, a couple of ideas in the original German that were left out. So let me share with you first what Schopenhauer wrote in German, and then my attempt, with the help of a friend, at a slightly better translation of it. Schopenhauer wrote in the original, Es gibt auf der Erde wirklich sehr schöne Landschaften, aber mit der Staffage es überall schlecht bestellt. Daher man bei dieser sich nicht aufhalten muss. The first part of this is pretty straightforward, I think. There are, on the earth, or I might say all over the earth, actually, or really, some really very beautiful landscapes. And I'll point out here that the word landscape in German, as in English, has a double meaning. It can mean either a painting of a scene of wilderness scenery, or it can mean the actual scenery which is painted. And I think, for reasons I'll explain in a moment, that Schopenhauer means both, and Saunders correctly translates it with an English word that means both. So there are on the earth some actually very beautiful landscapes, but mit der Staffage, I had to look this up. This word is a French word that Schopenhauer uses. It's actually an English loan word as well. Staffage is an art word that refers to the human and animal figures that are painted in a landscape painting. And this is how I know that Schopenhauer was intending that double meaning. But mit der Staffage es überall schlecht bestellt. My friends and I spent a lot of time on the word bestellt here. In contemporary German, it's usually used to refer to ordering something. If I want to order something at a restaurant, I'd use that verb. But what's said here is that the human figures are always, überall, badly done, badly appointed, badly rendered, I think is the best we can get. So there are some very beautiful landscapes, actually very beautiful landscapes in the world, but in them the human figures are always badly rendered. Daher, for this reason, this is why, one need not linger over them, to halt oneself, to aufhalten. One is not required to linger over them. And I think Schopenhauer's meaning here, if you'll pardon the German lesson, is that both in the painting, the human figures in the painting, and then both, I think, in the general landscapes in this world, the overall effect, the landscape itself, is really quite beautiful and worth paying attention to. But the human figures in them, well, not so well done, really, and perhaps it's better to not linger over them and judge the whole by the quality of the humans in them. So I think Schopenhauer here means this both in terms of judging a landscape painting by the quality of the tiny human figures in it, and then also judging the quality of this world as a whole and the beautiful scenery in it by the quality of the individual humans that you meet, since they are rather disappointing, is the suggestion here. So That's my analysis and brief attempt at an amateur retranslation of some of the German. Here's the third parable. The fly should be used as the symbol of impertinence and audacity, for whilst all other animals shun man more than anything else, and run away even before he comes near them, the fly lights upon his very nose. This parable suggests a handy addition to our conceptual vocabulary. We might think of a person as a fly or as behaving like a fly when they are especially annoying and impertinent. Like the fly, they land on our nose instead of leaving us alone or fleeing from us, as the general order of nature would be for the rest of the animals. Here's the fourth parable. Two Chinamen traveling in Europe went to the theater for the first time. One of them did nothing but study the machinery, and he succeeded in finding out how it was worked. The other tried to get at the meaning of the piece, in spite of his ignorance of the language. And here you have the astronomer and the philosopher. I like this one so much that I've actually made a short video about this several months ago that I'll link nearby. But this is the story of two Chinamen who go to Europe knowing nothing of the language, knowing no German, who go to the theater. One watches the performance from the audience, trying to understand the story of what's going on, although he has no language. So he can only understand the gestures and the performances from the front. The other goes backstage and studies the mechanisms of the raising and lowering of the curtain, the props, the various elements of machinery that are involved in staging a play in 19th century Germany. And the one figures out how the props and the stage equipment is worked, and he is like the astronomer. And the other, trying to unlock the meaning of something occurring in a language unknown to him, is like the philosopher. I still wonder, after having read this many times, whether Schopenhauer intends this to be a comparison strongly to the disadvantage of the philosopher. I think I could almost think of a sympathetic interpretation, that the philosopher really is trying to do something quite important. He's trying to get at the meaning of, say, Romeo and Juliet, if that's being performed on the stage in front of him. And he can get part of it if he can follow the behaviors of human beings. They're not speaking directly to him. And perhaps this is the fate of the philosopher in society, or trying to understand human behavior and human thought. So perhaps that's it. Although it's certainly a different mode of investigation from the astronomical, from trying to understand things through equipment and machinery. It seems to be less likely of success. It may in fact be futile. So perhaps Schopenhauer means this as a kind of condemnation of the philosophers of his age, or at least of philosophers who are not Schopenhauer. Let me know what you think in the comments if you have a theory about that. Thanks. Here's the fifth parable. Wisdom, which is only theoretical and never put into practice, is like a double rose. Its color and perfume are delightful, but it withers away and leaves no seed. No rose without a thorn, yes, but many a thorn without a rose. There are two bits of very Schopenhauerian wisdom here about roses. One is that wisdom, which is theoretical but never put into effect, is like a double rose. I'm assuming here that a double rose is a type of rose that withers quickly and doesn't propagate. So it has sort of no lasting effect. So theoretical wisdom is like that without practical effect. It quickly withers away and it has no value to it. It's beautiful while it lasts. And perhaps we might suggest Schopenhauer has in mind some of his philosophical rivals. And then this second couplet, there's no rose without a thorn. Yes, all roses have thorns, but there are many thorny things in life that don't even have a rose attached to them. And that seems to be an appropriately pessimistic proverb attitude to keep in mind. There are many thorns with no roses on them whatsoever. We have to endure them nonetheless. Here's the next parable. A wide-spreading apple tree stood in full bloom, and behind it a straight fir raised its dark and tapering head. "Look at the thousands of gay blossoms which cover me everywhere," said the apple tree. "What have you to show in comparison? Dark green needles." "That is true," replied the fir, "but when winter comes, you will be bared of your glory, and I shall be as I am now." There's a nice little story here about the apple tree and the fir tree. The one with many beautiful, glorious blossoms. It's attractive to look at. It spreads its arms wide, compared to the fir tree, tall and straight and changeless and very, very plain. But of course, what the fir tree has is longevity. It will be just as it is. Perhaps here there's a portrait of a certain kind of Schopenhauerian wise man or sage, that the person who really understands things will be the same plain person throughout, rather than going through this sort of elaborate cycle of beauty followed by collapse and dissolution, the winter that comes for the apple tree. So that's what I get out of this parable. I rather like it. It's memorable. Here's the next parable. Once, as I was botanizing under an oak, I found amongst a number of other plants of similar height one that was dark in color, with tightly closed leaves, and a stalk that was very straight and stiff. When I touched it, it said to me in firm tones, "Let me alone. I am not for your collection, like these plants to which nature has given only a single year of life. I am a little oak." So it is with the man whose influence is to last for hundreds of years. As a child, as a youth, often even as a full-grown man, nay, his whole life long, he goes about among his fellows, looking like them and seeming as unimportant. But let him alone. He will not die. Time will come and bring those who know how to value him. This parable of the oak is a helpful reminder of several things. First, that the truly great person does not stand out, especially early in life. The tiny oak is mistaken for the annuals, the plants that live only a single season. That despite this fact, it has a greater fate in store that it warns the botanist against picking it up out of the ground for an indoor garden. And also there's a reminder here that the excellence of the truly great person will be recognized over time. It will not be recognized perhaps in youth or even in adulthood, but give him time. Somebody as great as Shakespeare, let us say. There will eventually be people who can appreciate the quality of his work. In the meantime, he looks dull and unimportant, perhaps like the fir tree compared to the apple tree, but he is indistinguishable from everybody else. This may be sort of a distant relative of Kierkegaard's Knight of Faith. For Schopenhauer, here in quite a different idiom, the truly exceptional person is like the small oak that's not appreciated until a great deal of time has passed, and all of the other inferior things, the less high quality things, have died away. So, here's the next parable. The man who goes up in a balloon does not feel as though he were ascending. He only sees the earth sinking deeper under him. There is a mystery which only those will understand who feel the truth of it. This is another one that I made a short video of some time ago. I like the image of the person going up in a balloon. We think of this as a metaphor for excellence, for achievement. Doesn't feel like he's going up. He sees the world receding beneath him. So the feeling of motion here is that other people, the rest of the world, everything that is inferior, is falling away. The suggestion here at the end is that there's, I'm not going to explain this any further, he suggests, but if you have greatness in you, if you've ever felt this, what Nietzsche will later call a pathos of distance between yourself and people beneath you, you'll understand just what I mean. The sensation is not one of rising, it's one of seeing everyone else fall away and be distant in that fashion. So here's the ninth parable. Your estimation of a man's size will be affected by the distance at which you stand from him, but in two entirely opposite ways, according as it is his physical or his mental stature that you are considering. The one will seem smaller the farther off you move, the other greater. Schopenhauer here is saying that how well we judge a person's size depends on our distance, and it depends upon whether we're evaluating his physical or his mental size. Physical size, the metaphor here is obvious. If I'm farther away from someone, he seems to be smaller. The flip side of this, and the twist in this parable, is, of course, that if I am evaluating somebody's mental stature, the farther away I am, the larger it seems. And I think he must mean here the farther away in time that I am, or the farther away I am in terms of social distance. The less well I know, let us say, Hegel as a person, the more likely I am to overestimate Hegel's profundity as a thinker, that if I knew him the way his valet or the way his friends know him, I would come to a much more accurate picture. I would see him in his true size, which would be smaller than the size from a distance. That's my interpretation of this parable anyhow. Here's the next one. Nature covers all her works with a varnish of beauty, like the tender bloom that is breathed, as it were, on the surface of a peach or a plum. Painters and poets lay themselves out to take off this varnish, to store it up, and give it to us to be enjoyed at our leisure. We drink deep of this beauty long before we enter upon life itself, and when afterwards we come to see the works of nature for ourselves, the varnish is gone. The artists have used it up, and we have enjoyed it in advance. Thus it is that the world so often appears harsh and devoid of charm, nay, actually repulsive. It were better to leave us to discover the varnish for ourselves. This would mean that we should not enjoy it all at once and in large quantities. We should have no finished pictures, no perfect poems, but we should look at all things in that genial and pleasing light in which even now a child of nature sometimes sees them, someone who has not anticipated his aesthetic pleasures by the help of art, or taken the charms of life too early. Here is a critical perspective on the work of artists, even great artists. They are like people who go out into the natural world and strip off the varnish, the sort of beautiful outer coating of beauty in the natural world, and bring it indoors for us, or he says bottled, for us to enjoy at our leisure as a kind of consumer product. The benefit of this is obvious. If somebody paints a beautiful painting of a landscape, I can appreciate its beauty without ever having been there. But the downside, he seems to be making a kind of Rousseauvian point here. The downside is that now I no longer have the ability to appreciate as much the beauty of nature when I actually encounter it in nature. When I go to the original of the landscape, when I see the scenery myself, I've already experienced the beauty, and so my experience of it is somewhat lessened. And this reminds me of an essay that was very influential in my thinking many decades ago. It was an essay by the American Southern writer Walker Percy. Walker Percy wrote an essay called The Loss of the Creature, in which he describes this exact phenomenon. Percy describes someone who goes to the Grand Canyon and, seeing it, says it's just as beautiful as the picture postcard. In other words, he begins his first encounter with the actual physical reality of the Grand Canyon by comparing it to some image, some mass-produced image that he's seen of it previously. Or he goes and says, well, it was disappointing because it was cloudy or foggy that day. It wasn't as nice as the picture postcard. In both cases, the artificial representation of the thing has become our primary way of thinking about what it is, and we are deprived of the ability to enter into a genuine relationship with it in its full reality, in its full sublimity, you might say, to use a philosophy word. So it seems there's a price that we pay for our appreciation of the beauty of nature through art, even great art. Here's the next parable. The cathedral in Mayence is so shut in by the houses that are built round about it that there is no one spot from which you can see it as a whole. This is symbolic of everything great or beautiful in the world. It ought to exist for its own sake alone, but before very long it is misused to serve alien ends. People come from all directions wanting to find in it support and maintenance for themselves. They stand in the way and spoil its effect. To be sure, there is nothing surprising in this, for in a world of need and imperfection, everything is seized upon which can be used to satisfy want. Nothing is exempt from this service. No, not even those very things which arise only when need and want are for a moment lost sight of, the beautiful and the true sought for their own sakes. This is especially illustrated and corroborated in the case of institutions, whether great or small, wealthy or poor, founded, no matter in what century or in what land, to maintain and advance human knowledge, and generally to afford help to those intellectual efforts which ennoble the race. Wherever these institutions may be, it is not long before people sneak up to them under the pretense of wishing to further those special ends, while they are really led on by the desire to secure the emoluments which have been left for their furtherance, and thus to satisfy certain coarse and brutal instincts of their own. Thus it is that we come to have so many charlatans in every branch of knowledge. The charlatan takes very different shapes according to circumstances, but at bottom he is a man who cares nothing about knowledge for its own sake, and only strives to gain the semblance of it that he may use it for his own personal ends, which are always selfish and material. The story of the cathedral, I think, is about two things. One, it's about the impossibility of keeping grifters and self-seekers out of anything truly excellent and beautiful. Schopenhauer even says, look, this is a world full of need. People have to meet their needs. Anything that's out there that's available, they will try to get at. This may be a bit like a farmer friend of mine says, that whenever you store up a surplus of calories someplace, all the rest of nature wants it, right? The rats want it, the mice want it, anything that can eat what you've stored up against as your future crop is now being preyed upon by the natural desire of things to consume. Not even the true, the good, and the beautiful are exempt from this, and not even the institutions of higher learning, which are dedicated to the pursuit of things which must be valued and pursued for their own cases, are immune from this. I think Schopenhauer here is certainly reflecting upon his own experience with the academic institutions of the Germany of his day, of his rivalry with Hegel and his various disappointments in terms of gaining recognition for his original thought and his disdain for what he thought was the kind of charlatanry of Hegel and of the Hegelians. And one lesson of this parable, it seems, is that it's impossible to keep charlatans out of any institution. We might say this is a parable ultimately about institutional capture. Eventually the charlatans will worm their way in. They'll take a different form, depending upon the type of institution and the time and place and circumstance. But the hallmark of the charlatan is that while pretending to try to seek something for its own sake, he really seeks it for his own sake, to build himself up, to boost himself for his own selfish reasons. So it's I think, a helpful and a meaningful parable to keep in mind, even in our 21st century context. Here's the next parable. Every hero is a Samson. The strong man succumbs to the intrigues of the weak and the many, and if in the end he loses all patience, he crushes both them and himself. Or he is like Gulliver at Lilliput, overwhelmed by an enormous number of little men. Samson, of course, is the Old Testament story of the strong man who is temporarily deprived of his strength. They cut his hair. A woman, in fact, betrayed him and cut his hair, who is chained up in the temple. And then as his hair regrows, he regains his strength. And finally, this is sometimes referred to, I think, as the Samson option, he destroys both himself and his captors by pushing aside the pillars of the temple and causing the roof to collapse upon everyone. So although he's placed in a situation where he is imprisoned, he finds a way, through the recovery of his strength, to get back at his captors and his enemies, but at the cost of his own life. He destroys himself as well. Schopenhauer's image here is that every hero is a Samson. He will succumb to the intrigues of the weak and the many, or else he will crush them and himself at the end. Or the second image here, the hero, the excellent man, is like Lilliput is like Gulliver and Lilliput. If you know the first part of Gulliver's Travels, Gulliver travels to a land of Lilliput. The Lilliputians are very tiny people. He falls asleep lying on the ground in their country, and when he wakes up, they have discovered him, and they've covered him with a network of ropes, each one of which is tiny as a thread, but the combined effect of them is to pin him to the ground, so he's unable to move. So despite his great size, he is held immobile, and he's at the mercy of the Lilliputians for this first part of the story. So you can go read that story if you'd like to know more about it and just how he gets out of it. But the image there, I think, is one that Nietzsche would later perhaps find amusing as well, is of a man who, despite his great excellence, his great strength, his great superiority, is completely paralyzed. By what? Not by overwhelming strength, but by overwhelming numbers. An enormous number of little men have held him down. So here's the 13th parable. A mother gave her children Aesop's fables to read, in hope of educating and improving their minds. But they very soon brought the book back, and the eldest, wise beyond his years, delivered himself as follows. This is no book for us. It's much too childish and stupid. You can't make us believe that foxes and wolves and ravens are able to talk. We've got beyond stories of that kind. In these young hopefuls you have the enlightened rationalists of the future. I like the story of these literal-minded children as the young rationalists of the future. The idea here is that the mother, hoping to provide some moral instruction through these symbolic stories in Aesop's fables of the fox and the grapes and the crane and the pebbles, all these other stories, attempts to teach them a lesson, but the children take the story quite literally and say, well, we know there's no such thing as talking foxes, and so this book is not appropriate for we scientific-minded modern children. And the point here is that the entire wisdom and purpose of the book and of the giving of the book to the children is completely lost on them. They are literal and scientistic and are, in that way, kind of crude and vulgar. So I think that's Schopenhauer's ultimate indictment of this type of person, this type of thinker, as a rationalist. They're like a child who refuses to even consider reading childish and foolish books about talking animals. There can't be anything possibly to be learned from them because they're so unrealistic. That's the 13th. Now here's the 14th and final parable. A number of porcupines huddled together for warmth on a cold day in winter. But as they began to prick one another with their quills, they were obliged to disperse. However, the cold soon drove them together again, when just the same thing happened. At last, after many turns of huddling and dispersing, they discovered that they would be best off by remaining at a little distance from one another. In the same way, the need of society drives the human porcupines together, only to be mutually repelled by the many prickly and disagreeable qualities of their nature. The moderate distance which they at last discover to be the only tolerable condition of intercourse is the code of politeness and fine manners, and those who transgress it are roughly told, in the English phrase, to keep their distance. By this arrangement, the mutual need of warmth is only very moderately satisfied, but then people do not get pricked. A man who has some heat in himself prefers to remain outside, where he will neither prick other people nor get pricked himself. This section and this book, Studies in Pessimism, ends with what is certainly the most famous image to come out of Schopenhauer, the fable of the porcupines. Human beings are like porcupines in that their need for sociability brings them together, except that they are naturally so prickly that they stab each other with their quills and they seek to move apart again. When they get cold, they, in their desire for human companionship and the goods of society, come back together again. And the resolution of this tension between our natural unpleasantness but our desire and need to be near each other, to interact with each other, is that we sort of hover at a medium distance from each other. Nobody gets especially warm, but also nobody gets pricked by anybody else. And this is a sort of very Schopenhauerian image of society. What is society like? Well, it's putting up with people to the degree that you have to in order to get what you need out of them. This is kind of tension or war within human nature between we endure what we must to get what we need. The part maybe sometimes forgotten by some people is the second part of this, that what this medium distance represents is the code of manners. This is very much represented by the English, I beg your pardon. In other words, sort of, take a step back and keep your distance from me. Don't get too close, too personal. Don't get in my personal space, or don't sort of expect too much friendship and intimacy from me. That's the code of manners is what allows us to tolerate each other. So we are willing to, say please and thank you and do all the other things that we do following social convention. That's what makes it possible for us to endure the unpleasantness of each other. The final sentence of this parable interests me as well, because I think it's another self-reference by Schopenhauer, a man who has some heat in himself, in other words, who's not one of these shivering porcupines in need of the warmth of its fellow porcupines. He would prefer to remain outside in the cold. That is, he would have the resources, Nietzsche might say, the sort of fire inside of him to maintain his own heat. He can endure the cold on his own. He would neither prick other people, wouldn't offend them with his presence and his unpleasant human nature, nor get pricked himself. This is maybe looking towards an ideal of the truly exceptional person who can live, for the most part, without human society. He doesn't have that same need for warmth as other people, or he has a sort of a warmth within him. So it could be a sort of solitary porcupine living out by himself, not being oppressed by the cold or by the pricks, by the mutual pricking that society represents. So that's the tale of the porcupines. It's also the conclusion of Studies in Pessimism, translated by T. Bailey Saunders in the 1890s, written by Schopenhauer around 1850. I think it's been an excellent book. I've really enjoyed reading through it with you. I hope that if you liked this book, you will read or watch my other series, a 60-part series on another late work of Schopenhauer, his Counsels and Maxims. I'll be looking into another work of Schopenhauer's soon. I don't know which yet, but watch for that series on this channel soon. If you liked this video and this type of content, please leave me a comment, subscribe to this channel, and I look forward to hearing from you later on. Thanks for watching today. Goodbye.